What a first year it has been for the Geoff Wilson Show. I have been honored to have many great guests on throughout the course of the year, including people like Rob Veras, the owner of Burbank Sports Cards, Brian Gray, the former CEO of Leaf Trading Cards, and sports business reporter Darren Rovell. Today, we're doing a best of episode, highlights from some of the best interviews of the year. So sit back and enjoy this special episode of the Geoff Wilson Show. Steve, it's fitting that we're here today at the National. This is actually setup day of the National that we're filming this at. It's fitting because it was at last year's National that I made a really big purchase. I bought my first Michael Jordan star card, the 1984 star card, the infamous, Michael Jordan card that some people think is his actual true rookie. Others believe it's the 86 Fleer. We're going to get into all of that today. But I'm excited you're joining me because I understand you are one of the preeminent experts on star cards. Tell me a little bit about your background.
Well, I was an original Star Company dealer, bought the very first set that they issued, the 83 All-Star set, and I bought a few of the other things direct, and then I worked through a couple of their distributors like Judy and Norman Kay way back in the old days and bought some stuff from them. But I was selling Jordan last 11 rookie cards and all rookie team and the Miller Lite. I had ads running in the old hobby magazines, $3, $4, $5 a set back in the day. And
you wish you had held on to some of those.
Yeah,
I bet.
I held on to a few for a while, but I wish I had a few of them back. Yeah, it's changed a lot. And then I guess what I'm kind of known for is I worked, or I shouldn't say worked, but I consulted with the NBA people a little bit with a couple of the scandals, and in the last 20 years been trying to correct the image of the original Star Company cards, because a lot of people thought that all of the original cards were reproduced, and that did not happen. And at some point today, I'm going to show you some of the production transparencies that were used to make the cards.
Yeah.
And, maybe we'll get into why I don't think he ever reprinted his original cards.
We will get into that because there are a lot of rumors, and a lot of them are myths about the origin of star cards and reprinting and all these different almost conspiracy theories about star cards that I think for many years kept people in the sports card hobby from really taking them too seriously and really acknowledging some of those very early Jordan cards as kind of official cards, right?
Yeah.
Now the sentiment has started to change recently. PSA started grading star cards again for the first time a little bit over a year ago. They did it originally, and then they stopped for many, many, many years because of concerns about could they tell the originals from, later versions and this type of thing.
Yeah.
But they've started again. We're going to talk about that. And so there's been a lot more attention on the star card market over the last year. It seems to be more people seeing it as legitimately some of Michael Jordan's very first cards, if not his true rookie card. I want to talk about all of that, but first, let's set the stage with what basketball cards were like in the early 1980s, because there was actually a drought of basketball cards. We had some years where we didn't even have basketball cards, and then that kind of led into these star cards coming out.
Yeah, the only thing that was available, 82, 83, the Lakers had a regional set. A couple other teams did police safety food issue sets, but there was no major set that year. And
it's hard to think that today.
Yeah.
It's hard to understand today with how big the hobby is and how popular the hobby is that we actually went for years, where there were no full basketball card sets created.
It is, and I remember setting up at shows in the early 80s, and I could buy wax boxes of 79, 80 for $3, $4, $5, and if you wanted an 80-81 box with the Bird Magic rookie, you might have to go 10 or $12. But they were all on closeouts, and they were
I bid
cheap.
on some of those boxes recently, and
they
my
weren't $10
my $10,000,
anymore.
$15,000
Yeah.
bids have lost out to bids that are $20,000 plus on those same boxes that were selling for 10 or $12 at those shows in the 80s. Incredible.
Yeah, it's changed a lot, but I was mostly a baseball card dealer, but growing up in LA, and then during the Lakers showtime, I started turning my attention to basketball cards specifically and started accumulating just because I thought that the Lakers-Celtic rivalry was going to turn the hobby. And it kind of took Jordan to come in also, but at a certain point, Bird and Magic were really the key. It took Jordan a few years to take over. And for me, it ended up being a pretty good choice for a while because around 88, 89, basketball, that's when it really started to become a mainstream in the card collectibles industry.
Yeah, it was ignored for much of the 80s up to that point.
Yeah.
So you said 82, there are no full basketball card sets created, just
Right.
some little team sets and that type of thing. Then Star Company comes along. Talk to me about kind of the beginning of Star and how that all got together.
The first set was the 83 All-Star set from the 82-83 season. And the game was played at the Forum in LA. I happened to go to that game. So the set had a little extra appeal to me just because of that. But, that set's got the first Isaiah Thomas card, first Kiki Vanderway, Buck Williams. I think I'm forgetting somebody, but then there's Bird and Magic, Dr. J, Kareem.
Very early cards for all of those guys.
Yeah. And so with the end of the 82-3 season, now all of a sudden we've got Star Company starting to offer the 83-4 set. And besides the fact that they're just in the business after a gap of a year, they made the sets with 10 to 12 players on each team. So, it was virtually the full team, maybe missing one player or something. But that was, I thought, a pretty neat way to market it. And then they put them in these little team bags, like this
Right.
here, that we can probably show everybody in a minute or so. But the dealer order forms would come out, and you'd have to order to get the dealer pricing, you'd have to order a minimum of maybe 5 of every team, and it would vary the minimum orders and whatnot.
And they were always sold by the team, right? So you would, if collectors wanted to buy Star cards back in those years, they would buy a specific team, and they would get the bag, and it would include all the players from that team.
Right. Now, they besides the team bags, they did a lot of what we call subsets. So there's a couple different slam dunk sets. There's all-star sets from 3 years, and then the NBA champion each year got a set. Philadelphia in 83, Boston in 84, Lakers 85. And those are pretty neat sets because, you had, when the Lakers were playing the Celtics, you got a couple of Birds, couple of Magics in each set, and you toss in Kareem, and so those sets are just loaded with Hall of Fame players. And they tend to be a lot cheaper in terms of what it costs you to buy one of those bags than to buy the NBA set of the Celtics or the Lakers, or when you get into the Bulls with the Jordan years and whatnot.
So 83-84 is when they put out their first full set, all the different team bags, all the different players.
Right.
You could buy these, by the team. What was the popularity of that like? Like, how in demand were these cards back then?
There was some demand. It wasn't huge. Nowhere like it's been, since 1988, 89. But there were some collectors for it. The print runs were probably between 3,000 and maybe 10,000, depending on which set we're talking about. And that was, for the most part, enough to cover the organized hobby.
Right.
Because these were always sold direct into the hobby. You didn't go to the local liquor store, supermarket, and buy a pack of star cards.
Which is one of the reasons why there is the debate about, is this Jordan's true rookie card? I know that we'll get into this now, right? So the following year was when Jordan first appeared, right?
Right.
And so that year you had the Bulls team set.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyone who wanted to get the first Michael Jordan card ever created in his Chicago Bulls uniform would have bought the team bag of the Chicago Bulls set from '84.
Right.
Yeah.
And same with all the other key rookies. You know, in that set you had the Barkley, Olajuwon, and Stockton rookies, and the year before you had Isaiah and Clyde Drexler and Worthy. Who am I forgetting? Danny Ainge, a couple others, but yeah, if you wanted a specific card, you know, unless you found a dealer that had already broken up sets and was selling singles, you bought the bags.
You bought the bag.
And most of us that were dealers at the time, you know, we were just selling the bags.
Right.
There was a little bit of breaking up bags here and there, but for the most part, they weren't worth enough at that time, to break them up and try to get $3 for one card and 50 cents for another. It wasn't really what was being done.
Were you seeing a much higher degree of demand back then for certain teams, and in particular, what about the Bulls? Like, was there a rush for people trying to buy the Bulls team bags because of Jordan, or was there not?
There was a rush for Jordan, but at that time, Bird and Magic were more significant. And one of these days, everybody that thinks Jordan's the greatest player ever is going to have to look at Bird and Magic and maybe rethink that a little bit. Because those two guys were pretty darn good.
Sure.
And, you know, when I look at the Jordan values, I understand he's the most exciting player ever, and he might be the best player ever. But the gap between the price of a Jordan and a Bird or a Magic, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Interesting.
And, I can remember way back when I was doing a lot of baseball, you had Mantle and Aaron and Mays, and then when you dropped to Kaline and Killebrew, there was a huge gap. Mm-hmm. And at some point that gap narrowed a little bit.
Okay.
And I've always thought that the gap between Bird and Magic and then to Jordan, that should narrow at some point in time in the future.
Right. It'll be interesting to see. So let's focus on Jordan, and let's take on the topic of, is that '84 star card Jordan's actual true rookie card? Because it is indeed his first Chicago Bulls fully licensed. And I think there's a lot of people who maybe weren't even sure that star cards were fully licensed, but they were fully licensed, right? These
Correct.
were official issues. The NBA was behind these.
I actually have some of the canceled checks from Star Company, and I've got checks that were made out to the NBA, NBA properties.
So that is the case. This was fully licensed. So this was Jordan's first fully licensed card, but it was only available for sale in team bags. And that seems to, with some, disqualify it as his true rookie card. I know, for example, Dr. James Beckett, in the Beckett price guides, listed it as his XRC. And he put the RC next to his 86 Fleer.
He didn't at first. That came kind of after the fact, and I remember when it happened, and Jim was at a show, and I kind of got in front of him, and we chatted about it. I tried to convince him that he shouldn't do that, but it didn't work.
And I think his premise was that because star cards were only distributed in team bags and not in packs, so you couldn't pack pull a Michael Jordan card.
Well, we call them team bags, but if we want to use some semantics, why don't we just call them team packs?
Team packs, sure. I guess because they're not randomly put together. I guess, you know what card you're going to get inside.
Yeah.
So
See, I consider Jim Beckett the single most important person in the history of this hobby. But this is the one thing that he and I will never agree on. And like in my advertising, my eBay and Beckett sites, and my Facebook site, I don't put XRC by any Star Company rookie that I'm selling. It's RC.
It's RC.
I just won't recognize it. If you want me to recognize a tops traded Ripken or Strawberry or something like that as an XRC, I don't mind doing that, but I won't recognize the X on a Star Company card.
Yeah, you feel like it's just his pure rookie card.
It's NBA licensed. It was available throughout the hobby. You could go to virtually any of the hobby magazines back then, Baseball Hobby News that the Barnings did, and Sports Collectors Digest, Tough Stuff a couple years after that. And you could buy Star Company cards. They were there. And they were at shows and mail order. You couldn't buy them at the local grocery store or liquor store or whatever.
And I think the distribution was another reason why some felt like these aren't the true rookies, because they aren't evenly distributed all over the country, widely available the way that 86 Fleer, you had, packs in different stores all over the country, right? But on the other hand, that they were available, as you said. They had to be sought out a little bit more. But the fact that they weren't put into packs and there weren't a million packs of these created,
that's the other
has
thing.
actually now kept them much more rare and scarce.
3,000 to 8,000 on most of them. A couple of them were done at around 10,000.
And you're talking print runs right now.
You're
talking total print runs.
Yeah.
So the total print run of these, a lot of these Star cards was in the thousands, whereas a set like 86 Fleer, which is very valuable today in PSA 10 condition, the truth is that set was printed like crazy. And the PSA 10s are valuable because they were hard to get in perfect condition.
Yeah.
But there's actually a ton of 86 Fleer out there. It's very plentiful. And if you're looking in lower grade, it's very easy to obtain. And there's a lot of it out there.
Yes. There's I don't know what the exact number is, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
And then by 89, it was a lot squared and whatnot. But
do you consider Jordan's 86 Fleer card to also be a rookie card, or do you not consider it to be a rookie card at all?
I'm willing to call it a rookie card for Fleer.
Okay, a Fleer rookie card. Much like how Mantle's 52 Topps was his Topps rookie card.
Yeah.
But he had a Bowman card the previous year, right?
Yeah, most people consider the 52 Topps, but you get to the advanced collectors and no, it's 51 Bowman.
Sure.
And I don't have a problem if people want to have two different Jordan rookies, fine with me. I just consider all of the Star rookies.
You're tired of people not considering the Star rookies at the same level.
It's NBA licensed, and that's all I need.
Yeah.
To me, an XRC, maybe we'd be talking about the Nike promo, or
which was 1985.
Yeah.
The promo card from Nike doing the slam dunk.
That card was available in the 84-5 Nike promotional catalog. And they made a lot of those.
Yeah.
The one that I like is the 5x7.
Right.
It's a counter display card. They used them to try to show people what the posters looked like instead of having them open those shrink wrap posters. Because once you open the shrink wrap poster...
Is that the one of him doing the slam dunk you're referring to?
Yeah, there's the Air Jordan, and there's 4 or 5 others. Black and blue, framed. Can't remember the other name, senior moment
It's
here.
hard to think about today when we look at recent rookies. You look at Luka or Zion or LaMelo Ball or, Anthony Edwards or these guys, Kate Cunningham. These players have thousands of rookie cards,
Yeah.
literally thousands
Yeah.
of different unique rookie cards. And yet we're having a debate about whether this card or that card
Yeah.
is Jordan's actual true rookie card, but there's only two. And from a investment standpoint, you know, I think people really need to think about the implication of that long term. You know,
Yeah.
if Cade Cunningham somehow becomes as good or greater than Michael Jordan, obviously the chances of that are unbelievably low. But even if that were to occur, the very fact that Cade Cunningham has literally thousands of different rookie cards, even if he is the greatest player of all time, how is that going to hold up in terms of card values long term versus Jordan, where we're literally debating two individual cards as his rookie?
I don't even handle what I call the shiny cards.
Yeah.
It's too much for me to
Yeah.
keep track of. It's hard enough just to keep track of the Star Company and the
Sure.
vintage and oddball stuff that I do.
And I don't want to, you know, there are, I think, certain cards which will hold the test of time from the new players. So, I mean, I think
Yeah.
whether it's the iconic Kabooms or the Color Blasts or the gold out of 10s from Prism or National Treasures RPA, some of those will hold, but there's so many cards made today. It's just a totally different era back in the 80s. It's almost
Yeah.
difficult to think about how different it really was. Tell me more about then what happened with the Star Company. Like, so they had the complete set in 83, 84, 84, 85. I think they had maybe one more after that, right?
85-86
85,
was the last
86.
one, yeah.
So they were a little bit of a flash in the pan. They came out, they did about 4 years worth of creation and distribution of cards. Theoretically, the popularity of them grew during that, especially with the benefit of the Jordan rookie and some of the other rookies like Elijah Wan and Barkley. But then they suddenly went away. And then Fleer was right there on their heels and came out, and that was it. And we never heard from Star again, and Fleer was now creating all the cards. What happened?
My understanding is that the NBA just pushed Star aside because they wanted the distribution that Fleer could provide, and printing, you know, a couple 300,000 cards more of each player.
Right.
So I don't know the inner workings of what happened, but I'm pretty sure that the NBA just brushed him aside and said, we're not renewing your contract.
So the NBA it sounds like, I imagine Star was not paying the NBA a huge sum of money, because if they were only creating thousands of cards per player and team bags were $5, you know, wholesale, I mean, this was not a big money. You know, we're not talking hundreds of millions of dollars here at all. We're probably not even talking tens of millions of dollars in terms of any. We may not even be talking $1 million in any type of licensing from Star to the NBA. It may have been less than that.
I've got a couple canceled checks. I don't know. I doubt that I have all of them, but I have a few. And there was one payment of $10,000 to the NBA. But then there was another check that was less than $100, which I assume was just probably
like
a royalty.
Sure. So we're talking theoretically very small dollar amounts here. Yeah.
A licensing fee and then some royalties on the percentage. And I'm sure Fleer paid him a heck of a lot more.
Sure. So that makes sense. So that's why Star went away.
Yeah.
But then some of the controversy begins. And some of the controversy that has kept collectors perhaps away from Star cards, kept the grading companies away from Star cards for some period of time, PSA specifically. What happened after Star closed?
Yeah, in 1990, the owner of Star put the word out that he was going to auction at least half of his remaining inventory. And I have it from people that were close to him back then, that he put away 100 or a couple hundred sets of his production for a rainy day. And that's, I think, what happened with this auction. Well, the auction was won by Todd Krosner and Bill Schoncheck. And I did a lot of business with both of them, and so I got a lot of the inside scoop of how that went down. And they had right of first refusal as Levin would sell off his remaining inventory. So they bought the original deal with the auction was that they would get at least half of everything, and maybe more than half, depending on what he wanted to sell. And then if he decided to sell more, they would get the first call. So Bill and Todd split up that deal, and they made a couple more buys. I'm going to say till about 93, they were still able to get some pretty good stuff. But by 94, all that was left in the inventory, I think, was some common bags and some leftover singles from the best of the best set and or best of the new. Also in 1990, that's when Bill bought the best of the best sets. I'm trying to remember, 1,100, 1,200, something like that. And I might be off by 100 sets. And there was an article in Sports Collectors Digest, when Bill bought that set. And that was an exciting thing because, basketball card collectors had been without Star Company for 4 years, and all of a sudden here's this missing set. But where it starts to get interesting, though, is after he when I say he, I mean Robert Levin, the owner of Star, when he ran out of his original inventory, that's when the shop at home thing happened. One other thing that happened right before that was Bill was able to buy the production transparencies. In other words, the images used to make the cards. And
Is this essentially the printing plates? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've got some to show you here.
Okay.
And so he got about 500 to 600 of them. We don't know where the other 300, 400, 500 of them went to. If they just got lost or dumped, or the original printer didn't give them back to Levin and they disappeared, nobody knows. But we've got the image for the Jordan 101, and I brought the Drexlers to show here. And that was the last of the legitimate stuff. So in 1997, that's the main controversy. The shop, we call it the shop at home scandal. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, some Star Company cards that I had never seen and none of us had ever seen appeared on Shop at Home.
Okay.
In team bags, and every one of them had Jordan in the set. There was a full set of Jordans. There were various other all-star sets. And the way it came out was that he reprinted his original cards. But that's not what happened. He made new cards, and he backdated them to when he did have a license. And there's all kinds of backstories to this. I don't know how deep to go.
There were new cards printed in 1997, it sounds like, or thereabouts.
Yes.
Which had the date printed on them of the 1980s.
Yes.
Back when Star cards were actually being produced.
Yeah.
Which I assume, but you're saying they weren't the exact same card. So they didn't take the same printing plate and just run the cards off the same printing plate?
Some of the cards had pictures that were used in the original Star Company cards, and some of the cards had the same name, but they were dated 86 instead of 85, and then the border colors were different. Maybe the picture on the card was different. So nothing was remade, and
it wasn't. None of them were an exact copy.
None of them
of the original.
None of them.
They changed them all to a degree in some way. Maybe I guess intentionally, probably right. They intentionally changed them to a degree, whether it was a color or picture or whatever that was.
Yeah, in essence, it was a new set of cards.
Right.
And
but trickily dated with the 1980s, even though these cards are now being printed in 1997.
And a lot of things happened. I had spoken with some of the NBA attorneys on the Type 2 situation a couple years prior. So they gave the private investigator my number, and I got a call, and he was asking me what I thought about these cards, and I said they're definitely new cards. And one of the reasons I knew about this is because when I mentioned previously to you about Bill and Todd winning that auction, well, they both went to Florida to pick the cards up. And Bill went back a couple times. Bill might have been one of the only people that was able to get into the office and open up drawers and look for stuff. And back then, when Bill and Todd had that right of first refusal, every time they were buying something, it was, do you have any more Jordans? Do you have any more Magics? You got any more Celtics with Bird? And if he would have had those cards back then, he would have sold them to Bill and Todd. So there's that. And the other thing that I always like to mention to people is, if you could still make the 101 exactly as you made it before and fool me and every other person that was a so-called advanced collector or dealer of Star Company cards, wouldn't you do that instead of making 12 different sets with all new designs and border colors and mostly new photos? Imagine the cost of putting the printing setup costs of doing these new sets. Why would you do that if you could just remake a couple 101s and sell them wholesale for $2,000 a month back then? Sell 5 of them, you're making 10 grand a month. And who's going to know the difference if you make 500 more to last you for a few years?
Who was making these cards in 1997?
There was a print shop in Florida, and I had multiple conversations with the private investigator, and one day I got a call from somebody, and they said, did you see the new Shop at Home last night? No, I didn't see it. What is it? It's an Olympic set for the '84 Olympic team. So Michael Jordan, right? So I said, well, was Patrick Ewing in that set? What about Chris Mullen and Wayman Tisdale? Gee, I don't, and the guy I was talking to, he didn't know. So I got in touch with the investigator and told him about this set. And I said, just find out if Ewing, Tisdale, and or Mullen are in the set. Well, why? Well, they went back to school for one more year and wouldn't have been eligible to have been in an NBA set, because it was an allegedly NBA licensed set. So those guys were in the set, and at that point, a search warrant was brought into a print shop in Florida, and they found the Shop at Home cards in the print shop.
So there was a shop in Florida making these cards without license, illegally.
Yeah.
I just
and
decided this was like a way they could just start reprinting these old cards and then selling them through Shop at Home. And
you wonder how the print shop owner, what was his angle. But ultimately, once the search warrant went down and the marshals got the stuff and whatnot, then the NBA sued Shop at Home, Star Company, that print shop, which I don't recall the name of the print shop right now, but they all got sued, and the NBA won a $1.1 million judgment. And my guess is Shop at Home probably had to pay it, because I doubt that the other defendants had the money to pay it. But ultimately, that's what happened. But the bottom line, though, is the original 83 to 86 Star Company cards, those are legitimate. And
those were not reprinted.
Yeah.
Those were not made as part of this
There
scandal.
are some counterfeit Star Company cards, just like there's a bunch of counterfeit Fleer Jordan rookies and McGuire rookies and every other card that's popular in the last few years.
And tell me about the Type 2 Jordans. Like, because that was another kind of controversy that happened with Star cards, right?
That hit around 1990 plus or minus a year. And the guy that was the distributor, he came over to my home one day and showed me some stuff, and this is what kind of made me become an expert, because I bought a couple cards from him, but I passed on almost all of it because it felt uncomfortable. So then I sent one of the cards to PSA. It was the second year Jordan. And while I was waiting for it to come back and I did my research, I realized, okay, these are the Type 2s. PSA graded the card.
What do you mean by Type 2?
Okay, Type 2 is, we have the original Star Company cards that Levin sold to everybody. When we say Type 2, these are the cards that most likely were printed at the print shop. I think the film negatives for the frame and border were laid off register, and that they were going to scrap them, throw them away. But I never found any evidence that Robert Levin of Star Company ever got the cards. The guy that was distributing them claimed in a SCD article that he bought them from Levin at the Hawaii Trade Conference. But when I brought up this name to the NBA attorneys back in the day, they said, no, that guy worked at one of the print shops. So, his statement that he bought them for 40 or 50 grand, that didn't fly.
So you think these Type 2 cards, as you're calling them, these were ones that were they printed at the same time as the originals?
Most likely.
So they were almost misprints. They were prints. They were cards that were created at the same time as the originals back in 83, 84, 85, but they never made it to Star Company, probably because they were print defects or that kind of thing. So the print shop kept them back, but then they turned around and some of them got out.
Yeah, it looks like this one guy stole them.
Okay.
I guess there's a tiny, tiny chance that they printed them after the fact.
Right.
But what's important for everybody to realize is that you can tell the difference. Now, it takes some education, and you've got to compare cards and whatnot, but there's some characteristics in the border frames that's different from the original. The original cards actually bleed a little onto the back, where the Type 2s don't. Now, when we're talking about Type 2s, some of your audience already knows this, but let me get this out just to make sure everybody else gets it. This is only for one sheet of cards, which is the 1985-6 Star NBA, the second series, and that's cards 95 to 172.
Okay.
And the Jordan 10 card set and the best of the new. There's no Type 2s for any other set of Star Company cards.
So Jordan's famous rookie card
is not a Type 2.
Is not a Type 2.
Candidate.
So there's actually no concern that Jordan's rookie card was ever reproduced. This was only
there's a zillion lousy counterfeits of the 101.
Sure. But none that were official. None that we've seen that officially came from the printing company that was created.
Yeah,
so this only affected the second series of the last set of Star
Part
cards.
of the shop at home was a white bordered 101 and a black bordered 101. And, you'll see occasionally sellers say, oh, this is a rare variation. No, it's a 1997 shop at home. And the funny thing about those two cards is people have actually counterfeited the counterfeit.
Oh, funny.
So
okay. Now the grading companies, though, they can tell all of this, right? And PSA stepped away from grading these cards for many years. Tell me about that, and then why they returned to it recently.
When I told you that I sent one of those cards in that was a Type 2, well, I got it back in a Mint 9 holder. So I called PSA and told him, and then I met with, at the time, Mike Baker. Showed him the difference, and his higher-ups decided to scrap it. They got scared.
That was it. So you were the reason. You were the reason why PSA shut down grading star cards.
I'm the one that brought it to their attention.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I think they probably graded about 40 Type 2s. And I know quietly, ever since then, they've been buying them back. Mm-hmm. So if there's 10 of them on the market now or in a collection, that's probably it.
Okay.
But yeah,
What year was that they stopped?
I'm trying to remember if it was 91 or 92.
So very
93.
early on. We're talking early in PSA's history.
They didn't grade but a handful. And
right.
I don't even remember sending them any star cards to grade other than that Jordan. So
were you part of the conversations with them more recently that led to their decision to start grading again, or was that a surprise to you?
Yeah, I originally trained Sports Collectors Digest, then Global, then Beckett, and PSA contacted me, gosh, it's almost 2 years ago, to do it, and I was going to do it. I've had some sleep apnea issues, and my energy level's been really lousy, and I kept putting it off, and so they finally went at it on their own. I don't know. I may still have a consultation when they decide to grade the sealed bags, because they're going to have to learn some things about the heat seals on the
bags.
Which
I believe they're doing, right?
The last conversation I had with them was that they still plan on doing the bags.
Which would be a big step forward, because then you would have PSA not just certifying star cards as authentic and having all the tools to understand how to properly do that.
And see now,
but you'd also have them, authenticating the original sealed team bags as authentic as well, which is pretty neat because that's an important piece of history.
They're grading all of the star except the cards that are on that one sheet that has the Type 2 potential.
Okay.
They're backing off that.
So they are still
now.
Not grading. You said that was Series 2
they're
of the 85,
but they're
86.
not even grading the 85-6 first series at
First
this
series.
point.
So they won't grade 85, 86 star at all because of the concern of the fact that some of them, there are these Type 2 ones floating out there.
If anybody sees this and they have a Type 2 uncut sheet, PSA might buy it from them. And once they have that, I think they'll go ahead and probably get started.
Right, because then they can more definitively tell the difference between the two. Interesting. Okay, so a lot of interesting history, conspiracies, things that happened. But fast forward to today, and where we are sitting today is we have the grading companies confidently being able to determine what is authentic and what is not authentic. And what we are seeing is that the star sets, there's just not that many of them out there. The population counts on these cards are extremely low. And just as an example, the Fleer, the 1986 Fleer card, the Michael Jordan rookie, card number 57 from 1986 Fleer, there are more than 40,000 of that card that have been graded. Whereas there's only around 1,000 of the 1984 Star Jordan 101 that have been graded. And so we're talking a huge order of magnitude, a 40x order of magnitude in terms of the graded population of the Star versus the Fleer. And now that the grading companies are confident in grading the stars, it seems to me, and this was the reason why I bought one of the stars last year here at the National, it seems to me like that scarcity over time may raise the value of those cards and raise the importance of those cards in relation to the 86 Fleer and other cards from that era.
Well, I certainly expect that to happen. There's a lot of things in this hobby where you have to sit back and wait for the market to learn the significance of certain items. And, what's going to be the next collectible whether it's Star Company or something else, that people realize, oh, wait a minute, this is a really scarce item. And at some point, more people will catch on that the production runs of Star Company are pretty small. Even if they made twice as much as they claimed, it's still nothing, in comparison to any of the Fleer issues from 86 on. So I do think that the relative scarcity will have an impact at some point.
Yeah. Interesting. Wow. Yeah, and just to paint a little more picture about that, even the 1952 Topps Mickey Mantle card, that famed card, almost 3,000 of those have been graded.
Yeah.
Compared to around 1,000 of the 1984 Star Michael Jordan 101 card. So it's really unique that you have a card from the 80s when there was a lot of overprinting especially in the other sports, and even in the late 80s in basketball as well. And you have this card that's so important. Michael Jordan, many consider the greatest player of all time, his card, which in many ways is his true rookie card, and it's actually so rare. It's more rare in a graded condition than the 52 Mantle, or even the 33 Babe Ruth Gaudies, which is pretty crazy to think about as well. So it does seem like that Jordan Star, and obviously I'm speaking from a position of bias here because I own it, but I also own the 86 Fleer. I own a bunch of Jordan cards from the 80s. I own the 85 Nike, I own the 87 Fleer, the 88 Fleer, etc. I own all this stuff. And so, but it does seem that 84 Star in particular, as collectors become more educated, as they hear about, the stories and the myths and we're debunking some of those myths today, that card may over time raise in importance within the sports card hobby, especially given the scarcity.
Yeah, like I said, I expect that it takes a while for the entire market of collectors to catch on to scarcity and whatnot. And whether, like I said, whether it's Star Company Jordan or some of those Nike cards from the counter displays, it takes time. And I remember selling, well, like I said, I've sold Miller Lite and all rookie bags and whatnot, $3, $4, $5 a bag. And you just got to wait it out sometimes if you're an investor.
Yeah.
And getting out in front of the market, and I'm trying to figure out what's the next thing in collecting, and I'm thinking it's the original art and the original negatives and chromes and production transparencies of these cards, where there's only one of that item. So
and you got the printing plates. So let's do this, Steve. I would love to show the audience what you've brought with you today, because we've got quite an assortment of some really unique stuff from Star. And I think this is worthy of sharing with the audience. So why don't you talk me through these various items?
Right. Well, let's start with the uncut sheet back here. This is an uncut sheet of 86 Star Company. This is the Court King set that has Jordan right here, Bird, Magic's, where'd Magic go? There's Magic, and we got McHale and Worthy and Dr. J and Kareem. If I remember correctly, there's 18 or 19 in Hall of Famers on this 33 card set. At the bottom of the sheet, we have the Lakers Champs set. There's a couple of Birds, a couple of Magics.
And then interestingly, it's printed alongside baseball cards on the same sheet.
Yeah, Star Company did quite a few baseball sets back in that time frame. This sheet happens to have Tom Seaver and Nolan Ryan sets on it. And then down at the bottom, the Lakers Champs. Probably the unique card in the Lakers Champs is the President Reagan card. Because when the team went to the White House to celebrate the championship, Reagan gave a little speech, I guess, to introduce him, and they made a card of him. So it's got a Reagan rookie card.
There you go.
At least I think it's a Reagan rookie card.
Interesting.
And one of the very few cards with Dr. Jerry Buss on it, too, who, as the owner of the Lakers, they put him in the Hall of Fame a few years back. So
it's an incredible sheet.
It's not the rarest of the uncut sheets, but it's, you got Jordan and multiple Birds and Magics. That's a pretty good start.
Talk about some of these items on the table, and if you just want to point, we'll get some close-ups here and put them on.
This is a factory sealed bag of the 86 Court Kings. So that's set there. That's the factory sealed bag. And then this right here is the factory sealed bag of the Lakers champs.
Okay.
Which is also
that
on
set
the
at the
sheet.
bottom of the uncut sheet. Yep.
And I don't know if you guys can do a real close-up, and the way that you authenticate the bags is the heat seals.
Okay.
And there's very distinct markings to these seals that so far nobody's been able to exactly duplicate them. You see people try to rebag some of these sets, but they haven't been able to match the heat seal. So that's a good thing at this point. And this would be the 84 award banquet set.
Okay.
Which has 2 Birds, 2 Magics, and then Bird and Magic each have a statistical leader card. And then there's an all-NBA card that has Bird, Magic, Bernard King, Kareem. Trying to remember who the fifth guy is. Can't remember. It's a good set, though, and it's not an expensive set.
And then you've got the printing plates, and we touched on those earlier.
Yeah, I brought the, not the printing plates, but we call these production transparencies, and this would be the transparency for the Clyde Drexler rookie right here. And then we've also got, I'm selling it as a package, the 84.5 Drexler and the 85.6. So,
neat.
So it's all three. So these little slides here were used when the card was made. Mm-hmm. And my guess is at some point this is going to become the next big thing.
Okay.
Might be a few more years, but when you look at and we have the 101 of this. I don't have it here, but we have it. And
you have the 101. You have the actual net. You own that.
Yeah.
Wow.
We own that.
So that's a 1 of 1. So you've got
It's a 1 of.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that's cool. Yeah, that's real cool.
We've already sold the Wilkins and the Barkley and the Stockton, the Olajuwon rookies. But
is the Jordan for sale?
Yes, it is.
And do you have an asking price?
Yes.
Okay. Are you willing to share what that is?
Yeah, I am. It's in our catalog, actually. It's we're asking $500,000.
Okay.
But that includes the upper left quadrant of the sheet. So it's not only the 101 transparency, it's in the sheet has, I don't know if you can get a picture of the sheet, but the Seattle Sonics and the rest of the Bulls team.
Okay.
So, and that's one of the things that helps authenticate the 101 or the big rookie slides, is that we have all the commons, mm-hmm. and they were originally mounted on these Mylar sheets. And so anyway, we've got 24 of the transparencies that were next to the 101. Mm-hmm. That comes with it, and then we have an uncut sheet with the 101 on it. So that's the package deal.
Yeah.
Now, if somebody offers us close to that, yeah, we'll take it.
Yeah, wow.
But
you brought here 4 of those iconic Michael Jordan star cards, and let's start with the 101. So this is the actual Michael Jordan rookie that we've been talking about for most of this show today. This is in a PSA 8.5, which is one of the highest PSA has ever graded. I believe they've graded 1 as a PSA 9, and I believe they have a few, maybe 3 that they've graded as a PSA 8.5, and a little over, somewhere between I think 10 and 20 as a PSA 8 at this point. So these cards are extremely, PSA is grading them tough, and it's extremely difficult to get these cards in these types of grades.
Yeah, I suspect that as time goes on, they'll get a little more consistent with their grades, and I suspect that they're a little maybe too strict right now.
Right, they're being very strict.
And they have, I've seen that happen with other issues with when they just started grading something. that they'll grade it a little tougher until they're comfortable with how the cards are made, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful card. And then let's go to his. Let's go to this one from the '84 set as well. So this is the Michael Jordan. This is the gold medal card. This is an Olympics card.
That's the Olympic card.
Yeah.
And that comes on the same uncut sheet as the 101.
Yeah. This is a cool card.
And
I think people forget that Jordan was on the '84 Olympics team.
Yeah. Yeah. And that card is notorious for being off center.
Yeah.
I don't even think it comes centered.
Yeah.
I've maybe seen one or two.
Yeah. Yeah. That's an 8.5 on that card. And then here we've got also from that '84 set, this is the Rookie of the Year Jordan card. So this is the other one that you could get, the other regular size card from that '84-'85 star set.
Right. And the Rookie of the Year and the Olympic card come in the same bag set. We call it the Olympic highlight set.
Yeah.
So that's a nice little bag to get with those two guys in it, and with both the Jordans.
What about this card? So this is also from '84-'85. This is an oversized card, 5x7.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite cards because of the photo, but I always kind of liked the 5x7s. The photography, to me, was just better on those. The blue bordered, they came in two series. Series 1 is a yellow border, and that was Bird, Magic, Kareem, etc. Some of the rookies came in the second series on that. So Jordan, Olajuwon, and Barkley are in the second series. Really tough to get 9 and 9.5 grades on those blue borders.
Yeah.
It's, you'll look at one of those, it looks really nice, and then you get right on top of it and you'll see just enough of a touch on a corner and it's not a 9.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, obviously the bigger surface area, just more opportunity for things to go wrong.
And we do kind of have a debate on whether or not that Court Kings card came out before the 101.
Interesting. So there's a chance that this is actually Jordan's true rookie in some ways.
There's a chance. One of my friends that was also an original dealer swore up and down that he got that card first.
Interesting.
But I've talked to others that have said, no, they got the 101 bag first. So I'm not sure, and I don't remember.
Yeah, interesting.
I didn't know I was going to need to know that 40 years later.
Right,
you know?
Right. And then this is 85 here. What are we looking at here?
That's the last 11 Rookies of the Year. So that set had the Rookie of the Year for 11 years prior. So Bird's in it, Jamal Wilkes, Terry Cummings, Adrian Dantley. It's a nice little set. Kind of a sneaks by except for the Jordan. And the nice thing about that Jordan there is if you look close, that's not a Bulls jersey. That's his Team USA.
Yeah.
And
that's true.
I think that's kind of a nice little touch for that card.
Yeah. Very cool. And then finally, this is such a cool card. This is the 85 Slam Dunk Contest. This is the 5x7.
Yeah. Yeah, that like the 84-5 Court Kings, those are my two favorite pictures on any of the Jordan cards. And this was a bag set. Dominique Wilkins won the contest that year, so he has two cards, one on a dunk shot and the other one holding the trophy. And then one of the most significant cards of All-Star Company is card number 1 in this set. It's a group photo of everybody in the slam dunk contest. So you got Jordan, Drexler, Wilkins, Dr. J, Larry Nance, who won the championship, I think the year before, a couple other guys, and so it's a great group photo card.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of demand for that card.
Yeah.
It's one of the highest demand cards of All-Star Company.
And then, Steve, finally, what's this frame piece here you put on the table?
Yeah, this is what I talked about, what I think may be the next significant thing in the hobby, and that's the original artwork used to make cards. So in this case, we got Johnny Red Kerr, his 61 Fleer original photo, and notice the tape and the bordering there. So that's where they cropped it to make the card, and then the card's next to it. But these original production transparencies and original artwork with the cropping, I think is going to become an interesting collectible. And it still may be a couple years off before a lot of the hobby picks up on it. But I know somebody had the original image used for the Topps 52 mantle a couple years back. And so there is some of that you're seeing hit the market. And ultimately, I think it's going to be something that it's going to be in high demand because there's only one of them. So we've got, besides Johnny Kerr, we've got Elgin Baylor and Casey Jones, a couple other. And then, we've got the Star Company ones. We've also got the Mike Ditka Topps Rookie Chrome.
Wow.
And that's probably a popular one here in Chicago. So that's, like I said, something that I think is gonna be pretty popular in the coming years.
Steve, thanks for sharing all of this with us. So for people who want to learn more about Star Cards, who want to maybe even go in deeper or connect with the Star Card community, what are the best ways for people to do that?
Well, there's quite a few ways. There's a website called basketballgold.com. Lots of good information there. There's a Facebook group that, what do they call it? Star Company Collectors. And they can join that. I can be reached on Facebook at Steve Taft Sports Collectibles. I'm on eBay as Steve Taft, and I'm on the Beckett Marketplace as Steve Taft.
And that was the next question I was going to ask you. So for anybody listening who might be interested in looking at the various Star items that you have for sale, or maybe even some of these, original photos and that type of thing, what's the best way for them to find that?
Well, the eBay,
Yep.
Beckett.
You've got it all listed there.
Yeah, I'm
Steve
doing
Taft.
a lot. Yeah, I'm
Steve
doing
Taft Collectibles.
Sports Collectibles. On Facebook, it's Steve Taft Sports Collectibles, and I'll do a lot of stuff there. Just because I don't have to pay somebody fees and whatnot. And the only thing I would say right at the moment is I'm here in Chicago, so my stores are closed while I'm away. But I'll be back in a week and a half and reopen everything.
Great.
But they can reach me. I'm also Steve Taft at AOL.com.
There you go.
There's a lot of Steve Tafts in there.
Well, I appreciate this conversation today. There's been a lot of myths and misconceptions about the origin of Star Cards and them being reprinted and, being fake and counterfeit or not being officially licensed. And I think hopefully we've cleared a lot of that up for the audience today. I hope, like you do, that Star Cards will continue to rise in importance and prominence of the hobby. And I think more people understanding the truth and understanding the true story and getting rid of some of these myths and conceptions is a positive, especially because there's so many key basketball players, not just Jordan, but half the dream team, so many Hall of Famers whose first officially licensed NBA cards were actually in those Star sets.
Yeah, I think a good argument can be made that the best basketball that was ever played was in the 80s. And I know I'd probably just as soon watch games from the Lakers-Celtics rivalry as any game that might be on last season or this upcoming season. And but yeah, getting the word out about what really happened with Star Company, it's an ongoing thing, but every year I'm finding more people are starting to realize that a lot of those rumors are just rumors, and they weren't correct anyway.
Yeah.
So we're getting there as far as informing people and letting them know.
Darren, welcome back to the show. Is this the craziest story like this that you've ever followed in all of your years of reporting on sports memorabilia?
On sports memorabilia, Geoff, definitely. I mean, the twists and turns of this story are beyond unexpected. It's just, there's very few stories that I've had over the years where I literally cannot believe how it unfolds, and just the way everything went down here, in the way it did. Just, I still don't believe it.
It is wild to believe. And what I want to do today is kind of take our audience through the full story. I'm sure a lot of the audience has heard bits and pieces of this, but the way the entire story unfolded is fascinating. And it started with this issue with a jersey being photo matched and some collectors coming out and saying, wait a minute. And this was well before we ever knew that card porn was potentially ever involved or behind all of this. You were reporting on that jersey story from the very beginning. Tell us what happened there, when you heard about that, what you learned, and take us through that piece of it.
So what happened was, a jersey was purchased from Gray Flannel in June. That jersey was a Michael Jordan game used jersey, said to be a Michael Jordan game used jersey. It was attempted actually to be photo matched by the consigner, who bought it in November from Gray Flannel, and My Gray turned it back and said, we don't have a match.
So this is a jersey. So Gray Flannel obviously is an auction house. So this consigner bought it, attempted to photo match it. It got rejected. They're claiming it's game used, but what was the actual evidence or proof that they were pointing to if they weren't able to get any type of photo match?
So the only game used evidence was as it was sold, and I later learned this because if you looked in the auction description, you would find that there's a 1996 letter from Gray Flannel saying that it's game used. That was pretty much it. Now, what's interesting is obviously the standards by which you said something was game used in 1996 is totally different. And Gray Flannel owns a piece of a photo matching company. So, I think that's why it sold for what it did. I don't remember what it sold for in November, but then, it sells for $26,700 here in June. And to me, that means you might believe it's game used, given the prices on where things are. 26,000 for a Jordan jersey is like, okay, not really sure here. I mean, anything that's Jordan, especially since there wasn't anything from that season, you would think it would be at least 125,000 in this market. So I believe that both people probably believe that it might have not been game used.
Yeah, so someone decided to take a chance on it and see if they could get it photo matched or something of that nature. But this time around, somebody buys it for $27,000, and they apparently see an angle or an opportunity to force it to perhaps be authenticated. So what happens next?
Now, to be fair, there are photos that don't. So the reason why My Gray rejected it wasn't that they didn't say like there's no way this is possible. They just didn't have a photo, which happens. I mean, that does happen. I will also say that people do present to My Gray or photo matching companies. Here is some evidence. I've seen it. Let me show it to you. It's in an unpublished photo, and that often comes from a photographer. So, the photographer might have something, so you don't know. And that photographer then, who knows how it comes out, but maybe it does. So the person who bought it goes to My Gray and says, hey, there are two photos that I have. I've obtained it from a foundation of a photographer who was there. Now, you could check that this guy, Tony Ranzi, was taking photos at the Eastern Conference finals in 1996. So you could figure that out. But there were a couple red flags early on for me. And one of them was that a photographer would have a foundation. It's not easy to maintain a foundation, Geoff. I'm sure you know this. And it's not easy to maintain a photo archive. The claim was that this photographer had a photo archive, and in it were two never before published photos that showed that this jersey was an exact match. So the person then went to Migray and said, here are the photos. Now, the way they presented the photos were actual photos and not slides. Migray said later that they had seen the slides. Now, they had seen copies of the slides. Most people, when they hear copies of the slides, they think it's actually a slide, right? But it's a copy made of a physical slide. That was not the case. It was a copy made of a picture of the slide, which
okay, so without enough detail, yeah, so that's not something they can probably actually check with any accuracy.
yes, which is an issue.
The slides would have been important, I assume, because those are going to be harder to fake, right? The photo, obviously, as the story goes on, we'll find out was photoshopped, manipulated, but the slides are going to be a kind of the original evidence, so to speak, and that's going to be harder to fake.
Yes. So,
okay.
All right. So that's where we're at. And but what we know is Migray then comes out and says there's a photo match.
And Migray believes it because there is a foundation set up for this dead photographer, which they can go verify. The foundation has a staff which is willing to email back and forth with them, which they can verify.
There's a website.
And
there's a website.
They can go look at the website for the foundation. We later find out all of this is fake. But at that moment, the person bringing Migray all of this information, they had taken several steps to actually set up what appeared to be a whole legitimate, set of things that Migray could go check to verify that all of this was real. And really that takes the criminal activity here to a whole nother level. Because it's not just, hey, I'm going to fake a photo and see if I can trick these guys. It's, I'm going to set up an elaborate scheme to back up me faking a photo and taking it to these guys to trick them.
Right. And some people would say, well, what's the crime here? Well, it's identity theft. You're faking a dead there actually was a letter from the dead photographer at some point. So there's faking a foundation. There's just so many levels of misrepresentation. So there actually is a crime. There's identity theft. There's a bunch of things here that don't match. And it was fully presented in person by this person who delivered it to Migray with the jersey. And there was coordination and conversation between Migray and this foundation. The person's name was allegedly Brittany. So my thing was, let's go back. The reason I originally wrote the story, as you just referenced, Geoff, was because there was a couple eagle-eyed people in the industry, including people who collected, a man in China specifically, who collected game use stuff, and said, wait a second, these two photos match, but there's other things that don't match. Now, usually you go back to photos, but in this case, he was talking about the video from games 3 and 4 of the 1996 Eastern Conference Finals, where it was alleged there was a match. And he's saying, wait a second, even on grainy video, you can see that this doesn't match up. The 2 and the 3 are different. The Jordan has a completely different arc on the back. So then became this question, I think really for the first time ever, right? Can you photo match a jersey with a couple high quality pictures if the rest of it doesn't match, and why doesn't it match? Migray was under pressure. Migray was then under pressure. They then issued a statement saying, this is possible. It is possible for our jersey here to photo match the pictures, and the others might be inconclusive. Now, I'm not sure that's true in general because, a lot of people talk about the mesh holes. So the mesh holes are big enough in these jerseys to be able to help you with a photo match against the lettering. And
yeah, so you're looking for the pattern. You're looking for the pattern of the little dots of the mesh and how those dots line up compared to the sewn on, numbers and lettering on the jersey. And that kind of makes a jersey a one of one because no jersey has the exact same mesh pattern lining up with how everything was sewn on as another jersey does, right? So that's kind of the clue with a lot of this photo matching.
Right. So let me bring this back to lay people. No, this isn't getting done by fanatics, and they're not making 500 of them at a time. In this day and age, back then, these are being individually sewed by people, and it's not by machine. And that's kind of just how it works. Things have changed a little bit. But what's interesting is even if you got a jersey back in the day, you could buy an official jersey. I did. I have a Bulls jersey from actually 1989 that says inside made exclusively for the Chicago Bulls, which, by the way, that's why, when you see these things and you say it's written in Sharpie and it says made for the Bulls, back in the day, you could get like the official game issued kind of jerseys for like $200, a lot of money, but it looked exactly the same. You could get the same shorts, looked exactly the same, but it was not done in the same mass producing way that it's done today. So my
Right.
So my Gray comes back and says it's possible. And there's yet another video saying, no, it's not. Dr. Jack Ramsey is interviewing Jordan and the holes don't match up. My Gray comes back, doubles down and says, maybe the jerseys furled up or wrapped up. We don't really know, but they double down. And
okay, so that was probably mistake number one by My Gray. They maybe should have shown a little bit more caution at that point instead of just, but of course they didn't assume anything was wrong. Like this was a very complicated scam. So they felt like they had done their due diligence. They felt like they had checked with this photographer's foundation. They had talked to someone at the foundation. Why would the foundation, for any reason misrepresent this photo or fake this photo? They felt it came from a very legitimate source. Of course, they're going to later find out they were duped. But I'm curious,
let
Darren.
me say this, Jeff. Let me say this, Jeff. I think this is really important to say because a lot of people are saying, oh my God, this is My Gray, this is going to hurt them. They're the gold standard. They have relationships with the leagues. This is really going to hurt them. No one can trust them anymore. And to be honest with you, I don't believe that because I think if they learn anything, it's, that they shouldn't come out with the arrogance and hubris that they did. But like the level of a scheme that this was, like, you can't, they had never faced anything like that before, right? Like the scheming of the photographer, the foundation, the backup, I bought these photos, the fake person, like at the end of the day, like I don't expect them to do the same amount of research that I might do. Now, I did this, the other part of this story, which is insane, is I don't know if I would have asked. Now, there were a couple things that I thought were a little weird. How would someone know that these photos existed? How would that process actually happen? Like, did Tony Ramsey Foundation come to the guy and say we have a match? Like, they'd have to be in cahoots with each other in some way. And this photographer's been dead for 15 years. So I'm just asking the question, how would it possibly come to light that non-published photos hanging in a foundation of a dead photographer are known? So that was my only question. And I was like, okay, that's a little bit weird. And then you could use the phrase poke the bear, but someone poked the bear. Someone emailed me from the foundation in a very strange note, 4 pages long, from this woman named Brittany, who was potentially
this is after, so you already do one article about this and you put it out on the Action Network's website about how this is strange. You're not reaching any conclusion at this point. You're just saying MyGray photo matched this. There's collectors that are saying this shouldn't be photo matched. They're presenting video evidence. The whole situation is just kind of weird, right? That's what you've reported at this point.
Yes. And in
it, so you put that out there.
In that first article, I did put that maybe Tony Ramsey got the dates wrong. That maybe in his archive, he got the dates wrong. And although there is a photo match here, maybe it's just photo match to the wrong game. The problem...
Yeah, which would be possible. That's plausible, sure.
The problem becomes that Jordan just didn't wear... There wasn't a jersey every other game. He wore, just a few, right? Which is the reason why there's not a million of them out, or any of them out from that season, in fact. And so a day goes by and I don't see anything. And then the next day I get an email that says, you didn't look at my email from yesterday. It's copied like as if there's a law firm on it. And the email is like info@tonyramsey.com. So I think it's a little bit strange that the lawyer was referenced. It was contact at whatever lawyer. I would think that if a lawyer was part of this, the lawyer's actual email would be on there. It wouldn't be like a random, contact. And I also thought it was weird that if there was an executive director of a foundation, that they would have their name on it, right? Why would it be contacted? That's like an initial email you get when you start a website. So that was a little bit strange to me. I missed the first.
So you missed the first email from this. You go back and look at it. It's from this Brittany lady, right? This is the same person from the foundation, supposedly, that MyGray.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that at the time. So I did not know. I did not know that MyGray spoke to anyone. I actually then presented it to MyGray. I kind of helped them out because I said, "Did you talk to someone from the foundation?" They said yes. And I said, "Did you talk on the phone?" "No, we emailed back and forth." "Who was the person's name?" "Brittany." "Okay, Brittany. I got Brittany too." So that's how that happened. But the email was this 4-page email that essentially showed that they're upset that I have besmirched the dead photographer with the foundation because he would have never been careless enough to mismatch the dates of the photos. And I'm like, this is so weird. Like for me, it was like they're defending his honor. I understand that for a foundation, but it wouldn't seem to be the priority of some sort of director of a foundation to do this. And then they went, here are like 15 photos and here's the order. And it went on too long. And I could never believe that was some sort of person running a foundation. To me, it was a collector. It was the actual collector. And it just did not seem right. And
so they shot themselves in the foot by actually emailing you, trying to defend their photo match, the authenticity of their photo match, which at that point they didn't even have to do because MyGray was still standing behind the photo match. And if they had simply remained quiet, maybe. The whole thing would have kind of filtered away, maybe, but they decided to go on the offensive, which, by the way, we're going to learn, later here that card porn's involved in all of this. That has been card porn's MO with their accounts. Attack, attack, attack. And if somebody says we're wrong, attack harder. I had that personal experience with card porn when they came after me twice with completely made up things. I very rationally went back to them. I presented evidence back to them. I had others present evidence back to them. And their response back was attack harder. And you know what? It worked for them 99% of the time because people were scared. People were like, oh, like a lot of people would get that email you got, Darren, and go, oh, geez, the lawyer was CC'd. Maybe I got this one wrong. Maybe I should stop talking about it or back off it. But you didn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, also the demands were something that didn't so one of the demands was to delete the entire article. And I have never done that in my career and would never do that because, one, I mean, there was nothing wrong with the article. I wouldn't delete it. And then there were several demands asked, such as, saying, please say that the foundation said that, there was no way that Tony Ramsey got this wrong and this and that. And, so I sat there for 20 minutes. I spoke to my editor. He agreed with me that it was ridiculous. And then I said, I want to speak to you live now, on Zoom. That's one of these things that, I think maybe 5 years ago, you would have said, I want to see you on FaceTime. I wouldn't have done that. But Zoom now post-COVID is something that is normal. And, so I said, I want to see you on Zoom. And then the immediate response was, we want to keep it on email, for legal purposes. And then I said, I'll allow you to have the lawyer on and record the Zoom. And then that was the last time and then I was like, all right, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for the night. I'm going to wake up in the morning. And if there's no response, this thing is going to be fake. And then right before I went to sleep, I went to the Who Is Register. Now that's a page that you can go to see when a website was created. They had alleged that they were doing work since Tony Ramsey died more than 15 years ago. And so the Who Is registration pulled up that in mid-July, that was when the website started. And I was like, oh my God, this is all a scam. And then they also claimed to do a lot of charitable work. I went to all the charity sites. There was none registered as a 501c3. There was no prior events for the foundation. There was no prior Google hits. There was nothing. And so I knew that this foundation was then fake. And then, basically said to my Gray, did you ever see a foundation person? Did you ever talk on the phone to a person? No. And then that was it.
Wow. Then it really started to unravel from there. I want to hear more of the story, but I have to ask one question that I think is really important here, going back to the early stages of this story. If it wasn't for the fact that my Gray publicly posted about this photo match, which I don't think they publicly post about every photo match.
They do. My Gray does issue releases for what they think is a big photo match. They've been doing it more, but they do. Honestly, it's probably, and I'm going to take a guess here, it's probably less than 10% definitely less than 10% of what they look at. So okay. Yes. If they never publicly posted anything, I don't think this would have ever happened. And then the collectors. And then the collectors wouldn't have known it would have happened. And the next chance to get it would have been at auction. The issue is that this was being privately put about to people, and maybe there wasn't ever going to be an auction. So it would have been possible that maybe this person would buy it for $26,000 and flipped it for $3 million, and no one would ever know.
And that's probably what they wanted. They probably wanted this whole thing to be private, because if my Gray had never put out that release and a collector had never seen it and then said, this looks suspicious, which, by the way, like, kudos to those people who have no incentive in this and are taking time out of their own day to kind of police the hobby, police the industry, look at this stuff and say, is this real or not? Kudos to them for doing the legwork and the homework to go back and actually question the work that the photo matching company had done, which was not valid work. And so the fact that they did it and got it on your radar is what stopped this entire scam from, as you said, potentially working, because I'm sure this guy would have preferred to then sell this jersey privately, so no word of this ever got out there, but he could walk to private collectors with a photo match from my Gray that is valid and probably get a nice handsome sum of money from it, and no one would have figured it out until maybe years, decades, if ever, right?
And then there was another thing that finally got me to card porn and Juan Garcia, which was an Instagram post that had put him at my Gray on August 8th. My Gray wasn't willing to tell me that the guy named Juan Garcia, who we didn't even know that was his name, or I didn't, who his card porn was at the offices. They would not give me that. But he posted himself through the card porn handle that he was at the offices, holding up the actual jersey and holding up a Kobe jersey, I believe. And so
this guy's arrogance shot himself in the foot so many damn times through this story. It's incredible.
But I don't know if it's arrogant. See, I first thought it was arrogance, Geoff, but then I thought it was kind of like this. When you have people who commit crimes or who are doing things like this, sometimes they like the adrenaline of towing the line, right? Like walking the line, doing fugitive type stuff. And when I saw later that he went under names such as, the only names he went under were Jonathan, John, or Juan. He could have gone under Ernie or Eddie or Mike or Tim or Jeff or Darren, but he went after John and Juan, like basically the English version of a Spanish name. Now, to me, that was crazy. He also had sent all his stuff to the same address on Canning Street in Melbourne. So the fact that he was Australian gave him some room, because he was in Australia. You're going to know less about him than someone who's in the US. But then when people start looking at, oh, did I mail anything to Australia? I mean, it's as big as the United States, but like the people from the US aren't necessarily. Then they only find a couple hits, and then they only find an address. So they basically can say, wow, we don't have hundreds of thousands of orders from Australia in our business. And that ultimately puts him together with some other people. So
how did you confirm it was him, though? Like, you found that he had this Instagram post, which probably started to raise suspicions, but like, how was the connection made? Like, oh my God, this guy behind the card porn website, this guy who's a known guy in the hobby, who went to the National, was walking all around the National for 5 days, went to Ken Golden's dinner at the National and sat there and talked to many other collectors at the National, while all this was going on. Like, how did you find that this guy was in fact the guy that did all of this?
So I can't tell. I have not publicly said, so I've just kind of said it, sources, but I was able to get.
Before we continue, I want to let you know that DraftKings Rainmakers Football is back for its second season, and it's bigger and better than ever before. Head to DraftKings.com/audio and sign up to play Rainmakers today with code GWS for your share of over $30 million in prizes this football season. This week, new customers can claim their first pack of digital player cards for free to get started. Playing Rainmakers Football is simple. Each DraftKings digital card represents an athlete and scores points based on their real-world performance. Draft them into weekly contests for your shot at a share of $30 million in prizes, or sell them anytime on the DraftKings marketplace. Rainmaker contests require no fee to join, as long as you have enough cards to complete a lineup. So rip packs, build your collection, and earn big rewards. Wondering how to get started? New customers visit DraftKings.com/audio today and use promo code GWS to claim a free starter pack only at DraftKings.com/audio with code GWS. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Rainmakers contests are not available in certain states. One starter pack per customer. Starter pack player cards are ineligible for resale. See terms at DraftKings.com/Rainmakers.
So I can't tell. I have not publicly said, so I've just kind of said it, sources, but I was able to get that he had used his credit card in some of these transactions, and the credit card said Juan Garcia. So
gotcha.
He was not shy about although he faked all this other stuff, he did not fake his real name in this circumstance, and that's kind of what got him. And then again, to show up at the National, we later learn that he brings these 2 digitally printed out photos to Henry Yee at PSA to try to get PSA to slab them as 1, 2, 3. He didn't care what type it was. He just wanted PSA to slab them. And they were, I mean, Henry was protected by the fact that they really weren't doing photos at the National. They don't really do things quick like that. And he said, I couldn't. So, he at least attempted to pawn off on PSA, like, wow, if I get these as type 1s, then they're real photos.
Sure, because then PSA verifies them, and then that makes my gray even more certain about the photo match, and it makes it even more of a great story to whoever he goes and sells the jersey to. Wow, this guy, Juan Garcia, man.
And then he went,
wow.
and then he went to the National, and what we believe was the first time to the National, and enough people know who he is, and he kind of liked, that people knew he was card porn a little bit, even though he wanted to keep it a secret. The top guys in the industry, Nat Turner, Ken Golden, they all knew who he was. Rick Probstein, all knew who he was. And so I think he couldn't, he's like, well, what good is complete anonymity? And the fact that he liked that and went to the National, that became, a thing. So we have that. And then we have My Gray kind of saying, I mean, they it wasn't my job, but they asked me a lot of questions. And I think, Barry Mizell of My Gray was an investigative journalist for the New York Daily News. He was on the same page. He saw the writing on the wall, just like we all did, and knew they'd have to eat it. And first, they basically said, okay, we're freezing the authentication. And then, after the weekend, from what I've learned, they were able to find through the sourcing of looking at the photo and matching it with, the only thing they matched it with was kind of like, the fraud type software where you can see if an image based on how it lights up when you put it into some sort of thing that, basically there's some version of photo truth serum. And they clearly found out that it was doctored. So then they said, okay, we are pulling this right now. Now, the thing that they didn't find is, at least from what I know, they didn't find like the Phil Jackson. I guess the jersey was transposed onto Jordan. Maybe Jordan was transposed in front of Phil Jackson. We haven't found out like whether the original jersey existed. We haven't found out whether the original photo existed or it was just everything was just moved around. So we actually don't know about that, but we knew at that point that, oh my God, this is not the jersey. Then I did find out about that cert from the November auction where the original consignor bought it. And this one was like, get out of here. So it was not, the cert was not in the auction that Juan Garcia bought it for, but the previous auction by Gray Flannel did have the cert that said this is a game used jersey. And the date on that cert was mid-May of 1996, which would have meant that this jersey, which was autographed, would have been in the hobby a couple weeks before Michael Jordan allegedly wore it. So that's like another, oh my good God. I mean, just another twist of the knife there.
This wasn't it. Like, as soon as this came out and you started reporting on this, then all of a sudden, other frauds from Juan Garcia started to come to the table. Okay, so there was some cold cases, we should say, especially one that happened in Sydney, in Australia, on June 24th, 2022. A collector met a guy in a McDonald's parking lot in Sydney, and
because it was about $150,000 transaction, he had set it up as, if I'm going to be frauded, I want to make sure I'm protected here. There were a couple things that were some red flags. Anyway, he set up his wife in a car to take video of the person when they were leaving the McDonald's. And he recorded on his phone the actual conversation inside the McDonald's. And on that recording, he's saying, okay, we're trading two cards, a Michael, again, involving Michael Jordan, which is interesting. A Michael Jordan card, game used card, a Julius Erving Jordan card worth about 150 grand for a 1986 sealed Fleer box, sealed by BBCE and authenticated by them. And he's talking about, here's the wrapping. The wrapping is, as you know, this is what BBCE does. It's an authentic box. Here's the letter from Steve Hart, the head of BBCE. And he takes it and he says, here's my business card. If you need anything, let me know. Guy takes it home. He's really excited, doesn't think there's anything fake. And again, this might have gone on and he would have had it in his garage or had it in his room, his man cave, wouldn't think anything is fake. The next day he looks down at the business card and this guy has represented himself as Jonathan Studdard. Now, what's interesting about that is not only is it the John, like Juan, but this guy had a business. Juan Garcia has a business called Art Fido and had been in the art world. And if you break up the last name, it's Stud Art. I mean, again, it's like, how many times he looks down at the business card, it says Jonathan Studdard, and then he looks at the phone number, and the phone number is his phone number, not Jonathan Studdard's phone number, the guy who's doing the trade, who has the Fleer box. And he's like, he could have not put a phone number. He could have not put a phone number. Oh man!
So
this guy,
wow, that's evil.
That's evil. This guy gave me a business card with no phone number. But what he did was he wanted to say, "Ha ha! I got you, man. I printed up this special card with your phone number." And
that's so evil. Like, that's a whole, this guy is really messed up. Like, that's a whole nother level of evil to do that. Not just to pull off a scam and to make money off of a scam, but then to actually taunt the person, to leave an Easter egg behind, to taunt the person who you scammed.
And
that's incredible.
And then he said, I knew right away that this was no good. And I DM'd him, and the DM was the.apollo.11. He had many Instagrams. And he said, essentially, like, why did you pick me as this fraud? And then that Instagram account was deleted. And then the case went cold. He only had a face that his wife took. There was the fake name. So he went to the police and just talked about it. And then 2 months later, he goes to the National, to Steve Hart, and says, hey, I think this is a fake box. And Steve looks at it and says, man, this is really good. This is really good. But he messed up because he put the sticker number on the back. So there's the sticker, the BBC sticker with the writing on it, and then an additional sticker. And that additional sticker then says what it is and matches to the inventory that they've done. And he said the only thing he messed up on was, we have an exemplar of an 86 Fleer box on our website, and this is the exact number, and we made the number just for the website. There's not a real one here. So this is indeed fake. And then he went back, and again, as I talked about on the Australia thing, Steve Hart only has a couple clients in Australia. This guy was buying 1983 Olympic cards. Now, if anyone knows about these, they're the most generic cards you can ever imagine. There's nothing that anyone would like about them. I mean, maybe in 1983, 84, they were hot, but certainly not now. He was buying rack packs of these 83 Olympic cards, and Steve Hart had rationalized that the reason he did this was they were basically the largest, cheapest boxes he could buy, so he could then take the wrapping and have as much error as possible and be able to wrap the 86 Fleer box.
Wow. Darren, these stories are just absolutely insane. I know there's more of them too, but we're going to make our audience wait for that. I want to be respectful of your time. I know you have to go, and this definitely deserves a part 2 as more of these stories unravel, because more are continuing to come into you, and I know you're investigating. So Darren, I appreciate you joining the show, and everybody out there in the audience, stay tuned for the next one. Hello, and here we go. Welcome to another episode of the Geoff Wilson Show, and we are on the show floor of the Burbank Card Show. It currently, as we're filming this, is Saturday afternoon. It is peak hours, especially upstairs where all of the dealer tables are right now, is absolutely insane. If you're watching the vlogs on the Sports Card Investor channel, you're probably getting a sense for that. And this guy, Rob Veras, of course, the head of Burbank Sports Cards, and also one of the heads now of the Burbank Card Show. This was a creation with Rob and others here in the community to put together this card show. And right now, Rob, I know you're tired. You're in the thick of it. You look tired. You actually look tired.
It's exhausting.
It's so pick up. You got to pick up your mic there. We'll see if you can hold that up through the whole thing. But I want to break down for the audience what this is like right now, like you having all the work you put into this thing, what this is like, what you were trying to do with the show, what's gone well, what hasn't gone well, because I think it's such kind of a real-time, fascinating case study into this card show and maybe the future of card shows.
Yeah, just briefly, I mean, we've only been doing card shows for a year. Our first card show was August 26th of 2022. That was our first one.
It's almost exactly 1 year ago.
Almost exactly 1 year ago. And that one was crazy. The lines all the way around the building, Fire Marshal Bill,
But that was a very small show. I mean, I went to that show. That entire show could have probably fit into a quarter of this room, and yet there's 2 stories to this show. The audience can't even see, actually, the upstairs.
This show is 14 times the size.
14 times the size.
Yeah,
okay.
14 times the size of our first one.
Okay.
It's been a rocket ride. We've done 3 different shows, 3 different cities, 3 different facilities, dealing with 3 different companies at those facilities at 3 different scales. So we haven't done the same show twice.
Right.
And so we've had to prove it the whole way. And we wanted to put together a national level show in the best location, in the best facility, and kind of challenge ourselves, can we pull this off?
Yeah. Before we continue, I want to let you know that DraftKings Rainmakers Football is back for its second season, and it's bigger and better than ever before. Head to DraftKings.com/audio and sign up to play Rainmakers today with code GWS for your share of over $30 million in prizes this football season. This week, new customers can claim their first pack of digital player cards for free to get started. Playing Rainmakers Football is simple. Each DraftKings digital card represents an athlete and scores points based on their real-world performance. Draft them into weekly contests for your shot at a share of $30 million in prizes, or sell them anytime on the DraftKings marketplace. Rainmaker contests require no fee to join, as long as you have enough cards to complete a lineup. So rip packs, build your collection, and earn big rewards. Wondering how to get started? New customers visit DraftKings.com/audio today and use promo code GWS to claim a free starter pack. Only at DraftKings.com/audio with code GWS. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Rainmakers contests are not available in certain states. 1 starter pack per customer. Starter pack player cards are ineligible for resale. See terms at DraftKings.com/Rainmakers. I think this is the largest show. Is this the largest card show ever to happen in history outside of the National?
Oh, yeah. I don't think it's close.
Be, right?
This is national size. This is 200,000 square feet.
Right. And so, I mean, other than the National, I think this has got to be the largest card show out there. I mean,
I think this facility is larger than some of the past Nationals.
Yeah.
It's hard to say how big the Nationals were back in the day.
Right.
They used to have them here. I don't know which hall they were in.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not about the size of it. It's about the vibe. It's about the excitement. Southern California has been neglected since 2006 of having a national level show.
Yeah.
And they don't plan on coming back till at least 2028, correct?
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
booked
locked
through
in, for several years now.
And, I would say 97% of the people on this floor have never been to the National.
Right.
And they've been waiting for something to come to Southern California. These are all fresh eyeballs. These are people that, if the National doesn't come back here, they're not going to engage with them. And a lot of their sponsors won't be able to engage with them. And there's a void, and it's the best market in the country. I think bar none, not even close. And again, if you polled everybody here, have you been to the National before? Are you going to Cleveland? Will you go to Atlantic City? I'm guessing 95% of the answer is no.
Yeah.
When the people in that line that I saw, I see these families walking around. What does it cost for a family of 4 to leave the state to go to a card show?
And I mean, the Southern California card scene, and I mean, California in general, like it's so massive. Not only the population, but it seems like the collector base here is more established than in most other parts of the country as well, from what I've experienced.
Which is kind of crazy because you would think the East Coast would be more generational. Teams have been around a lot longer. Sports has been around a lot longer. But I challenge any city to go up against Southern California or LA. I believe the best shops, the nicest shops, and you've toured the shops in Southern California. I think for the most part, my fellow card shop owners do an amazing job. And you can tell me Dallas, you can say New York, and I'm like, nah.
Yeah.
You look around here, you'll know it's Southern California.
Well, and it is a void, as you said. The National actually had their biggest card show ever in Anaheim. Actually, it was right here, right? It was right here in 1991. It was literally...
The lines were the longest. I don't know if the floor space was the biggest.
Right.
But the lines were absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and so the National has already proven that the Southern California card market's insane.
Right.
But why has the National neglected in a sense, right? They've stayed in the middle of the country. They've gone to the East Coast.
Right.
But you said they haven't been back to California since 2006, and they won't be back for several years at a minimum.
It'll be 22 years.
Yeah, at least.
How do I want to put this? The facilities that they hold these events in don't cost them a whole lot of money to put them on. This facility would stagger you how much it costs to put it on. So I think it's the cost of the facility, and I think it's the membership of the voting committee for the National. Most of them are older. Most of them are on the Eastern Seaboard. And from what I understand, most of them want to be able to get into a car, a van, or truck and be able to drive to the show. And so that's why it hasn't been west of Chicago since... It's not just the West Coast. It's middle America, too. Anything past Chicago or Rosemont, it hasn't been, I don't even know.
Yeah.
And it's not fair, I don't think, to the market out here. I think it's short-sighted, and there was a void. And the whole reason we started this, Geoff, was during COVID, Dallas was open. Texas was open.
Yeah.
And so we're having people spend $800 to put their feet on the floor at the Dallas Card Show. That money evaporated. Airlines, hotels, that money's gone. And I'm like, we need something around here. I didn't want to do it per se, but I had a brief conversation with Jay, my director of logistics, and I was thinking something really small because I don't know anything about running shows. And Jay's like, no, we're not doing the Elks Lodge. It's still the joke that we have today. I'm like, yeah, dude, the Elks Lodge would be perfect. And he's like, are you crazy? So it's amazing how it's grown. I think that we'll actually be able to move to a bigger venue next year. We're doing Ontario.
So the next one, right. So this one right now, obviously Labor Day weekend is when we're filming this here. So your next one is already planned. You're doing 2 a year. That's the pace that you guys are trying to do. So you're also out doing the National in that regard too.
Right.
Which is one thing I've never understood with the National. I think the National could support 2 a year. They could do more of an East Coast, East to Mid, and they could do a West Coast. But hey, they've left a void open. You're taking advantage of the void the Nationals left behind, right?
Yeah, I don't even think I'm doing that. The West Coast deserves this.
Yeah. And
I think that people are showing up in mass. I mean, it's unbelievable that, again, it's a void. And it's almost unexplainable, to be honest with you, that you would literally cut off more than half the country. Chicago's way closer to the East Coast than here. I didn't understand it. It used to frustrate me. I used to go buy pallets of cards. And I used to sit there and go, it would be so much nicer if it was here and I could get the cards back easily.
Right.
Or I could stay home and and I'm like, why doesn't it ever come out here? Now, to be honest with you, I could care less if it ever came back.
Yeah.
Here,
so
honestly.
you're going to recreate that here. Okay.
We're going to do the best we can.
You got Ontario, California, not Ontario, Canada.
Some people think, even in California, they think that.
I was confused. When I went to go book my plane flights to go to the Ontario show last year, I typed in Ontario. I'm trying to figure out why these tickets are like $1,300. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. These are tickets to go to Canada, not tickets to go to California. I got that figured out, thankfully. But yeah, so you've got Ontario, California. That's coming up in
February.
Weekend after the Super Bowl
yes.
this year? Okay. Last year was Super Bowl weekend. This next year is going to be the weekend after the Super Bowl. And you've even expanded the show floor in Ontario from what it was last time.
Sure. We had Hall A, basically, and we had some of the different rooms. Hall A was 70,000 feet, huge leap for us. Now we'll get the whole entire space. I think it's like 120,000 feet total. It's much smaller than this, though. But the key for us is when you're getting convention space, it's not always available. They might be booked out 3 years, and getting space, especially this kind of quality space, it's really difficult. So
and I will say this is a very nice space. So part of my complaint that I've had about other card shows, and I've done Geoff Wilson shows about this, and you've even commented that you agreed on some of the things, like we saw. I mean, frankly, we saw at the National this year. Air conditioning, real problem at the National this year, right? The show floor, that Chicago Center, although there's many conveniences with all the hotels there and everything, it looks dingy. The lighting's bad. There's no natural light. There's the floor's kind of old. There's obviously no carpet. It's just the whole thing is dingy.
Right.
I love so much about Chicago and the fact that you've got all the hotels and the restaurants and the sky
awesome.
Bridges, but the show floor is dingy. Here it's the opposite. The show floor is, there's actually natural light, coming in this direction. The camera can't see it, but you got natural light. You got, carpet. You got high ceilings. Feels very good having nice high ceilings. You got good lighting. Everything's bright. You got an open show floor. I mean, this is a really nice environment to do it in.
would you agree that this is the nicest facility you've ever gone to for a card show?
I would agree. And Ontario, honestly, last time was pretty nice as well.
Nice building.
It was nice. It didn't have the carpet, but it still had it was a new facility.
Yeah.
It was a nice new convention center. Yeah.
It's so we have that one booked through 2025 for the first part of the year. Then we're going to do whatever big show we can do, and we're
You think
probably
it's
going
going to
to
be
do
Labor
bigger.
Day weekend again next year?
It's whatever they say is available.
Okay.
It
So
might
you're
be
always-
middle of August, middle of
Okay.
September.
But the pattern's going to be a little bit of
Q1
a
and
smaller
Q-
show
Q1,
at the beginning
Q3.
of the year. The next few will be in Ontario, California, and then a bigger show later in the year,
We're looking-
sometime around Labor Day.
Right. And if Ontario's too small for that first quarter, we'll go bigger.
Right.
We're seeing what we did this year. Talking to the person that runs this center, she's like, we need to get you a bigger space, and we need to make this more available for you. So it's just like, wow.
Yeah.
She was at the end of the line, and she's like, Rob, this is absolutely crazy. So we think we have some rocket sauce. We're having conversations. A lot of people are looking at what we're doing, and they have an excitement. I think there's probably a limit to what we can do as a card show. As 3 people with only 1 full-time. So maybe there'll be some help down the road to supersize things. But we're going to do our best at damnedest. If it's just us or whatever the future might hold, we're going to give Southern California the ultimate collecting event. And what you will also realize here, Jeff, no signers. We had Fernando, Sosha, and Outman for like 2 hours in the corner.
Yeah.
There's no autograph pavilion.
Yeah.
And we drew this many people. It's a pure card show.
Yeah, it's true, and you can't see the dealer floor, but the dealer floor upstairs, where the actual dealer tables are, is insane.
It's only gotten more insane since this morning.
Now obviously a huge event like this though doesn't go off without some hitches, especially as you're doing things for the very first time, right? So I'm like, what over the last 24 to 48 hours have you learned that you're like kind of taking notes up for next time?
Yeah, just line management's always an issue. We try to get better. We're still not there yet. And it's a learning experience. And there's certain rules and regulations that the convention center has about entry points. You have to have a wand go over you.
Right, they got security here.
Ontario had a metal detector. Anaheim had wands, which slows things down dramatically. And they want things through one entrance. So dealing with that. The hardest part, to be honest, when you go to this scale in these types of facilities, the really good ones, is unions.
Yeah.
And I was told originally it wasn't union. And that was a lie. To be honest, we'd already started selling tables, all of that. And I don't want my vendors getting nickeled and dimed like some other shows that might have in different areas that are union. They're getting nickeled and dimed. And we took the guy in charge out to lunch and said, hey, look, what's the number? What's the number to eliminate the nickel and diming to our dealers? What's the nickel and diming to get them in easier and not have to deal with, BS, for lack of a better term? They came up with a number, and we just paid it. We just paid it. It was worth it to us because we want this to be problem-free. We want this to represent my brand. My face is on this, Geoff. My brand is on this. So things that go sideways are a bad reflection on me. So if I can eliminate some of those things, I'm going to do it. And I'd be remiss if we haven't even mentioned EJ and Jay yet. Jay's the director of logistics. This place doesn't look like this without him. The nightmare that's involved with dealing with the convention center, dealing with all the different vendors and all the corporate and getting everything in and getting it right. And the show floor up top, nobody has aisles that wide and that clean. It looks great. Then EJ's the one that's under the gun. He's the event director. I'm kind of the fun face, the brand, how's it going, what's going on? But EJ's the one that's dealing with the day-to-day, 7-day a week. Everybody's upset about something. Everybody thinks they're more special than someone else and trying to get that through. And everyone's trying to get people through for free. And I'm like, no, it's not happening. So it's a partnership. Even my wife, Sally, she's the card mother. She does all the financials. And she does this part-time. So there is no crew of 12 people. There's no there's none of that. It's all just us.
Well, and you got obviously another full-time job, and you got your own card shop, and then some. One of the biggest card shops in the world. This is a lot different business model than the card shop. I mean, the card shop is a constant, ongoing, business that you're managing, relatively steady. Whereas this is a one-time event, and it's this hustle up to one moment, and that moment's going to occur no matter if you want it to or not, no matter if you're ready or not. Here it is. These are the dates. Everyone's showing up. It better be good to go. How has it been like adjusting between those two very different models?
It's exhausting. When you look around and you see everything and your brand and your face are there, it's rough because you want everyone to have the ultimate experience at your show. Again, the shop is chaotic, but you kind of know what to expect. The lead up to this, everybody procrastinates stuff, trying to get people paid and different corporates, and you have to chase people, and budgets are tiny, and it's just like trying to get blood from a stone. And I'm like, I saw what you guys did at the National. I'm like, what the hell? I'm sitting there looking at that, and now that they're seeing the traffic here, I think they're going to level up for next year. So that was a little disappointing with some of that, but again, I haven't proven the kind of traffic that I think we proved today. These corporates, for the most part, have never been on the West Coast. Have never been in front of these eyeballs, have never set up activations with these people. And EJ's the one that's really been the tip of the spear dealing with that. But if you look over there at my booth, how many people are over there?
There's a lot. So just because the camera can't see, we got Burbank has their own setup here on the corporate part of the floor, and it's all like dollar bins and value bins, just tons and tons and tons of dollar bins and value bins. And that's actually interesting because normally the bigger, the higher level the card show, the less of that you see.
It's wrong.
Because people don't want, dealers don't want to buy all this table space at a premium to get, to put dollar boxes out, right? But you've done that here to a very, very big scale.
Well, luckily, I know the promoter.
Right.
So I was able to get
that
some
helps,
space.
Of course. That helps.
But this is an extension of my brand. It's the Burbank experience. The marching orders with this whole thing was, I don't mind if we lose money doing it, but don't embarrass the brand. And so the Burbank experience is built on going online, buying 100 different cards, putting in a shopping cart, best delivered price. It's built on coming in the store and put your hands on cards. I'm a firm believer people want to put their hands on cards, and everyone's like, the hobby's dead, no one wants to do that. Look at my booth, look at my store. You just have to put the effort in, and these high-end shows are great, but if the Burbank brand's going to be attached to it, it's going to have that, and it's going to be exclusive to Burbank.
You got to have
these people are spending
there,
hours at these tables, and that's what it's about. People forget about hobby, the ultra modern, all the content creators, yourself included. Sometimes we forget, we take the eye off the prize. The prize is collecting, the prize is looking for Easter eggs, and the prize is building some kind of collection, and it gets lost in the shuffle. And I scream from the highest pulpit all the time that it's a damn hobby. And we've gotten away from that as an industry, and that's at every level. there's a lot of quick bucks, there's a lot of flipping, there's a lot of all these things.
There's a lot of flash. There's a lot of the $100,000 card, the $10,000 card, and of course, I do a lot of that on my channel.
Sure, of course.
People like to see it. But I agree with you that there's a lot of heart and soul
Sure.
in the dollar bins.
People, no one goes on social media that they went through my Bo Jackson section and found 42 cards and they were stoked. That was their budget. They walked out of here happy. They spent an hour looking through cards. They're not going on Instagram and like, I call them the silent majority, Jeff. The majority of people in this hobby are those folks.
Yeah.
But they're not flashy.
Yeah.
But that's okay. But my job is to make sure that it's always a hobby.
Yeah.
Because I'm concerned. I speak from the highest mountain that breaking should not be the forward-facing part of the industry. It really should be, it's a damn hobby.
Yeah.
It really should be fathers and sons going through cards, picking their favorite players, building PCs, then starting to level up from there. We can't have them simply just gamble.
Yeah.
That's not the forward-facing part of the industry I want. What I want, they can start there, they can build up, and then maybe eventually they should be doing breaks. But I'm the tuba player going the wrong way, Jeff. I was talking to Mike Mahan yesterday, and I know how he feels about breaking, but he knows it's not perfect. But there's just got to be more love shown to what this industry is looking for.
Yeah, I understand that. Now, a lot of card shops, and I think card shows as well, that have limited space are probably thinking to themselves, well, I can't make that much money on dollar bins.
Right.
If I can sell a $1,000 card and get a 30% profit margin, I made $300.
Right.
But how many dollar cards do I have to sell till I eventually make back that same $300? And that $1,000 card took up that much space in my store. All these dollar bins are going to take up that much space. Why is that? Should they be thinking that way?
No.
Or are you saying that's flawed thinking?
Completely wrong. You need to grow your community. Look at it from, go around the counter and look at it from the consumer's point of view. And you're walking around $1,000 boxes, $500 boxes, $1,000 slabs. You're looking at back room, all they're doing is breaking. You walk in as a family, is that attractive? It's not attractive to me, not at all. First impression is, I can't afford this hobby. Now we're getting rid of another generation. We've done so much to grow this, but if we forget that it's a damn hobby, we're in trouble. And you better have price points. I preach it every day. Value, price points, Easter eggs. People want to put their hands on the cards, Jeff. It's a misnomer that everything is about grading. It's a misnomer that everything is about social media. It's a misnomer because those are the people screaming the loudest.
Right.
And I think it's wrong. And my job is to represent the hobby in the best possible light. And I think I've done it here. I think I've done it through my online business. And I certainly know I've done it through my card shop.
Yeah.
And there's a reason that we keep leveling up. And that's because we don't forget that it's a damn hobby.
Yeah. That's interesting. And, you have built a brand around that because not just in your card shop, and I've been in there several times, and these dollar bins, you have them out, all over the shop, bins for people to take out, sorted by player. But then online on eBay, you've got millions of cards.
Right.
And probably, if I had to guess, your average card on eBay is probably under $10, right?
Right. It's definitely.
Maybe even a
way
couple
lower,
of bucks or
way
something.
Lower, yeah.
Yeah. And so is it just at that level? Is it just kind of all about volume, and that's how you make it work?
I think what's misunderstood, maybe about me, maybe not. People that really know me kind of understand this. It's not all about the money. For me, a lot of it's about legacy these days as I get older, just trying to show people that it's a hobby. And we've sold 6 million cards on eBay in our career, which is absolutely unbelievable. What people have to understand, though, when you have that kind of selection, that long tail, if you will, somebody might find you on a random search for Mark Grace and see that you have that card that no one else does. That drags them into your ecosystem. So every fresh listing I have out there is an opportunity to bring in a buyer. So when you can go wide like that and you could dominate search and they realize it's $30 free shipping, it's only 99 cents. I could put 30 different cards in my shopping cart and have them delivered of my favorite player or my favorite team from a certain year. It's huge. And if we get away from all that, industry's dead. If we get away from providing liquidity, no industry. If we get away from making it a hobby, there's no industry. There's too much short. We've seen what's happened to the market, Jeff. It wasn't sustainable. But you know what? That never went away.
The dollar bins, the dollar bin stayed strong, even throughout the ups and downs of the market.
Yeah.
The dollar bin, that's a fair point, right? The price point of a 1987 Topps Mark Grace card, for example. Did Grace play in 87?
No.
He might have been after that.
88 Topps traded.
There you go. That was, I was a year early on his rookie card. I'm thinking back to my childhood.
Close.
That's fair. Well, let's say, we'll go like with a Will Clark, 87 Topps Will Clark card. The price point on that card, raw condition, probably didn't go up or down at all during the COVID, up and down, because it's not the card that everyone was chasing.
But what you have to understand is we've been fortunate. We brought back so many lapsed collectors that were in the hobby in the mid 80s, early 90s, and that's their memories. And they remember collecting Will Clark cards when they can go through my box and find all kinds of inserts and parallels, and they're $1, they're $2. They're like 12 years old again.
Yeah.
And I don't think that quite translates to case breaks. I don't think that translates to high-end slabs whatsoever. And, it's an extended adolescence. If we can bring people into the hobby, leave your troubles at the door, put your hands on the cards, feel like you're 14 or 12 years old again, and that's critical. I'm not all about the money. And I think anybody that knows me knows that I didn't build this to get rich quick. And I think people see the grind that I do, see what I built, and understand that Rob does this because he really loves it.
Right.
And I hope that they think that and they know that. But the fast buck isn't the long term in this industry. It can't be. If we don't have sections like that, if we don't have organized things, if we don't have products to fit the right price points. During COVID, we have $80 blaster boxes. We turned off a lot of people. I think Topps and Fanatics are doing a hell of a job of creating products at the right price points. And that's huge. Baseball's overtaken basketball. And I think that's from what Fanatics has done. Having available product, having things at $20 to $30 stickers. That's what gets people
Topps
in.
does do a good job of that, like Series 1, Series 2,
Of
those
course.
types of products. There you get a lot of cards.
Right.
The boxes aren't expensive. You can get in there and get a ton of stuff. It's good. Yeah, for whatever reason. I mean, Panini has products like NBA Hoops, which try to serve that need, although even Hoops got silly expensive at times during COVID. But it doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't seem to connect as well. With baseball, there's like more of a connection with the Topps flagship
Right, it's more
products, Topps
generational.
Chrome, that kind of thing, yeah.
And there's also, they're not going through distributors anymore for the most part. That's where the bloat was. That's where I thought that the industry jumped the shark, where a product that was $80 was hitting at $300.
Yeah.
And it was the distributors that were just getting rich.
Yeah.
And the end consumer was the one that was getting, for lack of a better term, screwed by it.
Yeah.
And what was I going to say? The value of the cards in the box didn't translate anywhere near what the product was. And all you got to do is burn somebody once or twice, and they're out. And I'm not a fan of that. So I think getting rid of that distributor bloat and Topps being able to sell it on their own site, everyone's like, why would I compete with Topps? I'm like, and Fanatics, Fanatics is going to get that stuff in the hands of people we only dreamed of. And then if you're doing your job right and they sold it to someone in your neighborhood, you're going to do well.
Yep.
And you got to think long term. You can't think short term. And I'm a firm believer that there needs to be more hobby shops.
Yep.
People look at me like I have three heads. I'm like, no, those are billboards for the industry. You get them, they get them into the ecosystem. It's your job now to be able to market to get them into your ecosystem. But it takes one point in time for them to get into a store, and then they're hooked. I mean, there's nothing like this hobby.
Yeah.
All it takes is one or two bad interactions for them to sour. And if mom isn't pleased, then all of a sudden everything shuts down. So to me, it's always mom.
Yeah.
Mom
we talked
holds
about
the purse
that before.
strings.
Yeah. And so what's really interesting, what I've experienced here being at this card show over the last 24 hours, I'd say the majority of the people that I have met on the card show floor say, this is my first card show. This is the first card show I've ever been to before. The majority are saying that to me.
I hear the same thing.
A lot of moms, a lot of dads with their kids, and they're here and they've seen it on YouTube. They bought some packs, they've that kind of thing, but they've never actually gone, and maybe they've been to a card shop or two, but they've never experienced a show, and they've heard about this and they're excited to come for the first time. And it shows that's incredible. Like, so many people over the last couple of years were like predicting the demise of the hobby with the prices falling and, people losing money on big cards. And I kept saying throughout that entire time period, I said, If interest in the hobby were dying off, I would agree with you. But everything I'm seeing shows prices are falling, but interest is not waning at all. And the number of new people continue to come in. Like it may not be quite as many as it was back in 2020, but there still is a very consistent flow of new people into this hobby every single month. You probably see it in your shop.
We have record amounts of people coming through.
You see?
Everybody's new. Yeah, you treat them right. You give them the tour.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden you got someone. But we can't have the forward-facing part of this industry fractionalize gambling.
Yeah.
I speak on it, and I'm not a popular guy when I talk on it. But at the end of the day, that's not what's going to 3x and 5x this industry. Yeah. It's not.
Yeah.
And it's a short solution. What's going to do it is grassroots, getting cards into the hands of kids, moms willing to go to the shop for 90 minutes during the week and let their kids shop because it's wholesome, because they really enjoy it, and they tell their friends and they tell their friends. And I'm always about mom. Mom is more social. Mom will get on Instagram and show what their sons are doing, and they talk way more than us dads do. And it just becomes viral. So, yeah, the best days are ahead. There's a reason I work my ass off. There really is, because I know that we're still in early days, and people might not understand that. We're still in early days.
Yeah.
And I keep telling people, I'm just getting warmed up.
There you go. I love it. I love it, Rob. Well, this has been incredible. I know you're a busy guy.
Busy guy.
We're going to let you get back to the show floor. You've also got to rest that voice up. You still got another, 24 hours or so to get through here. What are you doing when this is all said and done and the show wraps up end of day tomorrow? What do you do? Do you sit back with a Coors Light? Are you going on vacation somewhere? Are you starting to work on the next one? What do you do when this thing ends?
Going to the beach on Monday.
Great.
I just have to just breathe for a second.
Great.
I can't believe this place, and I really appreciate you coming out with the family. And
brought the wife and all 3 kids to this one. In fact, right now my wife and my daughter are across the street at Disneyland. And they were here yesterday, and then today they went over to Disneyland, and my 2 sons are here somewhere on the show floor, walking around doing trades with other kids, that kind of thing.
Would you agree that this is the best destination for a card show?
Oh, I love it. I mean, my wife obviously, she's not into cards herself. She likes to go to support the kids.
Right.
But, she's not crazy about going to certain shows. Like, you go to Dallas and it's, kind of in the middle of nowhere in Allen, Texas. And so, she's those types of things. It's like, well, what am I going to do? What is the daughter going to do if she gets bored? And, but then this one, it was like, well, we're actually across the street. We're across the street from Disneyland. So we're actually staying over at the Disneyland Hotel.
That's awesome.
And getting that whole experience. And so, in fact, even after I leave the show tonight, we're going to go catch the last few hours at the park and watch the fireworks. And
did you see the fireworks from the top patio? What other show?
Trade night.
Yeah, what other show? Yeah. What other show ends with fireworks? That's crazy, right?
That was really cool. At trade night last night, it was outdoor on an upstairs patio here, and it was literally overlooking Disneyland. You could see all the fireworks. It was neat.
I love this location.
Yeah.
I really do.
Well, this is great, Rob. Well, we're cheering for the next one. I hope you enjoy your time at the beach.
Yeah, it might be it too.
And we'll see you in Ontario. Hopefully, we'll see some of these folks in Ontario, California, the week after the Super Bowl, February 2024.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's next.
Good stuff, Rob. Thank you very much. Brian, welcome to the Geoff Wilson Show.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. I love what you guys do and what you represent. And it really is what we're seeing here at this show. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. So let's start with that, right? This is, I know you've been to obviously a bunch of nationals. This, I think there was a little nervousness maybe, and you referenced this when we talked earlier. There's a little nervousness perhaps going into this one, in the fact that we weren't, we weren't sure about how the state of the hobby, prices declining for the last couple of years, how that would perhaps affect attendance or enthusiasm or that kind of thing. And we've seen, though, you describe it. What have you seen?
Well, here's what I see. First off, the attendance is insane. The engagement, like people buying, like there's activity. It's not just people come and say, oh, look at this baseball card industry. It's kind of interesting. The prices have lured some people back in and made it interesting to them. And I think just the general excitement around the category is unreal. The room was hot the first few days, which was crazy, but it was hot also because there were a ton of people here.
Right.
And I think just the level of we couldn't even walk up to tables. We didn't even bother trying to buy for 2 days. too many people at every table. We couldn't walk up and engage. There were so many people. So I think if you came in here nervous or concerned that the market was softer, it's in price only, which is important. That's when I'm not worried about an industry or a market, is when price is the only thing you have to worry about. When liquidity is still really good, and when you see it actually get better with lower prices, that's good. That's a business I want to be in. What I don't like is declining prices, declining volume, lack of interest. Those are bad signs. What I saw here was very good. And I think these pullbacks, so you reference, they're healthy.
They are healthy.
Straight up usually results in straight down.
And it did.
And it did. Any great stock chart, if you look at stock, I hate to compare to stocks, but when you do, ups and downs are part of a long-term trend that's sustainable. And I see those things here, and not to be a chartist, but I don't mind the setup here. The setup's really good. We've seen prices to show people what potential really was, and now we have a chance to get there in an orderly fashion instead of a disorderly fashion. And people can buy and actually get assets or collectibles along the way and actually participate. When it went straight up, you couldn't buy. As fast as you bought, the prices went up so much you sold, or you couldn't get the asset because it left you. Now you have time to really accumulate and be thoughtful about what you're buying. This is a great setup. It really is. I'm not saying we're going to see those old prices again anytime soon, but you don't have to.
It's almost better not to see those old prices again.
You don't have to see them.
If we get back to those prices, you want to see it 5 or 10 years from now so we can build towards those prices. We don't want to. I don't want to see the hockey stick back up again. I don't, because as you said, the hockey stick up is going to be followed by perhaps another crash period.
It was fun though.
It was fun.
I mean, it was crazy.
Oh, it was fun.
Roller coasters are really fun until you're at the top. And even if it's fun coming down, what if you look down and some of the track is missing? That's what we were on. We were on a roller coaster where you didn't see it go down and go back up. You're like, oh, I'm going to be fine. It's going to go back up in a minute. No, you don't know where the track is, or it's dark and it's not lit up. You don't know what's coming. And so it wasn't that much fun. The good news again, we went down a little fast, which is good. I'd rather get it over with. Even if we lose some people in the process, which I hate seeing, when the market softens like that really fast, at least you get it over with. So now we bottomed. We're back on the road to recoveries. Assets have started to firm up in some places. I feel good about it. And this show, I felt way better coming away from here than coming into here. No doubt about it.
No, I mean, attendance has been great. There's been a ton of transactions taking place. Every dealer I've talked to has been happy at this show. I've talked to some dealers who are like, I'm basically sold out of inventory. You know, I don't even know how it is set up on Sunday because I have so few cards left. And so that kind of stuff's really encouraging.
What a great problem. I mean,
what a great problem to have.
It's a great problem. So this was very encouraging.
Yeah, this was definitely encouraging. I agree. And, you know, one of the things that gives me so much hope about the future of the sports card market, I said this a couple of times, is despite everything dropping hard in price and a lot of people losing money on cards they bought and they've gone down in value. Despite that, there's still our content, you know, the consumption of our content is as hot as it could be. People are still coming to this show. We're still setting a big time attendance numbers at shows like this all over the country, not just the national. And I said, imagine anything else in life where you got kicked for 2 straight years and you're losing money and you're getting beat up, but you're still as enthusiastic to go back the next day and do it than ever before. But that's been largely what the card collecting community has gone through for the last 2 years, yet it's still this strong and it's still this good. So imagine if we are actually at a point of stability and we're actually at a point of starting to grow again, which I believe we are, then imagine what that's going to look like healthy growth combined with the level of enthusiasm that we have today. I just think that is like the winning formula, and I think we're getting into that territory right now. I'm really excited to see what this next 5 years is going to be like.
Yeah, no, and again, the one factor that we haven't even talked about is, you know, I've talked to the Fanatics guys, and we are very aligned on one principle, which is we're going to grow the addressable market for trading cards. And so when you factor in, we're making cards of cornhole, pickleball, influencers like Livy Dunn, because we realize that there are millions and millions and millions and millions of people who've never bought a card. And at Leaf, and I know at Fanatics, the goal is to create collectibles that will get people to try a trading card for the first time. And if we're successful and they're successful in growing the addressable market, that makes the setup even more beautiful. Because long term, if the pool of buyers goes from 2 million to 10 million, or 15 million, even if they're less mature buyers who have to learn and take time to ramp up, we think the addressable market size could create a level of interest and liquidity that we didn't see the first time we shot through the roof irrationally. This could be a really good setup long term, and that's why I think it's so critical that they continue to do what they're doing and investing in the space and finding their spots, and that we do what we can do, which is come up with incredibly creative content that is just so different than anything else anyone else makes. However we get there, I think the addressable market growing is going to be the one factor that is left out of that equation that could end up being a game changer.
Yeah.
I really believe that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole idea of 10Xing this thing, right?
I
You've
believe
got to
10X,
figure out a
and
way to get all the new
me
people
and Ruben
in.
both agree 10X is possible.
Yeah.
It sounds insane, but it is actually possible. But it's a road.
Yeah.
Buy your first card and embrace that cards have value. Once you jump over that hurdle,
Yeah,
then it's just time, experience, learning.
yep.
And again, they're investing in education. We're investing in education. We're going the right way. This is a positive environment we're in, even though some people are nervous.
Right.
They're nervous. This fanatic's going to change what I'm comfortable with. Well, guess what? The first day of school, you didn't feel very comfortable.
Yeah.
You ended up okay. You know, there's a lot
Sure.
of times in your life you go through transition.
And Fanatics will change what a lot of people are used to, for
That's
sure. It's going to change some of the economic models of this. It's going to change the economic model for card shops, for breakers, for a lot of different things. But if the overall addressable market grows significantly, there is tons of opportunity and tons of money to be made.
Tons.
It may just mean you got to go about your business a little differently than you have the last 40
And even if
years.
you're not an investor and you're a collector or whatever, just think about this, the addressable community.
Yeah.
Like if you're in this for community and you're in this for things that are not money driven, the addressable community, the addressable friendships you can build, 10X. The number of people you can now interact with, your community has grown 10X potentially. You're not in some little minority of people. You're becoming part of a movement, if that's possible.
Yeah.
That's really powerful.
Yeah.
Just from not just from an investor standpoint, but from a collector standpoint.
I was sitting with Stephanie Garcia from Mama Breaks last night at dinner, and you know, we were kind of talking about where the industry is and where, you know, her business, you know, being in breaking, and she's seeing explosive growth right now, and where she should take her business and all this type of thing. And I looked at her at one point, and we were both kind of talking about all these possibilities and everything. And I looked at her at one point and I said, I really feel like we're still on the ground level right now of something that is about to get much bigger than what either of us can currently imagine. I still believe that. And I know that's weird to say because we're at an event that there's, you know, 100,000 people at the National or close to it. And so, you know, that we've already got on our YouTube hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Your company's got millions of people who are buying your products. So it's already a big market, but I still believe that if everyone plays their cards right, and who knows what will happen. But if Fanatics does what they say they're going to do, if you continue to do what you're going to do, if others continue to do what they say and think they're going to do, that we are actually still just on the ground floor of something that's going to become much, much bigger than any of us can imagine potentially in the next 5 to 10 years.
And it's hard to think about the ground floor 40 or 50 years into a business.
Yeah, it is actually.
But
it is.
Again, you crawl before you walk, before
Yeah.
you run, before you sprint. And we started sprinting before we really knew how to walk.
Yeah, that is true.
And so now we're going to have to retrain our body how to do this the right way and the healthy way, kind of like a batter with bad habits. Sometimes you have to break it down and forget everything you've learned and start over and relearn how to do this. We're going to relearn how to do this.
Yeah.
And some guys won't be along for the ride because they're immune to change and stubborn, or they're not flexible, or they can't pivot. But you've heard me talk. I preach pivot all the time because pivot is going to be the future of this industry. If you can't pivot, you can't play here. It's just a reality on the business side anyway.
Yeah.
As a collector, the beauty is you call your own shots.
Yeah.
You don't let anyone tell you what you can and can't buy. You buy what you like.
Yeah, 100%. All right, I want to talk more about Leaf in a couple of minutes because I think your business model is really interesting. We're going to talk about that. But first, we are here at the National and talk about, you know, we're talking about how this thing could grow or how the industry could grow at all these levels. But the National itself, can it support it? Like, what does this thing need to look like in the next few years? Now you got Fanatics who just launched their new events company, which in some ways may end up going head-to-head against the National. How do you think this looks or needs to look here in the future?
I think the National has a challenge, and that's that it's not really owned by anyone. Like, it's kind of owned by the deal. Like, there's some real, it's very confusing. It's kind of like, who owns the National? Well, no one. Well, someone clearly owns it because there's a business here, obviously. But no one owns it. For anything to change, the dealers and the board have to vote on it. It's been a very stodgy process. And the board is mainly older hobbyists, not the new era of hobbyists. I think a few new hobbyists ran for the first time this year. When I tried to run, they kind of discouraged me because, you know, they weren't ready for the kind of change that I would probably push for. But the reality is it's very slow to change, the National. And I think Fanatics Events, that's probably your National. Whether it's next year or the year after, I personally think they should go head-to-head next year, same weekend. Pick a better city. A city where you actually pay for the convention hall instead of getting it free.
You think Fanatics Events should go head-to-head against the National?
If they go head-to-head, we will be at Fanatic Events.
Wow.
Because I'll tell you what's going to happen.
Oh, boy,
they're
Brian.
going to pour. I'm just telling you honestly, they're going to pour money in this thing in a way that, and again, it's not a Fanatics commercial. Maybe I'm drinking a little bit of Kool-Aid, but
yeah,
I believe that if you go there, it'll feel more like FanFest. And
yeah,
there'll still be dealers, but there will be, and hardcore dealers.
Yep.
But you'll have a room where you can kick field goals, throw baseballs.
Yes.
How is the Cubs World Series trophy not here?
Yeah.
How is that not in this room?
Yeah. Yeah.
Major miss.
How are there
Major
not?
miss.
Yeah.
How do we not have 2,000 little kids running around in the next hall instead of like those last 100 tables you sold? Kicking field goals, running 40s with a clock, keeping their speed.
Yeah.
How are we not getting fans who've never bought a card in this room?
Correct.
This room is not conducive to people who have never bought a card. It's just not. Now, with that being said, the National has a rich history and heritage. This is my 33rd straight National to be set up at. I have set up at 33 straight
That's
Nationals.
incredible.
I don't feel that old, but like since I was a kid, 18 years old, I love this show. It means a lot to me. This is like my one highlight a week I look forward to. But I preach pivot. I preach change. And if you're not prepared to reinvent the wheel and to totally blow your people's mind with how you think, you're going to get left behind. We're in a different world.
Yeah.
We're in an AI. Think of things that were never possible things. I make cards with Lionel Messi strolling down the beach in Miami wearing sunglasses when he never did that, using AI. We made a card of Joe Biden sleeping at his desk. We make cards that don't exist. We make pictures of things that never happened because you have to use wild imagination. And I don't know that we're showing wild imagination. We are using a very boxed trade show formula here. And that allows you to have a very boxed trade show result.
Yeah.
And I think these guys, again, is it all talk? We're going to find out. But if they can execute the vision, this is a different game.
Yeah.
But again, the problem is the National Board needs young, wild, creative thinkers to say, we've got to be different.
That's
the
the
problem
biggest
is,
thing.
I don't know if you've walked up to like the booths at the very front door. The average guy there is 70 years old and has not opened a box of cards in 30 years, since 1990 tops. They haven't opened a box of cards. And that's who's controlling the vote of these events. Sometimes not everything has to be a democracy. And the greatest change in the world a lot of times happens from a bold thinker, whether it's Elon Musk, Zuckerberg, Bezos, Gates. Think of the great Buffett, Michael Rubin. I'm telling you, the great thinkers boldly do what you have to do. Sometimes facing adversity, and I face my fair share of people who say, this guy's a lunatic. But I don't really care because I'm going to be remembered because I do whatever it takes to be wildly creative, prove people wrong, and that sometimes you have to be a bold visionary and just do it.
Yeah.
And people may not like it, but you'll learn.
Yeah.
They may not like unlicensed, but more and more people are looking and saying, oh, crap, my 1981 Joe Montana rookie card is not licensed. People don't realize Topps didn't have a license. My Staubach rookie,
I saw your post
my
about
Bradshaw
that the other day on
rookie,
Twitter.
my Dorsett rookie. All of those cards are unlicensed. And when Panini loses the licenses in 2 years, you think people are going to quit buying Flawless and Immaculate and Treasures? No, they're going to buy them unlicensed. And once they start buying those brands unlicensed, that mindset's going to change. So I decided 10 years ago to be way ahead of the curve and make unlicensed high quality, because there will be a day where people change their collecting habits. They're going to change. Same thing with this show. You've got to be bold and visionary and put it out there. And when you do that, and you're right, it will work out even if the public doesn't realize you're right. And I think it's time for someone to take on the established cookie cutter, because I don't want to live in a cookie cutter world.
Yeah.
I want to live in this bold world change that we're experiencing. Everywhere outside this building, all the bets are off and all the rules are changing. But in this building, we're not ready to embrace change, and it's time.
Brian, you just said a lot of really poignant things. You just said a lot of things I really agree with. I'm really happy you said them instead of me, because if I said them, I'd probably get a hell of a lot of crap. You're probably going to get a lot of crap from older dealers, but you probably
I love them.
You don't
These
care.
are my friends.
I
was a dealer with them.
Well, yeah, you're right.
And
right,
I'll tell them you're
right,
awesome. I'll tell them you're awesome.
Right.
But you can't, just like we can't ignore the past.
Yes.
We can't ignore the now.
Well, the structure of the National will hold it back. The fact that there is the board, all that type of thing. Like, even, like, for example, I talked to a lot of people at the National, people attending, asking the question, while I was here this time, what's the number one thing you would improve? I was just curious to hear what people said. And the number one thing I heard repeatedly by far was organization of the show floor, so that different types of dealers are grouped together, or the same types of dealers are grouped together. I heard from a whole bunch of soccer collectors. We can't find any soccer because there's one table over there, one table over there, one back there, one back there, one back there, and one over there that have soccer cards, but they're all spread out in this sea of vintage baseball and whatever. And then I've heard from modern football. I want my dealers which have more modern football grouped together this time, but they're not. They're everywhere and anywhere, which means they're kind of nowhere. You can't find them. But the problem is because of how the National has done their selection of booths forever, which is a system based on how long you've been a dealer for, then you get the first selection if you got the longest tenure of being a dealer at the National, and then they're going to pick the booths by the aisleways and everything back. It creates absolutely zero organization. So it probably will always forever be that way. The only way it wouldn't be that way is if all the dealers actually agreed, okay, we're willing to sacrifice our own booth location, which we've earned over the last 40 years, in order to actually make the National have a better experience for all. They're never going to agree to do that. Therefore, the National will never be progressive in that area. And the first time Fanatics Events comes out with an event that has all the things you just talked about, all the fan experiences, plus has their show floor actually well organized by different types of dealers. Imagine if there were signs from the ceiling which actually said football, baseball, basketball, and I know some dealers do multiple.
But it could be a mini. You could have mini. It's like the concept Ron Johnson had for JCPenney's. It didn't work. You could do that here, though. You could have mini shows within the show.
Sure.
For categories. Tickets. The ticket convention that got canceled down the street.
Where's collectible
could have
tickets?
been in this room.
Where's collectible tickets?
You could have had the 15 leading dealers in an area.
Yeah.
And that would have been like the go-to place to buy tickets.
Memorabilia over there. Put, vintage baseball memorabilia. Art. Art and displayables. Put that over there, because that's a whole category here. Put it all together and put it right there,
But again,
wax.
what you said
wax,
is, what
put
you
it together
said is
and put it there.
Dealers do not agree on anything typically, because we've kind of been pitted against each other in this competitive structure from manufacturers all the way down. It's been dog eat dog, undersell, cut the other guy, kill him if you can, whatever. We honestly don't even have a body of dealers in this country, like an organization. What great industry does not have a trade organization of any sort designed for professionals to be bound in this special way that you only can be, not by an organization like a union to make money, but like a real organization to represent the interests of a trade? We have no real trade organization. The closest thing we have are conventions, like the Summit and Mint Collective and these things, but that's not. Dealers have never been able to agree as why we don't have that. No one is willing to sacrifice and say, I'm going to start this.
Yeah.
Like, I'm starting in the next 6 months, I'm going to announce the Baseball Card Hall of Fame.
Yep.
We are going to sponsor the Trading Card Hall of Fame. We're going to do it for real. Not like the National has a Hall of Fame, but we think there's a lot of people who have not been recognized over the years that need to be. And we want to give people an incentive to be motivated to be a world changer and to be a person on the wall who they say, that guy changed the hobby world. And we think by organizing something like that, it would work. Someone needs to do that with this trade organization to say, dealers, you are part of a special group. You've given your whole life or part of your life for this industry. Now, let's together, like on Mary Tyler Moore, and we remember the last episode, they all moved across the room hugging. Like, we move together, and we make progress together.
Yeah.
Instead of, I'm going to try to get ahead of the other guy by being, and yes, we're showing individual creativity that's great.
Right.
But how come me and the other manufacturers are not all at a table together?
Yeah.
Collectively, adding to the world of the hobby together collectively. Never going to happen.
That's
but
how you
God,
10X
how amazing would it be?
That's how you 10X it.
And you know what? That's why, given the right opportunities, I am looking forward to working with fellow manufacturers that have the same kind of vision. I want to work with these companies because together we can make a much bigger impact than taking each other's legs out.
I totally agree. I 100% agree. I've got a lot to say on that topic because as one of the leading content creators in the hobby, it's really interesting how certain companies have really embraced us, have tried to partner with us to find ways to create even more interesting, compelling content and grow the hobby. And other companies have completely shut us out, don't want us to have access to anything, don't want to help us out, want to kind of own their own content, even though they do a really poor job of it and it gets very little viewership. And I look at them and I'm like, how about we collaborate? And this is true. I mean, this is true with some of the manufacturers. This is another episode, but it's the same mindset. It's why can't the content creators get together with the companies and figure out ways to, how do we gain more exposure for everybody? How do we bring all of this up a level so that we're showing the world the greatest image possible of all the stuff that's happening in the hobby?
And the challenge for you and other content creators is, how do we have these things but not sacrifice the accountability and the other valuable things that content creators bring? Because even though I've had arguments with certain content creators over time, at the end of the day, if I make a mistake, whoever it is that points out my mistake, as long as it's somewhat respectful, honestly, I deserve to be called to the rug for it. And I think that's the challenge is, I don't want to see content creators bought and paid for. And that's the challenge is a manufacturer, a lot of them, when they open the door to you, that basically means don't talk about this autograph card that we don't think is real or this or whatever. They don't want you talking about those things. They think by cooperating with you, you're bought and paid for. And that's the big challenge for content is how do we establish a great relationship where we're really building the industry by working together. But at the same time, we understand and respect each of our roles in the business.
Yep.
And that there's going to be some things we don't share because it's part of our master plan. And there's going to be some things you're not willing to sacrifice because you're still a hobby journalist in many ways, and you got to call it like you see it.
Yep.
And again, there's times on Sports Card Investor where I've heard them say they're not big fans of unlicensed cards. But I'm sitting here because we're trying to grow a business. We're trying to grow an industry. And while there may be people who don't see the vision yet, I just got to put my head down and do it because I know I'm right. I know it. If I really believe that, it doesn't matter what you or what these other people say. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't care. Even the negative people, I don't care.
Yeah.
I've got to put my head down and do it. And guess what? A lot of those negative people are coming around.
Yeah.
Because they see that my vision's real. I'm a good guy. It's all legit. I'm not one of these people they criticize all the time. Their images are wrong. And I think that's a tough challenge for people in your position is how do you work? But again, just because it's challenging doesn't mean we can't do it.
Sure.
It just means two people have to both come in with the right mindset. We're here to grow the addressable market, to educate people, because long term, if we don't educate, we're going to eliminate.
Yep.
Because they're going to get burned out, make bad choices, and not do well, and struggle, or feel like they didn't invest their money, or they didn't get the enjoyment out of what they spent the way they should. And I think that's the key, is we're not coming in here with the same mindset working together. It's a real shame.
Yeah.
Hopefully companies, and this Fanatics will be the start, hopefully people will come in and say, okay, we have to work together. Whether we want to or not, we have to.
Yep.
Because it's the future of the business, like it or not.
Yeah, no, I definitely hope so. So you've got it now on the topic of Leaf, unlicensed cards. Let's go there for a minute. Tell me, the audience is probably generally familiar with your products, but make the case for unlicensed cards, because you've said, you're right, at times on the Sports Card Investor channel, I wouldn't say we've been critical of it. I don't think we're critical of it.
We're just not fans.
But we're not huge fans of it, and I'll speak honestly to it. From an investment standpoint, I tend to look at licensed products. I tend to want licensed products, right? From a collector standpoint, I think there can be a lot of value in unlicensed.
For sure.
You bring lower price points often for products. People get more out of a Leaf box than they get out of any other type of box because you don't have to pay for the licensing. So you can put more autos in there. You can put more interesting cards. You can put more numbered parallels. You don't have to pay for the licensing, so you can produce it at a lower price point. And so that gets passed on to the consumer with a way of more stuff, which in many cases is good. But what do you think? Like, what do you think is the argument for why unlicensed will continue to grow in popularity and really be, up there with licensed in terms of importance in the trading card world?
I mean, what I can tell you, because I know this for a fact, the growth in sales and profitability for the companies in the unlicensed space far exceeds the three biggest companies in the business. Our sales increase and our EBITDA the last 4 years, we blow these guys away in terms of growth. No brainer. That's because there's changing consumer behavior. The case for player license, I actually don't call it unlicensed. It's player license.
Yeah.
Unlicensed, when you go on eBay and you see a card someone made in their garage,
right, that they had
without
no,
the player's
no right
permission,
to do.
they put the logo on there without permission, whatever it is. We make player license.
Okay.
Every person we make cards up, with the exception of some of our newsflash cards, which are First Amendment driven and fair use, those things. All of our products that are packaged are player licensed. No different than Panini baseball.
Yeah, it's right. So you have the permission from the player to put them on a card,
yes,
but you don't have the permission from the team. You don't have the logo or the sports league, right?
Legally, I will say we may not have to have their permission. We may be allowed to do that without their permission. And Upper Deck had a great legal case. We're not a legal show, but Upper Deck had a great legal case that outlined why. But we try to cooperate and be friendly and not ruffle feathers any more than we have to. We try to ruffle minimal feathers. But the case for player license is a couple. Number one, if you're buying sealed products, no-brainer. The ROI or the return when you open a box from a value-only standpoint is double or triple a licensed product. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
You don't have to like that. It's a fact. We can go open 100 grand worth of Leaf and 100 grand worth of any other company, and you will have more money when you sell my cards than when you sell the others. It's a fact. But it's not just about money. If you collect autographs, you're getting the ink of the best players in the world. We have many players other companies can't get. You may have noticed there's no Giannis autographs in Panini, but I got them. There's no Jaw autographs. They have them exclusive. There's no autographs in their product. I've got them. There's a lot of players that I get that no one else can get. There's celebrities I get that no one's ever going to get. I just signed Clint Eastwood. I mean, no one's getting these people to sign. Britney Spears, J-Lo, Donald Trump. Like, no one's getting these people to sign. I get them to sign. So clearly, we're offering a collector / someone who wants to see the product itself. Forget investment for a second. Clearly, we provide a value that's extraordinary. Number two, if you're a pure investor, not a card collector, I think about it like I think of, when I say high priced, I'm not talking about overall valuation. I'm talking about the actual price of the stock. There are guys that love buying these stocks that are $1,200, $1,500 a share because of the way they behave. And there's also guys that love buying $5 stocks because of the way they behave. Shohei Ohtani, 2018 Leaf Trinity autograph. Number to 25 sold on, or number to 5 sold on pre-war 6 weeks ago for $8,000. That is a player licensed, showing him in his Japanese jersey, card from Leaf that sold for $8,000. We've had Mahomes sell for $5,000, $10,000. This isn't like the old days. This isn't press pass wildcard stage like these other companies. Like, our products are treated like licensed products in many respects. So what I would argue is, if you can't see, and what's funny is you look at a lot of licensed cards, you still can't see the logo.
Right.
Depending on the way the player's facing or standing at the plate, when he's got his hands across his chest to bat, half the time you can't even see the logos anyway.
Right.
So honestly, what is that card different from my card for?
Right.
I can put the city name on the front or the team name on the front. It's descriptive. So, like, I think we've just been brainwashed into thinking licensed. And again, I would argue that most wise investors have figured out that when the mobs are fighting over assets is the time you should be a supplier of the asset, not a consumer of the asset. Mm-hmm. You should be looking for out of favor, not out of favor for a good reason, but out of favor for a reason that doesn't make a lot of sense or just it's being ignored. I just can tell you most of my great investments were buying 1980s cards when shiny stuff went through the roof. You look at my old Twitter account, you look at old posts, I bought every single Jerry Rice 86 Topps PSA 8 off eBay at $30 to $60. They're $200 now. They got up to $400 at one point. That was a good buy. I was buying paper when everyone was buying shiny.
Yeah.
Now no one wants, I don't know what they want now. They only want 101s and like pop threes, and pop matters more than anything. I saw you just crossed over a card because pop's a consideration now. You know, so like, there's no reason not to consider being a contrarian. The value proposition is extraordinary because, again, on Jackson Holiday, you can have 10 of my autograph, or you can have 1 or 8 of my autograph, or 1 Bowman Chrome. If you think 40 years from now that 1 Bowman Chrome autograph is going to be worth more than 40 Leaf autographs, you're nuts. Because 40 ink is better than 1 ink. And over time, I'm telling you right now, there'll be way more liquidity for a Jackson Holiday at our price points versus the other price point. It's mispriced assets. A lot of times assets are mispriced, and we confuse that for lack of interest instead of lack of understanding or lack of open-mindedness. So, again, go search any of these databases and look at the performance of the best players. And you will see Leaf stuff has gone up on a percentage basis more than the licensed products. But again, people only look at the day it comes out. Our Desmond Ritter is $50 and Panini's is $120. Oh, well, Panini's much better. Is it? Because GameStop was $400 a share. Was that better because it was $400 a share and the valuation had gone up 100%? No. It just means the valuation went up 100% and it was $400 a share.
Right.
And so, again, the same way I talk about this industry, we have to be open-minded and progressive. The world's changing. There will be a day where every company's unlicensed except Fanatics. Now, who knows what will happen with that, if there'll be legal issues or what, but that's where it looks like it's going. Are you telling me people will not collect anything else or will not invest in anything else? People here are smart enough, and they're already starting to buy mispriced assets. And I like it. We're a mispriced asset. I'm okay with that. I'd rather be mispriced the way I am than the other way.
Yeah.
Than where I'm selling for more than licensed. I would not like that for investors. I think the assets we make are very intriguing at these levels. And again, if you're scared to buy something because it's out of favor, that's fine. If you're scared to buy it because it's mispriced too cheap, that's fine too, I guess. But I think I've been around long enough. I've got to buy mispriced. I don't care what it is.
Yeah.
I'll buy Panini cards. I'll buy Fanatics cards. I'll buy whatever. If it's a mispriced asset, I want in.
It's a compelling case.
That.
It's a compelling case, and I appreciate you sharing the case. It's definitely a compelling case. You're right. It's a very compelling case.
Worst case, you got 40. If you bust, you got 40 Jackson autographs instead of 1.
Yeah.
Let's think of a bad prospect. Kevin Maiton. He's worthless.
Sure.
Would you rather have 1 Bowman Chrome Maiton or 40 Leaf Maitons?
Sure.
They're only worth $1 a piece. You might as well have 40.
Right. You're right.
So there is a residual floor on 40 autographs versus 1.
All right, I know you got to get you out of here in just a minute. You got to get back over there. Last question for you. I'm curious, the future of Leaf. So at the beginning, you were talking about you getting into kind of interesting areas of cards, areas people haven't gone into before, pickleball and, pop culture. And you just recently talked about...
We got the bowling license. We're the only licensed bowling company.
So is that... where do you see the focus being the next few years? Is it going wider? Is it going more into pop culture and other sports and kind of the tertiary things? Or is it continuing to compete in the main sports categories on the unlicensed front?
The way I see it is Fanatics is going to be the licensee for everything eventually. And the leader in everything else is going to be Leaf. Because we're not going to fight these fights trying to take licenses. We're not going to do that. We're going to focus on what we do well, which is wildly creative, well-priced assets, content, collectibles. We're going to focus on that, and we believe that by getting in the trenches now, we just got the license for Muhammad Ali, Elvis, and Marilyn Monroe. We're working on these other, so we're adding things to our portfolio because we realize that with all the effort that's being put into these 3 sports, because hockey's really not very strong, with the 3 major sports, there's massive opportunity somewhere else. We see mispriced assets in licensing, where the licenses are too cheap, because no one cares, but they should. So we're going to be everything else. And we'll be in the same space as they are because collectors need an alternative.
Sure.
People who want to buy cards need to have a choice. If you don't, then you do have an antitrust issue. So we're going to be very solid there, but we're going to be the leader everywhere else.
Yeah.
And we will. We already have surpassed one of the big 3 in many areas. And we just took a license that one of the other big 3 really wanted. We beat them. So, things are changing. And again, will we ever team up with one of our competitors? Time will tell. But we're open-minded to being positive with them, partners with them, anything. Because we know that long-term, together, the sum of the parts is less than the whole. together we're worth more than we are individually.
I love
a lot
the
of times the
mindset.
individuals are worth more and we're less productive
Right.
together. But in this case, together, 1 + 1 is 2.4.
I love the mindset.
And it can be 3.
Yeah.
But right now it's 2.4. But we can work together and get it to 3.
Right. I love the mindset.
We
Brian,
got it.
Brian, this has been a pleasure,
Just
man.
like you, we're trying to make changes and educate, and you're doing great work. We
Thank
love
you.
it. You know I'm a big fan and a big supporter. And again, I'm going to win your guys over on player licensed. I'm going to win them over because
Well,
that's my job.
I'm going to have them watch this. and
Now,
that'll be a
once
good
I
start.
win them over, though, I have to quit the industry because there's some of the, I think I don't know which one of your guys is the most stubborn on it, but one of them, when I win them over, I'm going to quit because I've done my job. I've won over the most stout
All right.
opponents of what I do.
There you go. All
We
right,
got it. We
that's
got
the
a challenge coming out of the National.
The bar is set.
Next
I love
time
it.
we're going to do Pack Wars because I've always
Okay.
watched you do Pack
Yes.
Wars. That looks so fun.
We'll do another
We're
one
gonna
of
do
these
that next
for
time.
sure. That would be a lot
A
of fun.
pleasure. Great to be with you. And
Thank you,
anytime.
Brian.
We love talking with
Thank
you.
you.
All right, Rob. So we're talking about how to 10x the sports card hobby because this is the stated mission of Fanatics and
Sure.
Topps. They said they want to grow the hobby by 10x. Mm-hmm. You've been here on the front lines at Burbank for a long time.
Yeah.
You guys are one of the premier card shops in the world.
Sure.
Now you got one of the premier card shows in the world.
Sure.
So you must have the answers to this, Rob.
You would assume I do.
How do we 10x the hobby?
I think you look behind me, you look in the fishbowl over there. It's hobby being the key word.
Yeah.
Fractionalized casinos aren't going to 10x the hobby.
Yeah.
The forward-facing part of this has to be a well-run hobby shop.
Yeah.
That caters to kids. Mom will be the key ingredient in us growing the category. And mom doesn't want to walk into a place that's built on gambling.
Mm-hmm.
It's simple as that. And they're putting too much stock. As it stands right now, the industry will not 10x. It can't. We need better hobby shops. We need more hobby shops. But we need hobby shops that are built on saying yes to as many questions as humanly possible. Clean, well-lit, organized, great staff, price points, liquidity, all these things that make for a great experience. So I think experiences are what's going to 10x, at least 3x the hobby in the short term, because once mom comes in with the kids and they have a positive experience, mom can spread the word faster than social media can. And when she talks to her friends, gets on social, get a couple more kids in the store, then it becomes viral. And I don't think that we have enough billboards in our industry that correctly show what kind of enjoyment they can get from cards, not just gambling, but putting their hands on cards and collecting cards. I think it's the greatest thing in the world.
So let's set up the context for the viewers. So it is we're recording this on a Tuesday afternoon. It's just after lunchtime here. And you know, viewers probably get a sense the store's crowded behind us. There's a room over here that's absolutely buzzing, full of people, packed with people. And this is a Tuesday afternoon. So it's not when you would expect a hobby shop to normally be busy. Most hobby shops are pretty quiet Tuesday afternoons, right?
Yeah, they just keep coming. Yeah.
Yeah, but
It's because we emphasize hobby. We emphasize collecting. Most of the stuff that we're doing right now isn't product coming off the wall. It's people putting their hands on cards, enjoying it, buying stuff that 5 years from now, they're still going to want to look at it. And I think that is the missed opportunity in this business. And I've had probably 25 people from Fanatics, from the top guy on down, come through here in the last 18 months. And each time they're in here, the place is busy. And each time they're in here, they talk about the experience, the destination, and the need for quality shops. And I think they're showing that now with how they're going to be judging shops going forward. And I do believe the more you can say yes to a consumer, the better off that you're going to be down the road, whether it's dealing with Fanatics or just your business in general.
yeah. I want to get back to that Fanatics thing in a minute, but you made an interesting comment when you were talking about what's going to 3X or 10X the hobby. One of the things you said is it's not going to be gambling.
Right.
It's going to be a really good experience for mom. Now, I assume when you say gambling, we're talking about breaking. We're
Yes.
talking about buying in and
Right.
trying to chase that,
Sure.
you know, triple logo man.
Sure.
And, you know, and oftentimes spending a lot of money in the process to not get that great of a return.
Right. I mean, if I lined all 30 people that are in here right now and did a break, how many of those people would walk out of here going, well, that was a great experience? Maybe 6.
Yeah. And that's just in terms of monetary value.
Monetary,
is what you're
or just
saying.
getting what they want.
Yeah.
How many of them are going to walk out with a card that
Yeah.
in 5 years they're going to be stoked to own?
Yeah.
Very few, if any. That can't be the forward-facing thing. So if 85% of my people are disappointed in one transaction that we do, that's not a great look.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, and we'll talk about Fanatics in a minute, but it's literally, if it doesn't work physically, why should it work virtually? And I do believe that we've burnt a number of people that have come in since the beginning of the pandemic. A lot of false information out there, false narratives, people being pushed into things that weren't that healthy, people talking up things that didn't make any sense. And I think we lost a lot of people in that first wave. And we might even lost a bunch of people in that second wave as well, because really we turned the business into a casino with lousy odds.
Yeah.
I believe that the people that we've retained and the people that keep walking through here are the people that have treated it like a hobby. I call it the silent majority. If you go over to my warehouse right now and you look at the stack of orders and the cards that we sell, those aren't the kind of transactions that get yelled about on Instagram.
Sure.
And those are the people that actually are enjoying the hobby.
Yep.
And will never go away.
Yep.
They are still from when they were a kid. They're still doing it, and they'll be doing it 10, 20 years from now. And we need to cultivate more of that. Maybe get more eyeballs onto the fact that people are buying thousands and thousands of cards a year and just building their collections and enjoying their collections and being proud of their collections and being excited about a mail day. And it doesn't have to be some psycho high-end slab.
Right.
It could be 50 assorted Omar Vizquel cards that they're building their collection with.
Yeah.
And they're getting more satisfaction from that than anybody's going to get doing a break and not coming up with what they actually enjoy collecting.
And I think that's fair. I think that there are a lot of people that get into the gambling mentality of breaks, and
Right.
they're chasing the big hit, they're chasing the 101 or whatever. But on the other hand, every card that you're referring to does originate out of a box, right? Someone's got to open the boxes. If nobody opens the boxes, then nobody gets. There's no cards to resell on the secondary market, right?
This is totally true, but it's almost like someone drives the car off the showroom floor, and there's that depreciation, and then there's someone with appreciation on the other end of the stick because they only wanted the Paul Goldschmidts from that product. We're buying all this stuff back. And we're processing and taking unwanted inventory and turning it into positive inventory and being that conduit between that person that broke something where 95% of the cards they have no interest in, us processing it, getting out into the marketplace, and folks being able to buy those cards. I think more people are interested in the cards in the box than being the unopened product.
Yeah.
And I think that is another thing that's forgotten about. Everybody's talking about the sealed product, but what about all those cards inside? We need to be able to find homes for all those cards inside. And if there's not enough people processing the cards, making it easy to find these cards, it's a huge problem as well. Nobody wants to do the grind, the work. They want to just, turn things into 30, just fractionalize a box, push it out the door, and they're done with it. It can't just be that. It's not sustainable. That's not what's going to grow the business. There needs to be liquidity. And there needs to be not just liquidity. It's one thing to buy it and stack it on your floor. That doesn't help the industry either. It needs to be processed and gotten into the hands of the silent majority that really drive the business at the end of the day.
Right. 100%. And meanwhile, my sons, Harrison. Oh, they walked in there. What happened? What did you get?
Pedri number to 19 rookie.
Oh, nice. Oh, a rookie Pedri number to 19. Meanwhile, my sons are over here opening up a box.
Nice.
Show. You can show the card off, guys. We're gonna.
He pulled a Pedri rookie optic number to 19.
Oh wow. Oh, the rated rookie too. Wow.
What parallel is that? Do we even know what that thing?
It's first off the line. It's like a pink. 90? It's a pink.
Yeah.
No, 19.
Wow,
Like
that's really
19.
cool.
No, 90. No, it's number 2.
No, it's not. It's 6. It's 6 of 19.
Nice.
Those the other way.
Nice.
All right.
Very
Congrats,
cool.
buddy. Congrats.
Well
That's
played.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Awesome.
Cool. So you made an important point about actually being able to extract the value out of a box by making sure that the cards get into the right people's hands who actually want them. And that is interesting because a lot of times when somebody opens up a box, there's certain cards that they're excited about and there's other cards that they aren't as excited about. But it can oftentimes be difficult to sell those cards or trade those cards in, or what do we do? And I know most card shops, it's an interesting thing, most card shops don't do a lot of buying. Most card shops seem focused on, well, they seem more focused on selling, right? Sure. They there is obviously a lot of people that sell on eBay and online platforms, but Burbank's different than I would say most card shops in that you guys do, not only do you guys do a lot of buying, but you do a super high volume of buying. That's one of the reasons why there's so many folks coming in the shop all the time.
Yeah, we got 3 buyers today. At one point, there was 4. We're just trying to get everyone to eat lunch, and then I just need more people on the floor helping customers. But we've built our business on buying, and every deal that comes through is a profit opportunity. And why in the world people don't see it that way is beyond me. Again, you can't just keep dinging credit cards. People need to be able to come in here with no money, be able to turn some unwanted stuff into wanted stuff. And if we can't do that as an industry, in an industry that has perceived values, I don't know. I think there's no way we're going to 10X it. I think we're going to be stuck in the same what we have right now. And I don't think Fanatics can fix the fact that their products that they're putting out there with perceived values, and no one's willing to buy those back. I don't know. I don't know how they fix that problem. And it's a problem, and it's only going to get worse.
Do you think that Fanatics is manufacturing the products? They're selling the products on the primary market. And up until the recent acquisition of PWCC, they had no involvement on the secondary market. Now they do because they own a marketplace. But do you think they care that much about the kind of that liquidity piece on the secondary market, or do they just care about manufacturing the products on the primary market and pushing it out?
I think Topps and Panini pretty much didn't care. It was done, on to the next one. I think Fanatics bought the industry for 20 years. I think they truly want to 3, 5, 10X things. And in order to do that, Mom can't just keep dinging credit cards, and Dad just can't be on breaks all night dinging credit cards. My opinion, if you're breaking and you're receiving product from Topps, you need to have some kind of buyback program in place, a credit program in place, because you got these cards, they still have them in their possession. They should be able to come up with a number on the unwanted cards. You have a $26 credit towards the next break. That to me would make a much healthier situation, because people are just going to get burned out. There's only so many times they can lose in a row. I don't know. If I was in charge and I was granting product, whether at the shop level, breaker level, whatever it happened to be, I would demand some kind of liquidity program in place. What they did with Topps Chrome, with the Goldschmidt and Judge,
with the MVP buyback
just
program,
changed everything. And I think they recognized that if we put our money where our mouth is and provided liquidity for these folks that can literally come in with no money, but they've got 8 Aaron Judges that they bought and have $160 to spend in a hobby shop. That changes everything. And I think we saw that in the excitement behind it. And we get that every single day with the customers that come through. Right? And they're going to do it again. Because they recognize it.
They're going to do it this year. They recently announced it. Now, what's the interesting thing is this year, which I really like what they're doing. Last year, they announced it once the MVPs had already been solidified. This year, they've announced they're going to do a buyback program again for whoever the 2 MVPs are, but you don't know who the MVPs are yet.
Which means you're going to hang on to your cards.
We got half a season to go. So actually, that's pretty neat. It's going to be fun to watch the prices on the secondary market fluctuate of players' base cards. And we're talking about like base Chrome cards that, will get you a $20, credit at a hobby shop. So, as players, I think, get hot and their odds in the MVP race, if their likelihood of winning the MVP go up, you're going to watch their card prices go up. I think it's going to be really fascinating to watch.
So I think they totally do recognize that. Again, and people are like, why does the market go like this on things? And I'm like, because there's no liquidity. And I think that is a big issue. And people want the cards to go back up like that. that means you need to be able to sell cards for over comps, because if everybody's only interested in paying what the last one sold for or less, that's a huge
That's
problem.
always going to go down.
Yeah.
And, you know, one of the things I think that's been so difficult about the industry over the last couple of years is we had that huge spike, you know, that led us up to, you know, early 2021 when things were going nuts.
Sure.
And of course, so in 2020 and 2021, everything was great. But then we've had, you know, quite a drop off in the secondary market value of cards over the last couple of years. It became almost impossible for a long time, for much of 2021, for all of 2022, it became almost impossible to buy a card, even of a player who did unbelievably well then in the subsequent months, and sell that card back and make a profit, because the overall market forces were pushing the value of cards down, that even the individual players that would go back up, they would then kind of get forced back down by the overall market prices. And that's another thing. Like that's, I think, for the moms, like you said, to like really be into this, they have to see their kids buy a Joe Burrow card for $15 and then actually turn around and sell it 3 months later for $25. Like that little story is going to make a mom go, oh, that was kind of cool. You made $10 selling that Joe Burrow card. Like, oh, maybe this isn't so bad. But if they're only breaking, they're not going to have that experience, because they're always generally going to be paying more for the breaks and they're going to get back out. Or if they're always buying singles in a down market, they're generally not going to have that experience. Hopefully, you know, from a market standpoint, we're back to a point now of more stability. It has definitely been more stable this year. We've seen in our own data that we look at, we've seen more cards going back up this year than what we have seen the last couple of years. And not all, and some cards are still, you still see cards on the high end of the market that haven't sold in a while that are now selling again and just continuing to drop in price every time. But it seems like there's more of a fighting chance now that if you pick the right cards and the right players, that you could have a card that actually kind of pushes back up in value.
That's why I say the word hobby.
Yeah.
Because hobbyists don't care.
Yeah.
You know, they just want the card. And again, you're looking in a room right there where folks are just going through cards.
Dollar bins, a lot of $20 bins and that kind of thing. Yeah.
All that kind of stuff. And I think if we really focus on hobby with these kids coming in, that's huge. Creating products that these kids can afford. Maybe some kind of bounty system on less expensive cards even. But we can't just focus on the financial all the time. The work that we do in selling cards at 60 cents, 99 cents, $2 is tremendous. And they're not huge profit opportunities, but we know once we get people in at those price points, eventually they're going to keep leveling up. And I think that everybody's always looking for the home run, the 4X on the product that comes out. That stuff wasn't sustainable. And unless we start to 3X and 5X this business, there's just too many cards being produced in so many cases that the existing amount of folks that are partaking can't consume it all. And there's just not enough Burbanks to consume it all either. I think it's a confidence problem. I think is the big issue in the industry is confidence. And we create confidence as an industry. We all need to get together and say, hey, look, you know, we need to have some confidence in what we're doing. Maybe more people need to have more skin in the game to create the effort forth to be able to soak this stuff up, get it processed, get it into showcases, get it into value boxes. I think that's key. And I just don't think there's enough full-time, full skin in the game people that are professional retailers to do that right now.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's looking for the lowest hanging fruit, whatever's simple, whatever's easy. Difficult is what's going to bring this market back.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Burbank specializes in.
That's fair. Maybe there's a bounty to be had on, you know, kids building out like complete team sets, for example. Like you're really talking about encouraging the behavior of collecting. And so maybe there can be some incentive or reward around collecting behavior, right? So collecting behaviors, building out, you know, acquiring a certain number of cards of your favorite player and different variations or different parallels, or acquiring the complete set of your local baseball team, right? That would be an interesting approach.
I think that's what we need, especially at the Little League level. Talking to the big wigs at Fanatics, they have a laser focus at the kid level in organized sports. And I think that's where it all begins, is getting those cards into the hands of those kids at that level, having them complete a mission with those cards, be able to take those cards to the local hobby shop. Look, we've completed this. Boom, we take it. we give that credit to those kids. Maybe it's on the shop to eat some of that. Maybe it's a 50-50 relationship that we could have with Fanatics. But I think that it needs to be grassroots, and it needs to be based sub $10. Everything's focused way too much higher than that.
Yeah.
And we got to remember that most of these kids are on a pretty strict budget when they come in these stores.
Yeah. Would you like to see the prices of wax drop? I mean, the prices have come down some recently, right? Compared to where they were. Do you think they need to come down further? But doesn't that also then eat into your profit as a card shop owner? Because now you got to sell a lot more of it to get to the same revenue and profit levels.
I think people got used to unsustainable profit margins.
Yeah.
There was a lot of artificial fluff between the manufacturer price and what we had to pay as retailers. Distributors got filthy rich during the pandemic. I think Topps getting rid of distributors and Fanatics is brilliant. I'm seeing prices, even though the prices have gone up direct for the shops, we're still able to put it on the shelves for less money than we were before.
Yeah.
I personally do not want to see $300 boxes being sold for $800 because that's what burns people out.
Yeah.
Because the return on investment, it might have only $180 worth of cards in it because it was built to be a $300 box.
Yeah.
And when you artificially manipulate these boxes, nobody wins.
Yeah.
And if you're looking for short-term profits, it just doesn't work in this industry. You need to be a long-term player, and I think that's exactly where Fanatics is coming at it from. And, I've never looked to get rich quick in this business. It's just build something sustainable, take care of your customers, they'll come back, and rinse and repeat. And you'll make more money with smaller margins when you grow your customer base.
I think it's a good thing for the hobby that Fanatics has these exclusive licenses locked up for so long, because it in many ways forces them to play the long game.
Sure.
If they do maneuvers in the next few years to really extract as much profit as they can out of it, they're going to burn themselves in year 5 or year 10 or year 15, right? Because they're going to run people out of it. So if they're thinking long term and how do we truly 10x this over time, they're going to be concerned about all those things you talked about. They're going to want customers to get a good value out of a box. I was just at another card shop, and they were about half Pokemon and a half sports cards. And one of the managers of that shop made the point. He's like, right now on a dollar for dollar basis, you get a much better value ripping a box of Pokemon than you do a box of sports cards.
Sure.
The secondary market value of what you could turn around and sell the cards for in Pokemon, you get more dollars per box on average. For sports cards, where it can be still a fairly big disparity, especially on the high end. If you're going for high end product, you're buying $1,000 box and you could end up with a couple $100 worth of cards out of it.
I think that's because kids collect Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
Whereas kids don't necessarily collect sports cards in this current market.
Yep.
And I think that's the big difference with Pokemon, that the value of the singles in the box really translate well to what the box sells for. And I don't think that does in the card space.
Interesting. Yeah, so the collecting piece is
Yeah.
important to that sustainability for sure.
Right, because those dollar Pokemon cards are sold in much greater volume than the dollar cards, because those people that sell Pokemon are much more invested and they do the work. And I don't think the people on the sports card side necessarily do the work with the singles.
That's fair. And of course, Pokemon's got the game as well. So that, that
every
helps
card's
in that
usable.
regard. Every card's usable. It gives every card more utility.
They're not viewed as used lottery tickets like so many sports
That's fair.
cards are.
But that's why I think, maybe having incentives for building out the team sets and that kind of thing is interesting, because it actually gives some utility to the cards in a sense, right? If you can accomplish certain things, it's an interesting concept. So I want to turn attention to the recent changes with Fanatics and Topps. So it wasn't,
very interesting.
So Topps, there's been a bunch of discussion about this recently. Topps put out a new set of rules. They updated their terms and conditions. Expectations now upon card shops and really limiting what they can do in some ways.
Right.
Saying, hey, if we're going to sell wax direct to you and you're buying on a card shop account, you can't be online breaking it. You can't be turning around and selling it out the back door to other dealers. You can't be putting it on DealerNet for other breakers to buy it. Many viewed this in a very negative light. Like, they're putting the clamp, they're, trying to own the system and squeeze every dollar out of profit. I had a totally different view of it, which is they're trying to cut out the middlemen and you've got these dealers that, because of relationships that they've built up over the last 30 years, get in some cases extreme oversupply of wax based upon what they actually need, based upon people actually walking in their shop.
Sure.
And then they're turning around and they've established their own set of relationships with different breakers and other dealers, and they're selling it all. And they're actually acting as the middleman themselves.
Right.
So of course, if Topps and Fanatics want to cut out distributors because they want to get rid of middlemen,
Sure.
you'd think they'd also want to cut that behavior out from certain dealers as well, who really are doing the exact same behavior.
Sure.
What was your thought on all of this?
I felt like I wrote it.
Okay. All right. So
I felt like I wrote it.
Okay.
It just, everyone's like, this is going to kill the hobby shop.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is what's going to save the hobby
Yeah.
shop, in my opinion. They want in-store experiences. They want to create destinations. And it's not just about the product they're going to give. It's about just the aesthetics of what the shop's supposed to look like. But getting back to your question, why should they sell you product unless you're retailing it through the store? They can do the same exact thing that you're doing.
Yeah.
Why would they want to give that to you? You're not a distributor. You're a hobby account. Those products should be going through your store to retail customers. And if that's the case, that's what's going to keep the prices down. Because the more middlemen you get, the more bloat you get, it's worse for the consumer. And that's what gets lost in the translation a lot of times. It's not what's always best for the seller or the shop owner. What's the best for the customer? And I think Fanatics has a laser focus on the customer. And I think that the industry doesn't always have that.
Oh no, I'd say quite the opposite. I mean, some of the things the manufacturers have done in recent years, with the customer service and the quality control problems and redemptions that go on forever and never get redeemed. And there seems to be a lack of focus on the end customer, that has increased in recent years as things have gotten busier and busier and busier and harder to keep up with. So yeah, that's Fanatics. If that is Fanatics' core focus, then I think that's going to be a very good thing in the long term.
How do you 3X or 5X something that's a disappointment?
Yeah.
I think that they're looking at it, and they saying the same thing I did. Would you actually line 30 people up in your shop to have a case break?
Yeah.
No, because you don't want to look into the eyes of a disappointed customer. You need that virtual space between you and the customer. And is that good? Is that a positive outcome? And I think what they're looking to do is elevate hobby shops. And if they have to force the hand to do it, they're going to force the hand to do it. And, with us, I don't want to be at the mercy of a company that's dictating me how to run my business. I only worry about my four walls. Whatever happens outside, happens outside. I think too many people are reliant on being handed a living. And you're going to have to earn a living. And I think that long term, that's the way it should be. Basically, they're going to regulate this in a way that most other retail spaces are regulated as well.
Yeah.
And I think that's a positive thing.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's a change for sure, but it's a really interesting thing, and I think probably a good thing for the long-term sustainability of this.
Everybody freaks about change.
Yeah.
And it's kind of human nature, but everything that I was on the Fanatics bandwagon. I was the tuba player going the wrong way in the marching band from the get-go on this entire thing. I think that Fanatics coming in with the marketing muscle that they have to turn sports fans into sports card collectors, be able to funnel those folks into hobby shops. But what they're doing is they're creating, and I preached this for 2 years, they need Fanatics authorized hobby shops. These are shops that meet the criteria that Fanatics has set forth, that they're willing to put the marketing muscle, the product behind these shops that can simply give the best retail experience possible.
Yeah.
And I think that instead of them having just to choose them out of a hat, they're sitting there and saying, okay, here's the 10 things. Go to town. You have a couple months. Figure it out. Create an experience that we can put our brand behind.
Yeah, I love it. All right, well, I want to do another conversation with you to talk about the National and to talk about your Burbank card show.
Sure.
We're gonna save that for next week's video. But first, before we wrap this one, I want to ask you about a very viral special moment that happened in your shop not too long ago.
Amazing.
And tell us about this moment.
So Mike Mahan, who, if you don't know, he's the CEO of Fanatics on the trading card side. And he comes in here regularly. And I get a text, Rob, I'm bringing someone special in the store on Sunday. And I normally have Sundays off. And I knew who the special guy was going to be. So I come down here, and of course, it's Michael Rubin. And we spend about an hour and a half in this place, just showing him different things. Store full of people, which I was really excited about. And he's walking the showroom floor. And there's a girl over there in the corner, and she's a big Devin Booker fan. Well, I've got a section down there that is Devin Booker cards, $1 a piece. There's maybe 200 different cards in there. And she comes in every Sunday, seemingly, going through the cards, pulling 15 cards out. And so he's walking the store, and he sees that she's got Devin Booker's on the counter that she's looking at. And she kind of notices him, and she's kind of like, what's going on? And he's on his phone, and, and Devin Booker is on the other end of that phone. And he literally pulled out a phone and changed someone's life. And all of a sudden, this 12-year-old girl is FaceTiming with Devin Booker. And she just lost it. She just was tears of joy. She was so excited. And it was just, if we put our heads together, we couldn't have thought of a better 60-second spot. That thing went on ESPN, viral down every single rabbit hole, and it just put the hobby, the industry, in the best positive light. And it was just tremendous. And not only that, but then he invited her to a Phoenix Suns game to meet Devin in person. And if Michael Rubin can whip out a phone in an instant and create that kind of experience for a customer, a little girl that has a connection with Devin Booker, what can that company do as an entity to be able to create those kind of experiences in our industry? And that just gets the hair on my arms. It really does, because that was just, it was not planned. It was organic. I was tripping. I was like, I cannot believe this is happening in my shop right now. And that really just kind of turned the light bulb even brighter, that they're going to be able to do things that the other companies were just never able to do.
What an awesome, awesome moment. I saw that video. I probably rewatched that video like 10 times.
It's amazing.
It was such a cool thing to watch, such a cool experience. And for it to take place here, that's awesome.
That was even cooler.
Rob, I appreciate your candor. I love talking to you about the industry and hearing all your thoughts. I think you got a lot of great perspective on all of it. So
I'm always on the different side of the fence, it seems like.
Appreciate you coming on the Geoff Wilson Show. Darren, welcome to the show.
Geoff, I don't know how to react to that.
that was a good reaction, by the way. For those of you just listening on audio, Darren's initial reaction was just slamming his hand against his head. It has been that kind of week. It has been just a wild week of news for the sports card hobby, everything going on. Let's step through it, and then I got a million questions. I know you don't have all of the answers, but you probably have more answers than most. So we're gonna step through it and answer as many of these questions as we can for our audience. Monday, the NFL Players Association sends this notice out to agents. You were the first person to report on it. Tell us about what happened there.
I'm sitting on my couch and it's 5:10 p.m. and I get 7 texts at the same time. Holy crap. The NFLPA just let all agents know that the Panini deal is over, effective immediately, and Fanatics will take over. And so immediately I okay, obviously it's real. I have 7 agents sending this to me. I then tried to call the NFLPA, and I still haven't been able to correspond with the NFLPA, which is kind of weird because obviously you make an announcement of this magnitude, you would think that you would figure out exactly what is going on. And what led to this? As you said leading in, I don't have all the answers, but what I think I have the answer to is the way that they approach this. If I were a lawyer for the NFLPA, I would need to have some sort of serious breach to make this type of announcement. This is, just to go back, they have the rights through the 2026 season. It's a 10-year deal with the NFLPA, which is the rights to the players' names and likenesses. And to basically hurry it up 3 years and say now, as the first off the line Panini stuff's ready to come out for the 2023 season, to say effective immediately, Fanatics is new. Well, what's effective immediately? I mean, Fanatics doesn't have cards ready to go, and they don't have the NFL license now. So does that mean, so there's all these questions about what happens now? And you know, at 12 o'clock today, Panini's selling 2023 cards. Does effective immediately? And I'm telling you, you know, I don't know if effective immediately seems to me to be not you've made these products and you can sell them. Effective immediately to me means you made these products when you had a license with us, and you can't sell them because now you don't have a license with us. That's my
There's a lot of interesting nuance here for sure. Yeah, and so I want to the effective immediately bit. So knowing some about contract law, generally, if a termination of a contract is effective immediately, there has to have been a material breach, unless the contract reaches the end of the term, which in this case it didn't. So in order to be effective immediately, there has to be a material breach, and the breach normally has to be significant. It has to be a breach that raises above a certain level of egregiousness.
We don't know. Not open to interpretation, Geoff. Basically, not open to interpretation in the court of law. Yes.
And I would think that would be doubly true because of the fact that you've got this Panini Fanatics class action litigation going on. The NFL Players Association, probably the last thing they want to do is get dragged into that litigation or make anything more difficult or muddy there. So if the NFL Players Association is going to terminate this contract immediately, they have to have some real solid grounds. I know you were saying that the other night when as well when you were talking with Ken Golden. Like, there's got to be something very egregious here, and also something black and white, at least in the opinion of the NFL Players Association.
Right. So in my world, I'm always talking about morals clauses, right? So in endorsements, morals clauses, where if an athlete does something that is against, the morals, like basically does something bad, does something criminal, and often that is subject to interpretation. Was it bad enough for this company to sever the deal? And when I think about the general things that are in this contract, I think about there is a general factor in this contract, which is this. If Panini or if the licensee is not giving best efforts to be the best they can be, there could be a termination. So I think about the fact that Fanatics under the Topps label has basically signed every NFL player, every draftee under the sun. They got four quarterbacks. They got all these other guys. And then you think about the NBA license, and you have the NBA draft. They have signed 2024 guys, 2025 guys because of the NIL and because of the fact that you can now sign these guys earlier. Now, is that a material breach, or is that subject to interpretation that Panini has lost all these guys and is not giving their quote-unquote best efforts? To me, that part does not satisfy here. That is too subject to interpretation here, whether they're giving their best efforts, especially as, whether Fanatics claims it's been Panini's good business or not, the business has significantly grown in both sports, obviously, over time. So I then don't know what the material breach could actually be. And so that's also something that I think has baffled all of us. Yeah, and as you pointed out, obviously we're talking about the fact that there's already these guys are suing each other. So why would the PA get involved if there wasn't something cut and dry? And then we move on, and we're like, okay, so what does this mean now? With Panini selling the 2023 product, are they thumbing their nose at the PA? Are they going to now sue the PA? And then what does this mean for us, for the collectors?
Yes.
Right?
There's a lot of questions.
Is it possible?
Now,
go ahead.
I was going to say it's possible the contract has an inventory sell-off period. I've done some license deals in the past. It's often the case that when a license deal expires, there's some form of inventory sell-off period in the contract, 120 days, something like that. You know, it may be, okay, when the license ends for product that Panini has already printed as of when the license ends, they've got 120 days or something like that to sell it off.
There
Now,
is
sometimes,
there is no sell-off period in contracts where there's a breach. When there's
normally you're right. Normally you're right. So if that's the case, and yet we see that Panini's continuing to sell, they haven't stopped selling. As you said, are they defying the NFLPA at this point? And does this mean that either Panini is going to now go to a judge and ask for an injunction against the NFLPA, the NFLPA doing this, or conversely, is the NFLPA now going to sue Panini and go to a judge and ask for an injunction for Panini to stop selling these products?
And then where are we? No football product for 2023? I mean, there's the potential there. I mean, or no football product that anyone cares about. And then now the next issue is the 350 players or so.
Yeah. So the next day, so Tuesday, Panini puts out a statement responding to this. And in Panini's statement, they say a couple of interesting things, right? So one thing they said was, the NFLPA is kind of out of their mind. They then say that the only party benefiting from this is Fanatics. And that's interesting. We're going to get to that in a minute. Panini essentially implying that Fanatics is pulling the strings for all this behind the scenes, even though Fanatics will not comment on this. But that's kind of what is being implied by the NFLPA there, or rather by Panini there. And then Panini says that they have 350 players directly under contract, and that, they're going to continue to work with those players. But you've come out and have said that just because they have 350 individual players under contract doesn't mean that they have the right to continue to produce football sets that contain all 350 of these players.
Yeah, that's never been the case, at least since the 80s. Like in the 80s, you would aggregate players. Everyone knows about the Topps contracts, and where they'd sign these guys for $10 or whatever, and each year they'd get people, and you'd collect people, right? That doesn't happen anymore. Ever since the group licensing agreement, you must get them as a group unless you don't have anything. And then if you have, let's say I do a deal with a team. If I do a sponsorship deal with a team, I could make a team set of 5 players without the group licensing agreement. But you cannot individually sign players and then affix that to your NFL deal where you now get the team name and logos. That is not the case. And so I was surprised by the fact that they said that. Now they have strictly autograph deals. If Panini wants to put packs of 8x10s or something, where they want to make packs of signed pictures, they could, but certainly not trading cards.
Yeah, so that's fascinating. So I guess that's, there are some manufacturers currently, like you have Leaf, that sometimes comes out with individual player cards for players who are playing in the league, like Trevor Lawrence, or you have Upper Deck, which has LeBron James under contract and does deals with him,
but they are not
creating complete sets,
right? And not combined with the logos, right? Like that also would not be allowed, right? So like there would never be a situation where you'd have an NFL deal and you'd have individual player deals, and you'd be able to come out with that player with team names and logos.
Yeah. No, that's interesting. So the idea, which some had kind of reported, the idea that Panini would still be able to come out with, let's say, Prism Football this fall and just use all of their individual player contracts to compile a product like that, you're saying, no, that's not the case. If Panini is going to respect the NFLPA's order, then Panini is essentially done making any type of real football product.
And by the way, they don't have Joe Burrow.
Oh, they don't have Joe Burrow?
No.
Well, I mean, obviously that's a huge one, but I also believe they don't have C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young or Will Levis either, right?
Correct. They don't have any of the. They didn't sign any of the top 4 quarterbacks. They didn't sign a lot of the rookies. Tops did. Fanatics did.
Yeah. So the idea of having a football product. I mean, frankly, even if they could put a football product together with all of the rest of the players, simply by them missing the key rookies, not being able to put the key rookies in the product,
the rookies
makes the product a lot more interesting. Nobody's going to want to go buy the new National Treasures if it has 0 cards for, the top quarterbacks like Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, because those are the guys that everybody's going to be chasing their rookie cards this fall.
Okay, now let's talk about the next complication. So the next complication is, if there is a sell-off period, what have they made so far? Right?
Yeah.
Have they made the entire? And by the way, they're printing at a printing press that's now owned by Fanatics. Woo!
By the way, isn't that funny? Because I was, one conspiracy theory could be that, Panini would run to their printing facility tomorrow and start cranking out Prism football and then claim it was printed 2 weeks ago.
It's owned by Fanatics.
Right, exactly.
That's wild.
That's the next thing, right? So people would say, oh, maybe we can say that, this was already printed, so then we can sell it. No, you can't, because the guys who you're suing own the printing facility.
That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. So let's talk about that aspect of it. Panini's statement on Tuesday pointed to Fanatics. I mean, the Panini statement said Fanatics is the only party that benefits from this. And clearly the implication there is that Fanatics has been behind the scenes orchestrating this, getting benefit from this entire thing. Do you think, and I know we're just speculating, Darren, but do you think, has this been an orchestration by Fanatics? Is this some part of a master plan here, or was Fanatics surprised by this news as well?
I mean, that makes an allegation that everyone is in cahoots with Fanatics. Now, the question is, these people are individual business people. Do they have enough pride on their jobs, the people in the unions and the leagues? The thing I think of here is, Fanatics looped all the unions and the leagues in on their business. They're part owners of the business. That's how they got some of these deals. There is nothing in the contract that says there needs to be a request for proposal, and that these need to be open bidding. So everyone got surprised when they're like, wait, Fanatics got future rights? There wasn't even an open bidding. There's no requirement for an open bidding. And
yeah, this isn't a government RFP.
No, it's not a government RFP. And so then they're like, wait, there isn't okay. So, then Fanatics must have been orchestrated. Well, what about the fact that Fanatics has put together such a good deal that they've never seen, which is ownership of our future instead of just licensing dollars? You own pieces of the whole thing. And that's how they got a lot of these deals. So to say it only benefits Fanatics takes away the recognition of the deal that Fanatics created, which was making the union and the leagues part owners of this whole business. Otherwise, with Panini, all it is we do well when you do well, but it's just a percentage of our business. However, if I'm in the NFLPA or I'm in the NFL and basketball is doing well under Fanatics business, I grow too because I own a piece of the overall business. So there needs to be recognition that structure was set up here that actually made the Fanatics deal better than any other deal that's been presented before, which was why there was no thought of, okay, let's wait 3 years or let's make this an open bidding. We don't see there being a better deal than what's being presented to us now. So it is benefiting the unions and the leagues more than any other deal ever.
Yeah. No, that's a very, very fair point. That said, though, Michael Rubin, and, I've heard a few stories. I don't know a whole lot about how he went about getting all these apparel licensing deals and exclusive deals where he's taken over the apparel industry and has exclusive contracts. Let me
tell you that story. Let me tell you that story, okay? Because I think people should hear this. Okay, So the way Michael Rubin got all these deals with the leagues was when he was, GSI Commerce, which was the initial deal that made him a billionaire. This was around the time when the internet, when people were doing virtual inventory, right? So the internet was coming about, and everyone who was competing with him was doing, okay, we'll have a virtual warehouse. And so we'll run your league business. Someone will order something, and it will take a day or two, but we'll have our virtual warehouse, and then we'll send it out. Michael Rubin came to these leagues and teams and said, no, I'll actually buy the product. I'll have the product in, and I'll beat these guys by a day or two. And sure, I'll have 5,000 Jeremy Lin Knicks dolls when Jeremy Lin gets traded. And I'll have waste, right? I'll buy things and I'll make mistakes. But guess what? The mistakes will cost me 5% of my business, but I'll have everyone's business. So that's how he won, which, again, is that an unfair way? No, it's an incredibly smart thing to do that no one else was willing to take risk of inventory. He bought the inventory and said, even with the waste, I'm still going to win. So yes, okay, the Topps deal. When people think about that, it's like, okay, he did the licensing. Yes, these companies in our business are not anything without the licenses. And that's what happened there, where they got future rights, licenses. Topps was getting ready to do this business combination, this SPAC, and it was rendered, valueless because of the future rights. So I think Michael Rubin has a reputation of being ruthless, but there's also something to be said that he is 2 steps ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, probably a little bit of a combination of both. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. So if he is 2 steps ahead of everybody else, is it possible that Topps and Fanatics were anticipating this and that they have football product? Now, maybe not licensed football product with the actual team logos, but is it possible they have football product ready to go this fall and collectors are going to be surprised when they see Topps Chrome football hit the shelves in a month or two?
That, honestly, I guess nothing surprises me at this point, Jeff. I mean, but that would be wild. That would be wild. And I have no knowledge of that, obviously. But the fact that they signed all these guys would already mean, like, okay, well, we individually have these guys. The question now is, does the NFL fall in the same fashion? Does the NFL now say we have breach with Panini and effective immediately Fanatics is now our, and then now that they own the printing press and the fact that Fanatics is who they are with what they do on the jersey side and the licensing and the printing and the, do they start running things 20? Again, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but as long as we're going to talk about, hey, there might be no product this year, potentially, do they run the printing press 24 hours and just keep going? And get out a product and say, we are good for this industry. We don't want fans to suffer with nothing.
So the question as to whether the NFL could also cut Panini off early and award the license over to Fanatics early, that's a pretty big question, because if the NFL doesn't do that, then I guess for the next few years, we've got Topps and Fanatics creating unlicensed products, meaning products that they do have the license to put the players on them, but you're not going to have the NFL logos. You're not going to have the team name. So it's going to be, they're going to have to airbrush that off of the players' jerseys, and you're going to have that style of product that isn't fully licensed. We could be looking at that for multiple years. That is probably not going to be super well received by collectors, although there have been companies like Leaf, which have been doing that for a while successfully, and maybe it becomes the norm. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing here, like, let's do like a 3-year redemption. I know people hate redemptions, but like, hey, when we get the license, we promise we'll put the team name and logo on it. I mean, yeah, probably not be received. I mean, that would be a disaster. I mean, that could kill the NFL market. And then the NFL would have to weigh what we're doing to this market, because obviously they're getting they get a regular fee, but then they get a percentage. Then they're hurting themselves. But then against the background of all these lawsuits going on, Oh my God. I just, it's a lot.
Yeah,
It's
a lot for sure. I mean, yeah, so you would think financially it would be in the NFL's best interest to kick Panini to the curb at this point and award it to Fanatics so that Fanatics can start making fully licensed products and the NFL can start being rewarded not just through royalty as they are with Panini, but also because they have an ownership stake in this. But the question is, does the NFL feel like they have enough clear-cut legal grounds? The NFL and the NFLPA don't always see eye to eye on legal issues. Obviously, the two of them are sometimes at war with each other, on particular issues. So, is it possible here that the NFLPA's attorneys said, yes, you can kick Panini to the curb and we feel comfortable with it, but the NFL's attorneys say, no, we don't think there's enough evidence. We don't feel comfortable with it, and we don't want to get caught in the middle of, the class action suit. So we're just going to leave the Panini contract in place for the next few years?
Yeah, I mean, listen, they probably have very similar contracts, but not identical. Not identical. And so is there a scenario where there is a breach on the NFLPA side and not on the NFL side? Is that possible? And I would say maybe. If there is any ambiguity here, obviously the counsel of the PA and the NFL are completely separate, and lawyers differ. So it could be the same exact contract, and they could have a different opinion of things. And then that would leave the collector in limbo. But you're right in saying that if the NFL doesn't go along here, then everyone suffers.
Yeah, so you would have to think that the NFL Players Association would assume the NFL was going to go along. Because if the NFL Players Association were to make this move and the NFL then were not to follow suit and also cancel their deal with Panini, we have potentially created a 3-year period where we have no fully licensed football card products, which is going to hurt the NFL Players Association. In that scenario, the NFL Players Association likely would have been better off sticking with the Panini deal for the next 3 years. So you would have to think that the NFL Players Association believes the NFL is going to follow suit, and that's one of the reasons why they went ahead and made the move.
Now, let's just remind everyone that that Fanatics already has the NFLPA deal and the NFL deal in future years, and they already have agreed to this deal where they have, ownership of the business. So although they are mortal enemies and often don't agree, they did agree to the Fanatics deal in future years. So that would make me think that you're right in that they would probably be in cahoots, or it would be in their best interest to be together here.
Yeah. That's you would think, right? So that would then indicate that maybe there's some news from the NFL that's going to get released soon, that the NFL has done a similar thing. I'm surprised it didn't happen on the same day. You would have thought that if it was a coordinated effort, though, that you would have seen the NFL immediately follow suit.
Well, that's also the surprise with this, Jeff, right? So that the news came through by the PA deciding that it was more important for the agents to know than the collectors, maybe, or the general public. In fact, the NFLPA has still not issued a release.
Yeah.
Right?
At least as of the filming of this. Now, this situation is so fluid. We're filming all of this here, Wednesday, earlier in the day on Wednesday. Who knows? Wednesday afternoon. This releases first thing Thursday morning. So
you better put this out. You better put this out quick, or we're wasting our time.
That's true, because this is a fluid situation, and so it's going to be interesting to continue to watch the news and see what happens here in the days ahead. So the different paths this can take really at this point. So the NFLPA has said its thing already. You've got Panini that's continuing to sell product. So, I mean, your path that this can go essentially is either Panini stops selling product at some point and essentially folds up and goes home, or Panini continues to sell product, maybe continues to produce product, thumbs its nose at the NFLPA and says, oh, sue us, good luck with that. And then Panini tries to so you could have Panini sue the NFLPA, or you could have the NFLPA sue Panini for not listening to their order. You could get a judge involved. You could get an injunction. Lawsuits move slowly, but an injunction could move quickly and put an immediate end to something happening like Panini selling, continuing to sell product.
So I got DMs from people saying, "Oh, should I buy this because Panini is obviously all the collectors are looking for an angle of what makes something rare." I was thinking today, do you go buy online the Panini 2023 product? You- Years ago, I did a story about the famous Alex Gordon card and how, it didn't comply with the rules of the Major League Baseball and the rookies. And, they had to cut out the physical card and they still put it in packs. And um, could 2023 football be rare? Now, I would say that, you order it and it says 2 to 4 weeks. Will anyone get their product? What's going to happen in the 2 to 4 weeks? But should you go to Panini and plunk down your maximum 12 boxes? Collectors are always thinking about how to play things. So to me, it's kind of funny to think about that. Wow, I played this lawsuit perfectly, or I played this legal battle perfectly. Only 800 boxes were issued, and the rest must be destroyed. So I'm having fun with that now, Jeff.
I mean, that's interesting, right? They did just come out with Score Football. So, it's, a Bryce Young base Score Football rookie card that ordinarily would be worth 99 cents, at most. You'd find those in dollar bins. Could that suddenly be Bryce Young's only NFL licensed, rookie card if all these other products are put on hold, or one of his only? That's interesting to think about. Who knows? I think another interesting impact is, what will this mean for previous year football products? You've got breakers. Breaking has obviously become a massive industry, and Fanatics is pushing breaking, and wants to continue to grow that industry. And breakers have to have product to open. They've got to have product to open. That's their entire business is based upon product. If you suddenly get into a situation where there's no football product for them to rip this fall, then what happens? Well, what probably happens is they're going back and buying as much product from 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019 as they possibly can, which probably means that the market on all of those products, particularly sealed products, could potentially explode with, a bunch of added demand and not that many of those sealed boxes still hanging out there on the market.
Yes, and obviously the next question to explore is if there is breach from the Panini side on the NFLPA and then the NFL believes it, does the NBA and the NBPA believe it?
Yeah.
And then is it possible we have no cards anywhere in NFL or NBA? I mean, again, it's a crazy proposition, but and a long shot, but there's a shot that against the background of this breaking business that relies on quantity of product.
You have to think that Fanatics would not create that to happen, because Fanatics is investing heavily in building this industry up. Fanatics Live, which is their big app, they're pushing heavily into the breaking space. They want to take on Whatnot and these other eBay Live and all this type of stuff. I cannot imagine that Fanatics would just suddenly cut the hobby off. And I know this is not Fanatics directly. This is the NFLPA and the NFL. But if Fanatics has anything to say about it, which of course they do to a degree because they're in business with these sports leagues on this trading cards venture, I cannot imagine that Fanatics would help or push for or even allow that outcome, because that outcome would mean their other business units just die for the next 6, 9, 12 months, and with it, potentially part of the hobby dies. Potentially collector base falls out and the ability to market goes away. And it feels like that would be a pretty extreme. It feels like that would be dropping a nuke on the industry that you just invested billions of dollars in.
And remember, they just bought PWCC, so they have that, and they have an events business and plan to do national style shows. So then the next question becomes, has Panini been significantly weakened, and then does Fanatics and Panini resume talks for Panini to sell the Fanatics?
That's the total shark move, right?
Because all this is about opportunity cost. And with what you just said and all that Fanatics has invested in the business, a 3-year wait in NBA and NFL would just kill what they've built. And so the opportunity cost is we have to figure out how to buy Panini now, because they're, we can't, even though Panini wouldn't have the rights, the fact that this could be tied up in courts, would just ruin everything. So I think there is a play there as well.
Yeah, and I hope that would come. That would be the best possible outcome to all of this, to get this resolved peacefully. Also, I love that outcome from the standpoint that I really want Topps to be able to acquire Panini's brands, because Panini's brands, frankly, are more respected. I mean, obviously more known, particularly in football and basketball. But I think in general, collectors favor Prism over Topps Chrome, and in general, collectors favor Flawless and National Treasures over Topps Dynasty and Transcendent, whatever you might, level set each of these on. So I think for Panini, for Panini's brands to prevail would be a good thing for the sports card hobby as well. I hope that comes to be. Will it come to be? I don't know. It really seems emotional at this point. Like, it really seems like Panini is coming from a place of feeling completely, utterly, and totally screwed by Fanatics, and just, it seems like they hate Fanatics, and they haven't been able to
get rid of it. I mean,
done.
they're trying to submarine their whole business. I mean, I understand their feelings.
Yeah, no, their feelings are valid, but there's two ways to approach it. I mean, one is to be mad, but then realize that it's the best interest of your business to get a deal done, which is what Topps did. With Fanatics a year and a half ago, or the second thing is to be mad about it and then to pout and to fight, which I don't know all the intricacies of what's happened with Fanatics and Panini up to this point, but obviously they haven't gotten a deal done, and there seems to be some emotion around the entire thing. So if Fanatics now goes knocking on Panini's door, is Panini just going to give them the middle finger? It's possible that they will. But from a business standpoint, should they? Maybe not. But I don't know. It's going to be, it probably, some of this also comes down to how many eggs Panini's putting in the basket of their class action lawsuit, because Panini may now think that their best chance for a big payday is not to sell to Fanatics, but actually to pursue and win the class action lawsuit. And, I'm sure if Fanatics is going to acquire Panini, that acquisition would come with a full release and end to the class action lawsuit. So Panini may not want to sell for that reason alone. They may believe this class action lawsuit is their ticket out of this.
Well, they've hired David Boies, who's probably $2,500 an hour or more. So they are entrenched.
Yeah, they are entrenched. They're going to burn a lot of money during a time period where they're going to potentially start losing a lot of money. I mean, if this NFLPA move was unexpected, their revenue is going to take assuming they do stop printing the injunctions against them, their revenue is going to go from, very high projections, just drop off a cliff when it comes to football card revenue immediately, not to mention all of the product that they may have to destroy that they've already printed. So then you've got a material loss and all of that. So, I mean, their financial situation could rapidly change. If the NBA follows suit, then their financial situation, I mean, they are just going to get slaughtered financially. Can they even afford to, go after a class action lawsuit when those lawsuits could easily be tens of millions of dollars or more to pursue?
Fanatics has a lot of money on the sidelines, so.
They do. All right, Darren, this is going to be fascinating. I appreciate you coming on and answering all these questions. We don't have all the answers, but we tried to fill in gaps as best we could, and you've been doing excellent reporting on this. Before we get out of here, where do you think this all goes?
Don't do this, Geoff. Don't do the prediction thing. How dare you? Where do I think this could go? Oh, I don't know if I want to.
Just a simple question, right, Darren? Just a simple question.
Honestly, I think this is really up to the one provision of, is there a sell-off period? If there's not, which I don't think there is, God, this is really up to the courts now. what is a judge going to say? This is out of the hands of my thoughts, of Fanatics' thoughts, of Panini thoughts. Like, where is the judge going to decide? I'm pretty sure that Panini is going for an injunction right now. In the next 48 hours, you're going to hear that they are filing a motion against the NFLPA to get an injunction to be able to get a stay so they can continue to sell cards. And then it's just up to what the judicial system decides. And these injunctions, like normally summary judgments, injunctions, I mean, this holds massive, massive weight. So I don't think fans want to be thinking about the judicial system. I think they want to collect cards and they want to get their PSA 10s. But right now, given how collectors spend probably more time thinking about their collection than their jobs every day, like this gives a lot of people agita. And so I have basically shelved all my gambling reporting, at least until the start of the season, for just doing this. And it's wild, the whole thing. I've been doing this for 23 years, and the twists and turns of this story I've never seen.
Well, for everybody out there, if you're not following Darren Rovell, make sure to follow him on Twitter. Make sure to follow him across all the platforms, Instagram, etc., because that's where news has been breaking since day one on this entire thing. Darren's obviously got very good sources and is getting information very, very quickly and rapidly. So make sure to follow Darren.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate you, and I'm sure we'll be back together soon.
Hello, and here we go. Welcome to another episode of the Geoff Wilson Show, and this is a special one. We're on the show floor here of the Burbank Card Show, and I am with one of my favorite people in the hobby. This is Stephanie Garcia from Mama Breaks, and she's one of my favorite people for a couple of reasons. First of all, I love the work she does with kids. She's very pro getting kids into the hobby. We're going to talk about that. But also, she's got an amazing backstory, having gone from being a school teacher to taking the entrepreneurial leap to turning the hobby into a full-time business, and then watching that business grow to the point where she's hiring employees, scaling in revenue, and having a ton of success. How did this all happen and come about? Well, we're going to find out right now. Stephanie, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me on the show,
I'm
Jeff.
super excited to have you here. So for people out there who don't know Stephanie Garcia at all, what would you tell them about you?
Just what you said. I was a middle school teacher right before this. I did it for about 4 years. I taught 7th and 8th grade English. So English was a passion of mine growing up. I actually wanted to be an art historian.
Okay.
I don't tell a lot of people that. And then I really loved baseball growing up. So the first time I ever started collecting cards was with Pokemon, and that slowly turned into baseball cards as I started falling more in love with the game of baseball and playing softball a little more competitively, like in middle school and high school. So I remember getting packs of baseball cards from Target and just looking for Dodgers and kind of saving those in my binder and really throwing away the rest, really. And I never knew anyone who collected cards growing up, or much of anything growing up. And it wasn't until like around quarantine, I was teaching from home. And on the news, obviously, everybody was going crazy, buying blasters at Target and stuff. So I was interested in maybe starting to do cards again. And I fell in love with them.
You got hooked again.
I got hooked. So the first reason I wanted to buy a card was for my stepdad for his birthday. And I remember thinking, okay, where do I go? I started my research. I asked other people who I knew kind of did collectibles, and they said the best place to look was eBay. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of the first place that I started seeing these cards. And I was thinking to myself, this is so amazing. These cards are so beautiful. They're nothing like the baseball cards I opened when I was younger.
They've come a long way.
So the first set I opened was the 2008 Topps Update. Look, I didn't even know was Clayton Kershaw's rookie year. That's just like really when I was.
And even those were a lot more interesting than the cards that I opened when I was a kid, like late 80s baseball cards. I mean, back then we thought they were wonderful. Today you look back on them and you're like, where's the parallels? Where's the autos? Where's the patches? Where's the number cards, right? Like all the things that make cards special today, they didn't have back then.
Absolutely. And I had no idea autograph cards existed or patch cards existed. So I remember the first card I got. Well, I was very much hooked into the modern stuff. So I know like vintage is beautiful. I have
Yeah.
more of an appreciation for it now. But when I first started looking, I really fell in love with like, I know this is crazy, but like Prism, Zion year, obviously that's what we were all looking. A lot of people started with that.
Sure.
And I had this conversation with the shop owner a few days ago that it was really like Prism draft picks
Okay.
went crazy.
I do remember that Zion's year.
Yeah.
I actually opened up some boxes. In fact, there's even a video, an early video on the Sports Card Investor channel of me and my son, Reeves, opening up Prism draft picks together from that Zion, John Morant
Yep.
year 2019. Yeah, there was so
Yeah.
much anticipation for that product because that was the first product that had like Zion's cards in the product. And
Yeah.
we actually pulled a gold vinyl out of 5 Zion. It was
way.
insane.
That's
I gotta go.
crazy.
I haven't watched that video actually for a couple of years, but that video's out there on the Sports Card Investor channel. I need to go back
Yeah.
and watch that actually.
So it's a lot of those first cards.
Yeah,
And same,
so
I
that
think
got you into it too.
same thing
back
happened
into
with
it.
like LaMelo.
Yeah,
His Prism
that was a
draft
big
picks
rush.
were huge.
That was a big rush.
So I got like my dad. He went to Michigan State, and I got my stepdad like a Michigan State player. It was like a green scope at an 8. And I probably overpaid for it, but I messaged the eBay seller. I was like, "Hey, this is the first card I ever bought. It's for my dad. He went to Michigan State." And the seller sent me all kinds of Michigan State.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like autos
Yeah,
and
that's
different
super
players
cool.
that
Wow,
went
that's
there.
super cool.
Like my husband makes fun of it still because he sent us like a Jon Snow auto.
Okay.
Like something random, you know,
Right.
but something we were able to appreciate then
Yeah.
and kind of learn more about what's out there. So,
Yeah.
and even thinking too, like, wow, these people are like card people are awesome.
You see, that's
You
I mean,
know?
that's such a cool story. I hope, first of all, I hope people take that story away because your first experience getting back into cards, somebody just selling on eBay who'd never had interacted with you before, had no idea who you were, literally went out of their way to make sure that you had a good experience by sending you extra cards that they knew you would like so that you could get to experience the hobby more. I mean, good for them for doing that. That's like
Yeah.
that's like an awesome, that's a great thing to hear. You hear a lot of that stuff in the hobby. You see it on the show floors where, you got a dealer who a kid comes up to do a deal with them and they make sure the kid gets a good deal or gives the kid an extra card or something like a nice, there's a lot of paying it forward in the hobby, which is really cool to
Absolutely.
see. I mean, I think that's a great thing about it.
I think it comes from a genuine, for me anyway, it comes from a genuine like wanting and desire to share this with other people.
Yeah.
Because that's really what makes it fun. It can be a very introverted activity like collecting, but once you have a community that you can share it with, it just makes it so much more exciting.
Yeah.
Like that's the biggest takeaway or biggest reason why I like to set up at shows still is I come and meet people that are in rooms with me usually during live, and getting to rip together in person is just like such an awesome
Yeah.
experience, enjoying the cards together. So
Well, I want to get
Yeah.
to your business in a minute, but I got to go back to your backstory first, right? So,
Okay.
the school teacher thing's really interesting. You were born in this country, but
Yes.
I know your dad was from outside of the country, right? And you've got relatives in Mexico, so you
Yes.
you have a lot of kind of Hispanic,
Yes.
in your blood, right? And the school that you taught at,
Yes.
that was largely a Hispanic student population.
predominantly Latino. At least I want to say, remember the percentages being when I was teaching there, 98% of my students' parents were Spanish speakers.
Wow.
It's the area I grew up in, and I also, my first language was Spanish.
This
growing
is
up,
like
too.
downtown LA, inner city?
Inner city Los
Okay.
Angeles. So
Okay.
some would call it South Central Los Angeles. So,
Okay.
yeah, where
All
if
right.
you've seen those
my
movies,
exposure to South Central is movies and rap songs. I mean, that's my exposure.
absolutely. If you've seen those movies, that is exactly where I lived growing up.
Before we continue, I want to let you know that DraftKings Rainmakers Football is back for its second season, and it's bigger and better than ever before. Head to DraftKings.com/audio and sign up to play Rainmakers today with code GWS for your share of over $30 million in prizes this football season. This week, new customers can claim their first pack of digital player cards for free to get started. Playing Rainmakers Football is simple. Each DraftKings digital card represents an athlete and scores points based on their real-world performance. Draft them into weekly contests for your shot at a share of $30 million in prizes, or sell them anytime on the DraftKings marketplace. Rainmaker contests require no fee to join, as long as you have enough cards to complete a lineup. So rip packs, build your collection, and earn big rewards. Wondering how to get started? New customers visit DraftKings.com/audio today and use promo code GWS to claim a free starter pack. Only at DraftKings.com/audio with code GWS. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Rainmakers contests are not available in certain states. 1 starter pack per customer. Starter pack player cards are ineligible for resale. See terms at DraftKings.com/Rainmakers. So were your students into baseball like you were? Is that a sport that was popular amongst the kids in your school, or is it more soccer?
I want to say it was more, baseball was more my family. It was, baseball is very a family sport for me, mostly my stepfather's family. So
is that why you were into it? Because I don't think most young girls in America, I don't think are that into baseball.
No, I mean, I think more so than other sports, I've seen more women kind of go to baseball first, or even soccer, because that's more of like what we could play growing up more competitively. So more girls play soccer and softball and stuff like that.
Versus like football, right?
And basketball even.
Right.
So, no, but a story I like to tell, I mean, I've never made this connection with my stepdad and his dad, which I probably should get that story, but the way I see the history of like when my stepdad's father came here, Fernando Mania was very much alive. And that's really, like, if you look at the history of Fernando Mania and Fernando Valenzuela, that's when baseball became a very a very huge part of Mexican American culture. He was a Mexican pitcher, and he was had amazing rookie year and did so amazing for the Dodgers. So a lot of Mexican Americans still in LA are huge Dodger fans.
Right.
So
interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're that explains a lot about how you got into it as a kid and everything like that. But you're teaching school. You're teaching 7th and 8th grade. It's the pandemic, which I'm sure created a lot of challenges to how this was done. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, you're like kind of opening up packs of baseball cards on the side.
Yeah.
But how do we go from that point in your life, which was only a couple of years ago, to the point in your life where you're actually leaving your school teaching job, you're breaking, and you're actually getting into like doing a business within the sports card hobby full time?
I think it's hard to pinpoint like one reason why it all happened. I kind of think it's been so many circumstances throughout my life. Like I said, liking Pokemon cards and then meeting my stepdad and falling in love with all these things kind of like work together, loving art history, loving sports. I like to think everything just happened because it was supposed to happen. Really, it feels that way. But I was teaching from home, and I started just a big need that I saw in this industry was like the educational aspect of it. So the first time I told you I went to eBay, but then I went to Google. I Googled sports cards, and I really saw nothing. I was kind of trying to figure out how this all works. I had a lot of questions, and it wasn't really until I found your YouTube channel that I started learning a lot more about, what is grading, what types of different sets are out there, and I just didn't think I didn't think there was enough. So one of the biggest reasons I started my Instagram page was like, let me have fun with this, Throughout quarantine, I saw a lot of women do a lot of stuff like around baby food. All these people that were influencing me during quarantine, I felt like I could do something similar.
Okay. But influence on sports cards and your journey into sports cards.
Because I enjoyed it. And I haven't told this to a lot of people, but like one of the categories on social media that fascinated me was like the social media around making baby food.
Yeah.
So at the time I was pregnant. I had my little one, he was 1. So I was following like all these amazing women really building their business around making baby food and doing it in a way where they were getting a lot of followers because they were teaching a lot about it. So I was like, let me teach what I learn as I go in this industry, in this hobby and collecting. And that's how I kind of started and ramped up my Instagram and my TikTok page.
Okay. Now, were you so at first, though, you were just doing this as a collector? Had you started actually getting into like breaking yet as of that point, or making any money from it at all?
No. So I started as collecting and then using like my creative outlet to make these reels and videos. And then I started selling on singles on eBay.
Okay.
So like I was opening and then selling on eBay.
Were you mama breaks at this point in time?
No.
Okay.
I was selling on my old eBay page.
Okay.
So
you
I had
hadn't
my personal.
yet come up with your brand yet?
No.
Okay.
And it wasn't until I joined, like, I was a regular in a breaking group on Instagram. I just told Hobbsy this. Their name was like Bonds Breaks. He doesn't do it anymore.
Okay. So you were buying into breaks as a customer. Okay.
And that's kind of where my husband, I guess he really ignited this idea in me because he saw how interested I was in it. We were learning about breaking and we thought it was exciting. And I had him buy packs and we were both in there. until we were thinking I could probably be kind of good at that.
Okay.
Because I really do it with the
All right.
kids online. I was teaching from home, so
Yeah.
I had more experience being in front of the camera. So
you and he
Yeah.
were watching these other people do it, and then you
Yeah.
decided they're doing it. Why can't I do it?
Mhm.
Okay. And you decided to do it. So how did your very first break happen? Like what, where you tried to
Wow.
sell a break? Like how did that happen?
Wow, that was crazy. So I focus a lot on building my social media first. And I told myself if I reached 1,000 followers on Instagram, that I would try a break on Instagram.
Okay.
Yeah. And once
So that was the goal. You said to yourself, if I get 1,000 followers, I'm going to try a break. There's some really good business logic in here, and I want to make sure people capture this. I believe that in today's, business day and age, today's society, that having people who trust you, it has to be following for the right reasons. This has to be people who trust you, people who like you, people who believe in you. If you have that following, it's gold when doing something exactly like what you're talking about doing, right? Like if you've got an audience, then you can try something new, and you've got an audience that immediately is able to respond to it and hopefully buy into it and support it. Or they may tell you that's not the right thing, and we're not going to buy into this and support this, but either way you're going to get the real-time feedback. If you don't have audience, then you have to try to artificially, not artificially, but you have to go about other means of trying to get people to see what you're doing and pay attention. You have to pay for marketing, essentially, to pay for advertising, right? And that's harder. It's more expensive. And often, the conversion rates and everything aren't there. So I think what you did was really, really savvy in the fact that you said, I'm first going to build audience. And if I'm successful, and if I get to a certain level, and if I have a certain level of followers, a certain level of engagement, then I may try to do something like business related with the audience and see if they buy into it. I think that's really smart. So
Thank you.
So you get to the 1,000 follower point.
Yeah.
And you say, okay, I'm going to attempt a break.
Yeah.
So how did that go? What was that like?
So I did a giveaway, and it was actually the first time I don't know, I just thought to myself, I think building trust is something huge that I always felt like was necessary for starting a break, because I don't think I would have joined breaks if I didn't trust the person that I was already joining breaks with. So I made a point to, it's probably still out there, please don't go look at it, but like I made a point to show my face
Okay.
in a video and
Yeah.
kind of like reintroduce myself and say, hey everybody, thank you so much for 1,000 followers. Here's a little giveaway, which was like a cello pack, I think, or something. And I'm gonna start breaking.
Okay.
Kind of like reintroducing myself, try to build that trust. And then I did my first break. It didn't feel right away. Absolutely did not. But it didn't take
This
a
was
week.
just like a retail box you bought? Or
Yes.
did you get it from a card shop? Or?
It was retail boxes that I bought in bulk on OfferUp.
Okay. Okay. So you
Yeah.
kind of you didn't have any connections back then. You
Nope.
weren't getting, distributor accounts. You didn't have any of that stuff, but you were able to get a lot of retail boxes for a little bit below market price.
Yeah, pretty
and
good
then
deal,
you
I
said,
think.
I'm just going to try to sell slots and hope that one of these fills up.
Yep. I think I did like a divisional, and then, it took a few days, it filled. And I think I did it on my dining room table,
Okay.
and I had like a white mat. I didn't have my breaking mat and stuff yet, with my curtain as a background and
Okay.
like a ring light.
Okay.
Instagram Live.
Instagram Live. That's how you did it. Okay. So you got one break under your belt now.
Yeah.
You've done your first one. You probably made a little bit of money on it, but
Probably none.
Probably, yeah.
I think with shipping and everything, just learning. So I don't remember though.
were you immediately encouraged to do it again?
Absolutely. And because I enjoyed the actual live part.
Okay.
Yeah.
You enjoyed the experience of being on
I
camera.
enjoyed honestly, I enjoyed the entire experience. And the sorting, the shipping, the
Okay.
opening of cards, like it was very fun for me. It
So
still is.
you did another one, and then another one after that. Is
Yep.
that how it's just started to build that way?
Yeah, and I kind of just really try to be as consistent as possible. I wasn't really consistent at the beginning. I have kids and I was still working, and I really felt like the growth when Whatnot came around.
Okay.
So I was on Whatnot in August of 2021. I
Okay.
saw that it was a platform that it seemed a little easier to sell on. You kind of just built in audience of people who.
So you had been just doing Instagram up to that point. How long were you just doing that on Instagram before you decided to like go on to Whatnot?
I don't know. I want to say I did 10 breaks, but
Okay.
even like those breaks that I used to do were very thought through.
Okay.
Like I took a long time thinking them through and putting it up and
Right.
just growing and learning and getting better at shipping every time and all these things.
Okay.
And I applied to Whatnot and I got accepted, and that's where I really started trying to be more consistent.
Okay. So
And
you
I
got
was-
it. You got into Whatnot, and you said, okay, it's time to step this up a little bit. It seems like at that point you started treating it maybe more like a business,
Yes.
more of a path forward for you.
Yep.
Interesting. So you did it on Whatnot. Did you struggle? How are you getting the boxes? Like, I know that's someone out there who wants to start breaking tomorrow. One of the real challenges is getting product at a price that allows you to actually make profit for it, from it, because you're not going to be able to get a direct account from Topps or Panini right away. It probably would take a long time. You're not going to be able to get a direct account from Topps or Panini right away, probably not for a while, and you probably can't even maybe get an account from one of the big distributors. So that's hard for people that are starting out and they're like, I want to start breaking, I want to get into this, but how do they get the product? How did you deal with that?
Building a relationship with my local card shop. So once I started becoming more serious on Whatnot, I started coming into my first problem as a business is not having enough inventory. So I thought to myself, I have to figure something out. And I was already buying a lot from my local card shop and built a really good relationship with them. And I was just honest about what I was trying to do and the type of margin that I wanted to make and if we could make things work. And we found different ways. I mean, there's, I think, a lot of ways breakers can help card shops and card shops can help breakers. So I think it's really important to really focus on building a positive relationship with someone who does have access that you don't, and help each other as much as possible. I always went in with the mentality of helping first because I knew I was in a position of need, and it just I think even if you don't make money on every product, that's not the worst thing. You do make maybe more on something else and later lose on something. It becomes even now, even at the rate of breaks that I'm doing, I'm not always making money on every single break. You kind of figure out how to even all of it out, and it's really complicated. I'm probably the worst person to talk about this, by the way, so maybe don't put all of that in there, but I'm still learning.
The story's great. The story is great. I mean, it's an important story for people to hear. So you didn't have any connections. It's people. It's easy for people to like look at people who have had a lot of success and be like, oh, they had stuff handed to them, or look at of course they have all these connections now because of who they are. But the beginnings often are actually very humble, where you're starting off with no connections, where you don't know anybody, where you're starting literally from scratch. When I got back into sports cards, I remember going to the National in 2019. I had just started the Sports Card Investor YouTube channel. I knew not a single person. Like, there was nobody who knew who I was at the National. Actually, one person actually had seen one of my videos. My videos back then had like 100 views, and unbelievably, one of the 100 people who had seen one of my videos actually said, "I think I saw one of your videos on YouTube." That was it. Like, no one else. And and that first National in 2019, I put I literally went into the corner of the room, put my phone on a tripod. I brought my own tripod. I wasn't even traveling with it. I had no video people. I had nothing. So I literally brought my own phone, my own tripod, set it up in the corner, put it, and did a little report. I brought a little microphone. I did a little report from the National and put that on my YouTube. And it's funny because the beginnings of what Sports Card Investor were so humble. Like, they were literally me recording on an iPad, doing my own editing, and the videos were very, very basic. Back then it was super humble beginnings. And of course now today we have an entire team, but it started in a much different manner. And your story,
I feel like I'm still there.
well, you're beyond there now, because you've got a big brand and you've got people working for you, and we'll get there in a second. But it's you started in the same manner, where you said, I want to do this, I want to take this leap, but I don't have connections, I don't have direct accounts, I don't have a way of getting product, I don't know people at Topps or Panini. Yet you did the smart thing. You said, who can I build a relationship with, that could potentially be a win-win relationship? And for you, that was a local card shop who you had a good relationship with. You'd already been buying from them, and it sounds like that relationship turned out in a positive for you, and that's awesome. And I think people sometimes forget, how much they can achieve even if they don't have any connections by just trying to, just trying to hustle and grind and find any relationship that they can then create and then build upon, because you never know where those relationships are going to lead and how the dots will eventually be connected for you, right?
I actually have a question for you.
Sure.
Does that ever end?
Does it ever end? No, it absolutely never ends.
Because I'm thinking, like, when do you come to the point where you don't have to do that anymore? I don't think it.
No, it never really ends. I mean,
Yeah.
I would say it never really ends.
You always
because
have to do that, right?
You always have to do that to a degree, because if you're going to continue to try to grow your business, no matter what size it is, then there's always levels above that you want to get to, right? Yeah, because if you want to grow your business, like as you grow and you grow, like there's always additional levels that you want to get to, and additional levels requires new relationships and challenging yourself in ways you haven't challenged and going into unfamiliar territory. I just think it always probably works that way. I mean, I don't know, maybe when you get to the very tippy top and you're totally dominating a whole industry category or something, I don't know, but I feel like I've always just seen it to always kind of be that way. But that's also part of the fun of it.
Absolutely.
And the more at bats you give yourself, the more chances you have for success. And if you think about relationships as at bats, if you meet one person, that's one opportunity for that to turn into some serendipitous connection with others. If you meet 5 people, now you've multiplied your chances by 5 of one of those relationships helping you get to the next step. If you meet 25 people, if you meet 250 people, now you've got 250 chances of one of those relationships serendipitously helping you in some way get to the next thing, right? And so I think it's a lot about that.
Yeah.
And over time, your relationships obviously grow, but then you continue to need new ones. And hopefully some of the people you have relationships with can help you get to the next relationship that you need in order to help propel yourself to the next stage of what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But that's too much of my story. This is about you. And this is about you. So, okay, so you switch over to Whatnot. You've got some product now that's coming from your local card shop that you worked out a deal with. And at what point did you start to say, wow, this can be like a real business? This is not just a little side hustle, but this can actually be a real business.
I think exactly what you described, just meeting the right people and learning and kind of seeing where I was going and where I could take it. It became a less of can I do this? And more of I kind of have a roadmap of how to make this happen. And my relationships with eBay and then having relationships with Fanatics, it just seemed like I was at a point where I was spreading myself kind of thin, to be honest. I was working as a teacher. I was actually doing some classes after and trying to break a case or something a week. And I just thought I didn't think I knew that it was going to work out. I mean, I still don't, but I felt like I really had to take the chance, and if I didn't do it full time, I wouldn't be giving it a fair chance. So.
And you went full time summer 2022, right? So that you wrapped up the 2021-2022 school year, and then you said, "That's it. I'm going full time into sports cards."
Yeah.
What were those conversations like with your husband? When I assume these conversations happened, maybe in early 2022, where you were like, "Honey, I think I want to do this full time. I don't think I want to go back and be a teacher the following school year."
Oh no, I never said that.
You never said that. Did he say that to you, or how did?
So I came to that point where I felt like I was spreading myself thin, and we had the conversation that something has to give here. I either had to quit going to school to advance my degree, and not really take the sports card thing serious, but continue to do it because I enjoyed it, or it was going to be completely put just teaching on the back burner because I could always go back and just try out the sports card breaking full time. And he had been telling me to quit teaching since January of that year.
Okay, so he was very supportive. He was pushing you in this direction.
He was pushing me in this direction. He was more of what have you been waiting for?
Right.
Kind of thing. So,
but this is a big risk for your family, right? To go into something like this full time, this has got to be a big leap. You've got a steady paycheck, I'm sure, as a teacher, and you're taking night classes to get a more advanced degree, and now you're saying, put all that on hold, and I'm doing this, and this is not just switching jobs and getting another regular paycheck. This is like, you don't get paid, you don't get any money unless you're able to do these breaks, make profit on them, build this up into a big business.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I just lean on my husband so much. Yeah, I really couldn't do it without him. I mean, he gets really great insurance with his company. That's big for us too, because we have 2 small kids, and he just and I think this more so for myself. I've actually quit a job when I had my first son. I was working at Costco as a bakery manager. I did really well there, and I actually quit that career to make less money as a teacher. So I had that experience of kind of taking a risk already. I quit.
You went from being a baker at Cisco.
Costco.
Sorry. You went from being a baker at Costco, where you had a good career and were doing well. So teaching was actually a step down. So you had the experience already of saying, I'm going to quit this thing and follow something that I'm passionate about and love, which was teaching. And then you said, actually, no, I'm some years later, I'm going to quit teaching because now there's something I'm even more passionate about, which is sports cards and building my own business.
So I kind of had like the muscle memory, I guess you could say. The first decision was a lot harder to leave Costco because it was a big difference in pay and where was I going to go with this?
Muscle memory.
Yeah, it was muscle memory. So it wasn't that hard of a decision, honestly. And I think I had it in the back of my mind that I could always go back to teaching, but I haven't thought about going back to teaching a moment since.
So you weren't terrified. It sounded like you were actually fairly confident in your decision and fairly confident that you were ready to do it, ready to go on your own, and that you were going to make it work.
Because I think what I learned when I quit Costco was that I believe in myself.
Yeah.
I think to that point in my life, I was still very young. When I quit Costco, I was about 25 or 26. And what really pushed me to quit that time was that I believed that I can do anything, that I could figure out how to do anything. And even in teaching, I love teaching, and I think amazing at it. And even now with this, I continue to I believe in myself is what I'm trying to explain here. And it's such a mental block sometimes. And if anything's held me back these past few years is sometimes believing that I can't do something. So I constantly have to remind myself, yes, you can do it. And that just makes paths more clearer, solutions more clearer. So more clear.
Right. So we're sitting here just a little over a year from the time that you went into this full time. Where is Mama Breaks today compared to where it was, when you first started doing this full time?
What's crazy is that I don't think I've really sat down to think about it too much. I kind of have just been going and going and going this past year. And if sitting down right now and thinking about it, it's I wouldn't have imagined that I would be here. Honestly, I'm working out of a studio in an office, and I have an office where we ship out of, and I have 3 part-time breakers and of someone who works with me full-time, and I even have a booth at the Burbank card show on the corporate floor that's being manned by 4 people, and just...
So you got real business now. We got employees, we got several employees, you got office space, you got rent, you got a lot going on. Yeah. And through that all, of course, I've been watching you grow, from the sidelines over the last year, and I've seen your, not only your relationships with the manufacturers, form and get stronger, but to the point where Fanatics and Topps actually featured you as one of the premier people when Fanatics Live went on. You went to the All-Star game to promote the launch of Fanatics Live. Like, you were selected to do that. Like, you've had a lot of big opportunities. If you were on your own Topps card, like, you've had a lot of big opportunities in the last several months, it seems, that have kind of come about. I know you got to meet with Michael Rubin at the National. So, like, a lot of big things kind of happening. Does this stuff surprise you, or is it just like in the moment, it's just like, yeah, like that's the next thing and that's great and that's awesome, but then it's kind of on to the next one beyond that?
It absolutely surprises me every single time, but it also fires me up. Like, it invigorates me to keep working harder. Not harder is the wrong word, but just keep doing what I'm doing and trying to get better every time. So every time I get something like that, I'm obviously extremely grateful. And I just try to figure out how I can continue to to use all of this where I can, you know, grow something that's helps people. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is it all breaking right now? Is that like obviously you've got these folks breaking for you? Like, is breaking the main, you know, Mama Breaks revenue stream? Is that what it's all, the growth's all been powered by breaking?
Revenue stream, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's how we make the money. Yeah.
Right.
But there's so many other things that I do.
Right.
Like, I don't know. I don't necessarily consider myself a content creator, but I feel like that's a big part of what I do too. And then obviously organizing the kids' trade day is something that I've been able to get some revenue from, but also just putting it back in and continue to build it and grow it. So
you've continued to create content at probably an even greater pace than what you used to. And it's tough. As a owner of a scaling business, one of the first things that people sometimes forget about is like the content creation part. I am personally bad at it. I have a team that thank gosh I have a team that helps, you know, create clips and post things all the time. But like if I'm just left to my own, you know, devices, I'm like, hey, you got to get stuff up on social. Like I'll go days at a time where I'm just like, you know, just heads down and work, busy, family, kids, everything going on, and I just like I just forget to post, don't have time to post. But you somehow have been able to just I feel like maintain just a lot of consistency.
Thank you.
Around posting, right?
I don't think so, but thank you.
It seems that way. You're always in my feed.
I feel like I could be more consistent, but I definitely have someone helping me edit now.
Okay.
Not a lot, maybe 1 or 2 videos a week, but
it helps you get more content out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think the more you can do to outsource and automate that kind of stuff,
absolutely, is what I've been working on.
Because it's hard. It's hard. It takes time. All that stuff takes time. It takes time to do it well. And so delegating, leveraging others and leveraging their strengths to help make you stronger, you know, I think it's what you got to do. So
it's what I've learned the most in the past few months, I think.
Is that the biggest lesson? The
biggest lesson is that when I was doing well, you know, just doing breaks on my own and whatnot, which I was doing maybe the first 4 or 5 months of me doing this full time, but it just became overwhelming. It became overwhelming to sell like 3 or 4 case breaks and have to sort and ship them all myself. So I think the first big lesson was when I hired someone to help me sort, and I was like, wow, why have I been doing this?
Yeah.
Why have I been sorting teams where I do best or where my time is best spent is being live.
Yeah.
So once I
connecting with people, being on camera. Yeah.
Once I figured that out, I was like, I need to figure out how to be live more. And that's what really sparked my hiring and scaling. But it took me a while to figure that out.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just kind of have to experience it, I think.
100%. But I mean, that's a great lesson for you to have figured out now. And that's a lens now that you got to kind of look at as you continue to grow, because you'll continue to run into that where it's like your time ultimately becomes your most valuable, but also your most limited asset. And how do you maximize that time to make the most impact possible?
Absolutely.
And that's what you got to just continue to press on and think about. So that's really, really cool. So, okay. So right now, today, Mama Breaks, you've got all these employees. I know you're on different platforms all the time. You're still doing Whatnot. You're doing Fanatics Live. I think you're doing some stuff with Drip, right?
Yeah.
A little bit here and there.
I was.
You were.
Yeah.
You've been everywhere, right? I've seen you a lot. I've seen you at the card shows. Where's this going? Like, what's the big goal? Like, what's next for Mama Breaks, or where's Mama Breaks in a year or two?
My focus is definitely scaling the breaking business. So I want to try and be live 7 days a week, as many hours as possible. So that's the goal for the next year.
Okay.
And then freeing up a lot more of my time once I have that kind of automated. I definitely still want to do live breaks and all of that, but I want to do more of like the content part and focusing more on organizing kids events.
Being the face of Mama Breaks.
Being more the face of Mama Breaks is a perfect way to put it. Yes, that's exactly what I'm working on. But I'm not in a rush. I don't mind saving that for later. And a big part of what's made me successful is being live every day and building relationships with people and my customers. So very much being live is what I enjoy the most, I think, is the actual breaking part. But
I know one of the things that can be most taxing and challenging about growing a business like this is having a family and the sacrifices that you sometimes have to make, which sometimes even involve your own time and your kids.
Yeah.
And that, I know that can be a challenge. How do you deal with that? What's, and I'm sure it's all a work in progress, like it is for me, like it is for everybody.
Yeah.
But how has that been?
I definitely agree with you. It's a sacrifice. And it's not so much what hurts me is a sacrifice for me, but obviously a sacrifice for my kids and a sacrifice for my husband. And my grandmother actually lives with us, and the majority of the time is with my kids. So
that's awesome. That's great.
So I think I've learned over the past year, it's more that. It's the sacrifice that other people make, and you kind of want to be there and help more, but also kind of having everybody on board and believing in the dream and believing in me. It just fires me up. It becomes my why. You know, like I said, I want to be more of the face of the brand, but I didn't include that. Just want a little more time and freedom to spend with my kids and even have them be more a part of this. That's why the kids thing to me is awesome. That could be something that they're absolutely a part of in the future.
Yeah.
So the goal right now is to have more time to spend with them later. And hopefully this creates like that freedom for me. And you don't have balance. You don't figure out. You just have to sacrifice. And I'm still figuring it out. You're right. But
yeah, it's always a work in progress. I mean, everything in business and life is, but that's great that you're thinking in that direction. Okay, so I want to wrap up by talking about the kids thing, because you mentioned the kids thing a few times. We're here at the Burbank Card Show, and you're doing a big event here. You did a big event at the last Burbank Card Show as well. What are you doing with kids and the hobby?
Kids Trade Day has evolved so much over the past few shows. So it all started at a show where I just started a kid scavenger hunt. It was very simple. I didn't put a lot of money into it. I just created like bags with supplies, and people, were very, very open to donating stuff to me right away when I told them what I was doing. And they would go to vendors and like punch a card and come back and get a free bag with me. That's how it started. I did that a few times, and it wasn't until Rob approached me one show and said, hey, how can we make this better? I want you to do it at the Burbank Card Show. And the first one in Burbank, he gave me a room. I'm not an event planner or an event organizer, but I tried my best, and we still made it happen. We still had a lot of cool things and goodies for the kids to do. Next time, I learned a lot from that, and I recognized that I had to have more of like an event organizer kind of mentality. So the next one after that was Ontario, and I reached out to the people who I trusted and I had good relationships with and it's really when I started realizing you can't do things by yourself. If you want things to be great, you have to ask people. I asked you to do a box battle. CSG did a grading review. Aaron from Slabstocks did trivia. We had mascots from the Quakes come. eBay sponsored it and gave us packs. And this is all coming from like me, just asking people for help with it and showing them what I had done before in the past and how it could work and how many kids were excited about it. And now I think this is going to be my biggest one, where it's kind of exactly like Ontario, but at a larger scale. I'm expecting a lot more kids and a lot more giveaways. And I just think it started very educational for me, the idea that I want kids to grow and be more confident in the hobby, like go up to vendors and learn. But now I'm more focused on the family aspect of it. Growing up, like I said, something that made me very close to my stepdad was baseball. I don't think I would have been as close to him if we didn't have that in common. And that just really built our relationship. I think I've told you this in the past, like you said, who's the most influential person in my life. It's my stepfather. And if we didn't have baseball to share, I don't know how that would have turned out. Same thing with cards. I think it could be something that brings families together, ripping cards together, building memories together, having things to like remember your parents by, and vice versa, the parents, the kids. So that's my vision for it going forward. It's just having families come together and have more people enjoy the hobby. So I want people that don't know anything about cards to come to Kids Trade Day and just fall in love with it. So
that's outstanding. I absolutely love the mission. Cards are just the ultimate family activity. Like I just love having my kids involved in it, and they're all here at the card show. I got 2 sons and a daughter. They're all here. My wife's here, and we're making a Disney weekend out of it as well. So we're at the show, and if the kids get a little bored or tired or whatever, then my wife's going to take them to Disney while I continue to do video and stuff from the show. And it's like a family experience. And, it's earlier today, I was on the show floor with my 2 sons, and, we're going around together. It's fun. It's just a great family experience. So thank you for leaning into that and for trying to, convey that experience to so many folks getting into the hobby. That's wonderful.
But I have to give you credit too, Geoff, because when I've come into this industry, I look a lot to other people. I tell you, I try to learn as much as possible and ask as many questions as possible. And I also like to look at like how people do things from afar. And the way that you do everything and have your kids along for everything, I think to myself, like, you're giving me a mental image of what I want my next five years to look like, and that's having my kids and my husband be more involved in what I'm doing. So I constantly trying to figure that out. So
that's awesome.
So thank you.
Yeah, for sure. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you, Stephanie.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, this has been a wonderful interview, and I think hopefully everyone out there has taken inspiration from your story. Tell everybody how they can find you if they haven't ever seen Stephanie or Mama Breaks before, which would be hard for me to believe at this point. But how would they find you?
Like I said before, if you're not on Instagram, you probably don't know who I am. But I'm primarily on Instagram. I have a YouTube and TikTok. I'm trying to be more active on again. But in order to join Breaks with me, I'm mostly on eBay Live and Fanatics Live.
Okay. And so, it's Mama Breaks.
Mama Breaks across channels. MAMABREAKS.
There you go. Hey, Chris, welcome to the show.
What's up, Geoff? Glad to be here, man.
I'm excited to be in your hometown of Nashville. We're here at the Nashville Card Show, the National, they call it. And this is a good show. A lot of people are setting up right now in the background, but I think it's going to be, exciting these next couple of days. This is your hometown. You got a shop here. Now you got other shops in other parts of the country. We're going to talk about that. But first, I got to start. There was something that I saw on social media a few months ago, right? This incredible story. First of all, started with tragedy, something that happened to you and your son, and ended in just this incredible moment. Tell the audience about that.
Well, I mean, as you said, it started in tragedy. One day I was just in my apartment and I woke up. I was actually sleeping, a little mid-afternoon nap, and I woke up to some people pounding on my door. And when I answered it, they told me I had to leave and my apartment was on fire. I honestly, living in an apartment, I really didn't think it was that big a deal. I thought maybe someone left their popcorn on or, in the microwave or something like that. I grabbed my safe just in case and I ran out the door. And maybe 20 minutes later, my entire apartment was gone. It kind of just, lightning struck my roof of my apartment and it just tore through the building. My son at the time, Maxwell, was not home, luckily, but I was there and I was able to, recover one item. But other than that, I lost everything in my apartment. So,
gosh,
it was a pretty tough day. And
yeah, I can't imagine.
Yeah,
it's wild. Just what are the chances of something like that ever happening?
It's funny. I obviously, because it happened to me now, I hear lots of people come up to me and they're like, I had a fire when I was a kid or this, but I've never, knew anyone until this happened that kind of went through that experience. So, it was definitely life-changing, obviously, right? I lost everything, all my personal items, all my physical items, all my clothes. That was pretty tough, starting from ground zero of clothes, especially when you're kind of short and chubby and it takes a while to find something that fits, right? So it was just a wild experience, and we just try to move on from it and approach it with a little positivity, and that's probably where the next part you're going with.
Yeah, so your son lived in the apartment with you, and he lost his personal collection too, right?
Yeah, so I split custody with him, and he spends half his time with me. My apartment mostly was his collectibles, his collections and stuff, and that consists mostly of Pokemon, which we've been ripping together since he was just a little child. And then he's 9 now, and then it had his soccer collection as well. He's gotten really into soccer. We go to the NSC games, which is the National Soccer Club, the MLS team here in Nashville, together. And outside of that, he had a bunch of other kind of Nashville and soccer collectibles.
Right. So that's all gone. I imagine he's pretty devastated to find this out.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't happy, right? He actually handled it really great for a young child. Like I said, I think it helped a lot that he wasn't there. So he didn't really see the flames or all of that. But he did handle it pretty well. But yeah, obviously, for a kid to lose all of his stuff, he wasn't in the best mood.
But then something incredible happens.
So honestly, I got reached out. Messi was coming to town. Lionel Messi and the Miami team was coming to play Nashville in the championship of the League's Cup, which is a tournament between, Mexico and the MLS teams in the middle of the season. And so the tickets were wildly expensive, and even though I just lost a bunch of money and stuff like that and valuables in my apartment, I kind of sucked it up and just bought tickets to go to the game. And when people found that out, because I kind of made a post on social media about, I know these tickets are expensive, but to some people it means a lot. This is why it means a lot to me. The team got word of it, and they made my son an escort, or it's called like a player mascot. That's what it's called. And which means he gets to walk out onto the field with one of the players, and I was like, this is so cool. We've been watching Nashville for all these weeks together, this whole season, and now he might be able to walk out with his favorite player, and then we get to the game, and obviously he goes down there and he walks out, and the first thing I see is my son coming out of the tunnel with Lionel Messi.
Yeah.
And it kind of, I get choked up when I think about it. But it kind of went not viral, but like a lot of people shared the post because of the reactions that my son had to the experience. His face just lit up. I got very emotional, like I do every time. It's just meant a lot to us.
It was an incredible moment. I remember seeing that on social. I saw the stuff about the fire, and then I saw this stuff about your son with Messi, and I'm just like, wow, what an incredible moment for him. What a memory.
It was so amazing. And the best part about it was like, we took a tragedy, we kind of made it something that was memorable for life. And then when he got to school, there was kids that wanted to like touch his hand, because he was touching Messi's hand and things like that. So he just felt like a little celebrity for a little while, and it was just awesome to give him that. A week. It was literally a week after the fire happened. So it was pretty awesome.
That is an awesome moment for sure. That's an awesome moment. That's incredible. Well, I know you probably have had a lot of awesome moments with your card shop. So I'm curious to hear, tell me about Nash Cards. Tell me about how you got started with that originally in Nashville, and then we'll kind of talk about, how that's progressed.
Yeah, it's great that you're asking me that here, because it's actually at this show. He runs a show twice a month, actually, here in Nashville. Geoff does. And, it's grown to this, obviously, a few times a year. But when I first moved to Nashville, I was kind of bored looking for something to do. I stumbled upon his show. That's where I kind of really fell into cards and got really into, discovered them.
What year was this?
I would guess this was around 2014,
okay,
2015,
so good
2014.
Time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Back before the hobby was cool again, right?
Yeah, well, we were kind of nerds in a gym back then, right? Just kind of, rediscovering these cards. It was a lot of fun, and then I got really into it. It was something to do as a hobby, and so I became a vendor, and I just, when I like something, I just become obsessed. And that's kind of just what happened here, and, the rest was history. So when COVID hit, I was in a pretty good position already. I had a pretty big social media following on Instagram, and I've been doing the show here for a long time to kind of take it to the next level. And that's what we did. We started a submission service first, which is we grade cards to PSA. And then we decided a few months after we launched that website to establish a store just to give us a little grounding and something that, people can find when they Google us.
Right. Yeah, amazing. So when did Nash Cards actually open?
The store was in July of 2020.
Okay. Wow, so
that's
after.
actually when the website launched. The store was a little after that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, so during while the crazy COVID boom period was going on full-fledged.
That was such a crazy experience. I mean, I'm not sure where you were at that time or, how involved or what we were doing from the moment I'm speaking of. But, like, when it first hit and I was already out of my job and invested in cards, it was scary. And I remember selling, like, I want to say something like 70% of my inventory just to make sure I had 3 to 5 months of bills covered for my family at the time. And then obviously the cards just went up, and I wish I didn't sell them all, but we had to be safe with our stuff. So
I remember that.
Time,
I remember that very well. And for me, I had my Market Movers product. I had launched my Market Movers product in mid-February of 2020.
Okay.
And I invested a lot of money on that, spent a lot of time on that, really excited, and it had a great first month. We had hundreds and hundreds. I think we broke 1,000 paid subscribers to the product, and I was real happy with how that was going right at first. And then COVID hits, and and the NBA shuts down, and then everything shuts down, and they cancel March Madness, and I'm just like, oh my God! Like the Sports Card Investor channel had really good momentum. Everything had really good momentum for me, And I was just like, this could literally kill everything. This could kill all of it, and my market movers, all of a sudden my market mover subscriptions, I start getting cancellations, when it had been like every day over day growth, and then all of a sudden cancellations. And I'm like, oh no, the first couple of weeks were pretty rough, and you saw card prices drop 30 to 40% very quickly, because people were selling just like you were, because they were like, oh my gosh, like I got to cover bills, and I got to get cash out of this. What if I'm not able to get cash out of this in a month or two?
Yeah.
And then of course everything changed, really kind of beginning of April of 2020. A couple of weeks of that panic, and then all of a sudden, The Last Dance comes out, and just this crazy surge.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that, because it was kind of once it started going up, it was so, I don't want to say easy, but it was just like, it was all rainbows and puppies,
it was
right?
Yeah,
it was like we were in the golden age of cards, right? And we all kind of knew that. But that moment right before was so dark and scary. There was a time where it was like, is everything that I just been doing, was it just for nothing? Is everyone just going to ditch this hobby and throw it in the trash? No one's going to have money. We're all going to be broke. We're going to go into a recession. It was just really scary to think that, I left real world jobs to do cards and it might just disappear.
Yeah.
But when you think about it,
you went from that mindset in March to then a few months later, you're opening up a store.
Oh yeah, so it was crazy. We once COVID hit and the cards started going up, I knew it was time to go. I couldn't sleep at night, things like that, because like you said, it was a golden era. And if you knew that was going on, you just felt like every moment was precious, right? So we just put our foot on the gas and tried to do as much as possible and as little time as possible to establish a brand, to establish an actual company before the decline happened, which we all knew was going to happen. But if you're a company established in that decline, then you'll be okay.
Yeah, incredible. What incredible times. So I want to talk about PSA submissions, because your business has been built up largely on being a giant submitter, a giant grading submitter, right? And you mentioned before you opened the store, you started, the grading submission website and that kind of thing, and the store almost gave it somewhat of a presence, but it helped with the grading submission thing. That's how you described it. Why that? Like, why has that been such an opportunity for you, and why do you lean so heavily into that?
Even though you said, when I said 2014, when I found this show, you said, a little while ago. To most people, or a lot of people in this hobby, that's kind of a newcomer as well. I mean, it's obviously not the newcomer of COVID, but it's the newcomer before, right? So I was very new to the hobby. So when I got into this space and I saw opportunities a little bit, I was already kind of a new guy. So it was hard to be like, do this, do that, or just pop up a shop or have that in mind. But what I did see, and this is not a dog on anybody in the game or anything, but I thought there was a weakness in this submission service, because I was heavily grading my cards and I was very unhappy with the customer service I was getting and the platforms I was doing it on. It was basically just messaging people on Facebook and saying, where are my cards? And this was, again, this was before, back in the day, when now there's all these sites that you can go to, right? But before there wasn't. It was just a few guys that you had to know. And I, so when I got approached by PSA and asked, the opportunity to become a bulk submitter, I just was like, I think I can do this a different way. And we started with A, customer service, and B, a website. I think at the time there was only one other company I knew of that was actually big with a website. Imagine that. That's how like easy it was for these guys to do it in a backroom style and make a lot of money. They weren't reinvesting into the service, in my opinion. So what I did was build a $20,000 website, basically, to organize that information, and launched with that. So before we ever even took a submission, we already had A, customer service representatives in place, and B, a fully functional website to track all of this information. And I think that is kind of like just catapulted us to the forefront of the game. Our servers went down the first night we launched. They crashed our servers. And then, from there on, look around, everyone's doing it, right? Everyone built I'm not taking credit for the first website. I wasn't that. But everyone has that website. It's almost a necessity now. If you're going to organize this information for people, you have to have those facets now. So
interesting. And so what is the case today? Obviously you do a big bulk, submission business with PSA. PSA continues to innovate and try to make their own, the ability to submit direct to PSA, easier and that kind of thing. What is the value proposition today for, that works for you as a bulk submitter that gets all these customers coming to you rather than trying to go direct?
Yeah, I think the main thing is that you can actually save a lot of money if you do it the right way. If you send yourself, people don't realize all these shipping charges and all these insurance charges and all that kind of add up. A lot of benefits to our services is some of the shipments we're covering insurance, we're doing these kind of things, and we still match those same low rates of PSA. We also have lower minimums. I think the number one reason is our customer service and the convenience of it. I know so many people, if you submit to PSA just as a single customer, it's not a knock on PSA, but it's really hard to, if something goes wrong, it's really hard to be a guy with one single 20 card order, getting some real help about something that you think might be wrong with your order. But when you submit through us, we act as your representative. And so we can take any issue and kind of catapult it up to the higher ups at PSA and be like, I think you need to take a look at this. And that's the kind of stuff that we do all the time. Our website's a lot easier to use, and a big benefit is at a show like this, you can kind of just walk up to us and hand us cards. And then we just take care of them, you get them back graded, and you can't do that direct to PSA. You have to fill out forms, you have to understand what you're doing, you have to kind of understand the process.
Yeah, no, you're right. And the shipping charges actually are a big deal. Like the shipping, I get frustrated every time, I submit to PSA, and we have, I have a bulk submission partnership that I use as well. But when the times when I do submit like a big card direct, it's always like, oh my God, the shipping, to get, one card back or to get 5 cards back or something, it can really add up. So, being able to, the fact that you can then group, a whole bunch of customers' orders together and that type of thing makes that so much more efficient.
It kind of just makes it more efficient.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's not just a benefit for the customer, it's also a benefit for the grading company. PSA is able to grade millions more than these other companies, right? Because they're using these services like us through a volume of their percentages, right? So that your customer service goes down, your calls go down because I'm dealing with them instead of PSA. I know the other companies do that as well. We used to be with Beckett and SGC. We actually used to be SGC's #1 submitter in the world. But it just, the grading landscape, what I've found is it changes fast, and all you can do is ride the wave and do the best that you can do at the time. And right now we think the best, play is the PSA. We carry PSA and we send top 10. I think we're 5 or 6 in the world right now with PSA a week to them. So that's what we're doing.
It's one thing that I think is really interesting. I think there's probably a really good business lesson in this. You had established, it sounds like, a significant PSA submission business. You had your website up and everything like that before you opened a store. So I imagine you had a good amount of revenue coming in. You had a good amount of comfortability with, I can start a store and I'm not having to build a base of business from scratch. Some people start stores and then, they got to figure it out. In your case, you started a store knowing I got this revenue stream I can carry forward over to this store. What was that the thinking behind that?
It's 100% the thinking. It's very interesting that you bring that up, because that's exactly the thinking that went through my head. I would have never, and I get asked all that, people about, I'm thinking about opening a store, do you have any advice? And I always say, why? Unless you can tell me there's like a very locational desire for that store, or you have that supplemental service, brand, income, something to think, then why aren't you just sitting on the internet selling cards, right? The main answer I get back is, the community, and I get that, and that's great. But if your goal is to maximize your money, right? And that's not to say no community. We have a very community-based aspect to our brand and our store. Come in, we have couches, we have all that. But, it's very hard. If I didn't have that submission service, I don't think my store would have made it. At the first. Like you said, I relied on that money. It helped feed the distribution. It helped me gain distribution by being able to buy more because I was using the profits from grading to buy the wax and stuff like that. So, starting from scratch a store is a very scary thought.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. I've heard about your store, by the way. Congratulations.
Thank you. And we've got the thing, we have obviously the element that we can leverage, which is audience and following, right?
So you have exactly what we're talking about. You
Yeah.
already have something going,
Yeah.
and that's why the store is popping up.
Yeah.
But you're not just a guy being like, I really like cards and these collectibles.
Right.
I'm going to pop up in Atlanta.
Right.
And if you did that, it's not going to say it won't succeed.
Right.
And I'm not going to discourage anyone that they shouldn't try that. But boy, is it a lot harder. I would imagine it's got to be a lot harder and more risky for sure.
Yeah. If you can mitigate your risk by building something ahead of time, whether it's streams of revenue ideally or audience or whatever it is that you can then bring into the store, that's obviously going to give you a greater chance of success.
You asked about the PSA service as well. That's another huge benefit of the store is when I was grading cards as a customer, just kind of doing this casually, I could never walk into a store, hand out my cards, and just be like, grade them. That wasn't a thing. Like, I had to figure it out. I had to mail them to strangers in a basement, and then they would grade them or all of that. Like this, this is kind of, it sounds surreal that it's a new reason or a new line of thinking to walk into a store and be like, hey, can you help me with this? Because now everybody does it, right? But that was a huge part of opening my store again, is that, I wanted people to be able to avoid the shipping altogether. They could just drive to my store. I had people driving from different states when I first opened to drop off their cards or their valuables. And so that provided such a huge boost to that store, right? Even they would hang out and rip a pack or a box. But if I didn't have that submission service, man, like I said, I don't think my store would have made it through some of those times.
Wow, wild. Well, that's really cool. That's great business advice. So you started that store. Now have you grown? You moved to a different location along the way here at some point?
Yeah, the first store is no more.
Yep.
That was in a small location. It got broken into a few times. It was kind of out in the boons. So we moved to a bigger, and it's kind of our mothership store now. It's right out about 20 minutes from here.
Okay.
And then we opened our second store outside of Memphis, Tennessee.
Yeah.
It's in Lakeland, Tennessee. And we call it our Memphis location.
Okay. So what made you go, so you went to a bigger store in Nashville, more space, and you decided, all right, we're going to go to Memphis as well. Now, Memphis is a bit of a hike from Nashville.
It's about 3 hours, store to store.
So what made you make that decision in terms of expansion strategy?
It did actually happen about the same time, too, which was crazy. That we did both of those things within, I think, 3 months.
When was that?
That was about a year and a half ago from now. Maybe a little more now. But I always say the reason for my store is the expansion isn't like I'm trying to take over the U.S. or grow to the whole, country or even franchise. It's more so my personnel. Both stores, the reason I opened them was because the people that were working for me or that I wanted to work for me, that's where they live. So essentially, if anyone knows Wade Rogers, I go live with him once a week. He goes to all the shows with me. He's my number one guy, right? Shout out Wade. But he lives there. He's got a family. He's got, gosh, knows how many kids. He's got tons of kids. But, I'm not going to uproot that whole family and be like, come to Nashville, do this. And, we always kicked around the idea. And one day he was like, I'm sick of these homeowners. He dealt in construction and stuff like that and ran his own company. And he's like, how about you just open a store in Memphis? And I was like, let's do it. And again, it's just the people. Like, I trusted him. And the same thing goes with my Philly store. It's two people that helped me launch the bulk submission service when we first started with PSA. They were employees of mine for, 3 years, 4 years now, 5 years. They live down there. They've been working remote for me, but it's like, why? Why not just open a store and generate revenue as well and have a third presence? So that's what we decided to do.
When did the Philly store open?
That was in July of this year.
Okay.
You're really quizzing me on these. I'm terrible with dates, and I should know this information.
So now you got 3 stores. That's incredible. 3 stores, but as you said, good people, right? I mean, I know, having operated a different type of retail store in the past, I had 3 stores in the same city, and that was difficult.
Oh yeah.
But it all came down to the quality of the manager, the quality of the operator, whoever was operating the store at the time, and how well that was running. So 3 stores geographically distributed the way that yours are, it's got to be about the people. And so it sounds like that's kind of what you base the decision of, like, I'm going here because I know I got really good people here that are going to do great.
Exactly. I wouldn't have launched, like I said, I wouldn't have launched any of those stores if I didn't have that foundation of a person first to really base that store around, and someone that I trusted, and not only trust about like stealing or anything, but trusted to represent that brand when, it's hard every day. And I'm sure you experience this more than we do by tens of thousands, right? But when people are, hey, you know, or asking you questions every day, or want to come and get a piece of your mind, or even just spend some time or talk, or tell you what they hit, you know, do I love that? Absolutely. But does it get exhausting? You know,
Sure.
it can over time, especially when you have these locations. And so it is a hard task to sit at these stores all day and stuff. And you have to, you know, have the right people to do it.
Well, it's a neat framework that you've put up. I wonder if there's opportunity in the future for somebody who may be interested in their own store down the road coming to work for you in Nashville and saying like, hey, I see that Chris has done this before with a couple of other folks. Maybe if I go work for Chris for a couple of years and help in the Nashville store, maybe I can venture off and move to Knoxville and open up a store there, or wherever it may be, right?
I think that's why you're sitting where you are, Geoff. And, you know, and that's just to say, like, that's a great line of thinking. And I wish someone would do that. You know, come work for me, people. Like, come apply. Someone, I always, and this is not a knock on any of my employees. I love my employees. Like you said, it's all about the people. But are we looking for young, you know, eager people that can prove what they can do and stuff like that? What a better opportunity than a small business like ours, right? Like, this is, I say that to all my employees, this is like what I dreamed of when I was in college and I was like working at these law firms. You know, you're trying to work your way up and you realize that you have nowhere to really go. But in a small business like ours, where you could really show some damage right away and show, you know, I'm able to run a store. How much opportunity is that, you know? So yeah, anyone listening to this, you know, if you're talented and you're interested in, you know, moving to Nashville, come see me.
There you go. I like that. When you moved to these other locations, when you did Memphis, when you did Philly, you kept the Nash Cards brand.
Yeah,
did you ever think about rebranding for those markets, or did you, you know, like, I don't know, Mem Cards or something?
I know, it sounds terrible, right?
That doesn't sound great. Phil Cards, I'm not sure about that. But did you say, like, what was the decision on wanting to keep the Nash Cards brand everywhere?
It honestly never crossed my mind to change it. Always said that's what we're going to do. I did, you know, I was asked by some of my people, which we do have, like, you know, board meetings, if you will, or some meetings and stuff. And they were talking about what if we do this, that, and I said, no, it has to be Nash Cards. And that's just because the whole brand in the submission service, for example, was founded on that Instagram page, which I named Nash Cards, just because I moved to Nashville. And so it wasn't even about the location or whatever. It was just where it started, what it was, what everybody knew. And I've been traveling to shows all around the country as Nash Cards for all these years. Why lose that, you know? And I like our logo. I think it looks cool.
It's a really good logo. I will compliment you. I think you have one of the best logos in the sports card hobby by far. It's a very good logo. The colors are good. The imagery is good. It's very recognizable. It catches your attention. It draws you in. I also, you know, Nashville, from somebody who doesn't live in Nashville, obviously, who's never lived in Tennessee, or, you know, and only visited a handful of times, Nashville has a cool factor, kind of an aspirational feeling to it, right? Like, there's certain cities in the country that are like, I really want to go there because that's a really cool, fun place to go.
100%.
It's got that reputation.
And it's because, you know, there are a lot of artists today that are moving here for their music careers. And so if they're moving here for their music careers, it's got to be cool for anyone to move here, right? Just like LA back in the day.
Yeah.
And that's actually why I'm here. Is I was in Los Angeles. I had a baby out there. With a woman, and we were looking for a new place to live. And, you know, we wanted to be over on the East Coast, but we didn't want to move to some no man's land or whatever. We wanted to be in a city that was similar to LA. So we picked Nashville, and here we are today, you know?
Yeah.
So
yeah, cool. Yeah, well, it's
inspiring.
because I think it's got that desire. Like, you see some of the LA brands that have LA associated with their brand name or something like that, and they keep that, and that almost helps them in other parts of the country, because people are like, oh, LA is cool, and that's what their brand's trying to convey. So I think Nash Cards.
I don't think that's what I was ever really going for, and I don't think I generate that cool vibe to many people.
If you were like Akron, Ohio, if you were Akron Cards, I don't know that Akron Cards would play well in Philly or in Memphis, but Nash Cards I think is going to play well. And I probably offended somebody from Akron who's watching, but, you know, it doesn't quite have the cool factor that Nashville does.
I never thought it also kind of sounds like NASCAR, right?
Yeah.
Like, and not that NASCAR is cool, but it's a familiar phrase.
Sure, that's true.
So I think there's some familiarity with it as soon as you hear it.
Yeah,
which is important as well.
So Chris, what's next as you look out to the future of what you're doing with Nash Cards and with a hobby in general? Like, what do you where do you think this is all going to be? Where are you going to be 3 years, 5 years from now?
I'm hoping relaxing a little bit. I can tell you that. I've been on the go with this, especially because, like I said, the grading landscape is ever changing, right? And so I've had to pivot and adjust so many times, and it's exhausting. From going to, we signed with PSA, we were top 10 in the world within 6 months with them. And then they shut down. I found out by logging onto their website that they were shut down, and my whole business was built around this service. So I had to pivot from that and figure out what to do. And we chose SGC, and we were number 1 in the world with them in 3 months. So, we're go-getters. We're hard workers. But at the same time, there's a cost to that, right? I have a family. I have a young child. I'm working hard now to spend a lot more time with him, trying to get away from the cards a little bit. But to answer your question, definitely still in cards. Like, I don't have any dreams of getting rid of this. This isn't like something I built to sell. This is what I retired to do before it was cool. And so I'm going to continue to do this for the rest of my life, I'm sure. Just in what kind of fashion, I'm hoping, overseeing hopefully a handful of stores, to be honest with you.
Cool. Good. Well, it's going to be exciting to watch how it goes. For anyone out there watching who's not familiar with Nash Cards, maybe is interested in your submission service or wants to come visit your store, what's the best way for them to find you?
Our website is nashcards.com. Our grading service is nashcards.com/grade. You can always email our support, which is what I started with you, is one of the best things about us. So we have Monday through Friday customer support. You can email them. It's support@nashcards.com. Or just come see us in person at one of these shows or at one of our locations. Again, we're outside of Nashville, we're outside of Memphis, and we're outside of Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's awesome. Chris, this has been a lot of fun. I appreciate it, and I think everyone out there probably really enjoyed watching it as well. If you did, please give it a like, please give it a subscribe, and just a reminder, you can catch the full-length episodes of this show, The Geoff Wilson Show, on YouTube under The Geoff Wilson Show, as well as on Apple Podcast and Spotify, so make sure to subscribe there as well. Chris, appreciate you.
Thanks so much for having me, Jeff. I really appreciate you.
And thank you, guys. We'll see you in the next one. Take care.